Close. Hi, and welcome to the Ada K Show. I am Ada K. Brown, and am currently a criminal justice major, and I'm a deaf courtroom commentator. Grab a cup of Java, and let's dive in. welcome, everybody. Welcome for those of you who are coming back in. Thank you so much. Thank you. We are waiting for the Lori Daybell trial to continue with closing arguments. Oh my gosh, we got closing arguments. I'm trying to get this where it will stay close. Closing arguments are today. Thank you, Jesus. I am so excited. I am here for it. Yes. Lady Di will be here shortly. Shortly. I know I sent her the link. Hopefully she'll be here. So she's probably when court starts, she'll be here. Closing arguments are hard to interpret, just one person. Hello, everybody. I will do the I liked for the last live drawing with this one at the end of the day. Right now, I want to say first three in chat, Jesse, honey, 2800. Jesse and June, you were the top three. You were almost made it there, babe. You will get extra entries for being the top three. Ready for closing arguments? Let's go. Let the train wreck over with. Toot, toot. Yes, and here comes Miss Lady Di. Cali girl, 1500. Again, sorry for your loss of your grandmother. For those of you who don't know, her grandmother passed. So we are keeping you in prayer. Miss Ronnie, of course, Karen, a karate cat mom, and Erin, and Elena, and Mary. Welcome from Facebook. Yes, we are live, and we are. Thank you for joining from Facebook. We appreciate Mary. Put ILIKED, and just like Miss Elena did, and you can get in the drawing for $50 gift card. Possibility of a chance to win. That would be great. Okay, guys, for those of you who are hopped on that weren't on my last live, Pope Francis passed away. I guess the world has already found out about that. We were live with that for a little while, and now we're live. I got to change my mind and my gear. Karen Reed starts tomorrow. If you want any documents or witness list, you can snag them up for over at the As the Gavel Drops in Discord. For all of you who don't know, As the Gavel Drops is a good supporter and friend of our channel. Go to As the Gavel Drops in your Discord, and you can grab all those documents, including the witness list, and you too can follow along with that like we do. And when you go there, register your account, validate your account. It must be validated to access the documents. Once you do that, enjoy the documents. As the Gavel Drops has been our number one supporter of this channel and many channels. The majority of us are who do this, especially the smaller channels, do get our documents from As the Gavel Drops. If you are a document junkie, research junkie, and like to volunteer, you too can be a mod over at As the Gavel Drops. Get a hold of them. Toxic Orchid, and they can discuss with you, and maybe you can start following cases and be a court document junkie. Over here, I call you my courtroom junkies. Miss Ann is here, and I'm getting ready to get her on. Hold on. I got to give it a special shout out to my honey boo. Honey boo. Honey boo, you're leaving? Did you text me or email me that information I just asked for? Thank you. Which one did you do?
What am I looking?
Text or email? My honey boo has been here all day supporting me. My son is home not feeling the best.
Oh, that's not good.
And so I'm kind of have the shop for now. But with that,
You're not what I need. I need the other. I need the other.
oh,
Where be my phone? Where be my phone? What did I do with my phone? That's my phone. What am I gonna do without my cell phone?
what did you do with your cell phone?
It was right over here. I found it.
I had to change the password on my bank account.
Not fun.
Login. No, it was not fun. I'm going so no, anyway. Closing statements. We are so ready for the closing arguments. I have got both courtroom feeds up and we are waiting. Probably won't get anything until another 5 to 10 minutes.
I
And
really, really hope that the prosecution isn't long-winded and that Miss Lori isn't long-winded. I can hope, can't I?
you can hope and pray all you want.
But
Yes, Elena, you are, and you are a very valuable court supporter and a court junkie. We appreciate all of you. Um, m- Especially right now, I'm in Facebook, YouTube, Twit, X, Instagram, and Twitter, Twitch.
Twitch, Stitch, Twitch.
Twitch.
Yeah.
And we are also in Discord. Oh, I haven't even looked at my Discord. I'm sorry, guys, mods. Forgive me. I have been so overwhelmed with trying to get everything in for the papacy and all that information out and trying to keep all that up and going. So thank you guys. Oh, we have a live communication. Let's get this on news while we can. We have time. Present, share screen, We have a Delta Airlines
International Airport. Within the last 45 minutes, fire crews put out a fire on a Delta airplane at the airport. This is the live look right now from our tower cam. We just got confirmation from Delta Airlines that this plane was leaving Orlando, heading to Atlanta. We know the fire started just after 11 o'clock this morning in the tailpipe of one of the plane's two engines. The type of plane this is, according to Delta, is an Airbus A330. Basically, this means this was a really big plane, 200 passengers on board, 10 flight attendants, and 2 pilots, all of whom were evacuated by sliding off of this plane. Let's show you what some viewers were able to capture. This was the moment. Dylan Wallace, who was inside of the airport, recorded the flames coming from.
I like your mom. If wishes and butts were candy and nuts, we'd have all a Merry Christmas.
True.
Oh my God, I love that saying.
The right.
You'd also have a candy bar.
We also have a candy bar. That's true. We have a good candy bar.
Flight. The good news in all of this, according to Delta, is no one was hurt, but all of those passengers had to evacuate off of this plane by sliding. This was the moment that happened. We also captured some people coming down off of the stairs, and while fire crews were just making sure there weren't any trouble spots and any more issues on this plane. Just such a terrifying moment. This is video from Chopper 2 of all of those passengers walking on the tarmac. They've got their luggage. They've got everything off of that plane, just trying to get to safety. Dylan.
Absolutely love that comment. Love the comment. I got to turn down the volume.
Wallace again captured what was inside. You can see that smoke.
All my radars, all my monitors for the volume is like in red. I had to turn it up 100% because of the mass inside the church was very, very soft and difficult. So I had to crank it. So if I just blew your eardrums out, I'm sorry. That's the one thing I forgot to adjust before going on this live.
As well, that was on that plane. We did get a statement from Delta. They say, quote, "We appreciate our customers' cooperation and apologize for the experience." They say nothing is more important than safety, and Delta teams will work to get our customers to their final destinations as soon as possible. Delta says their flight crews followed all the procedures to evacuate the passenger cabin when this happened. The maintenance teams will examine the aircraft, and the customers are now back into the terminal. They're going to get some food, some drinks, catch their breath, kind of relax from what a terrifying situation this was. Delta also.
I love that Piggy commercial. Oh, honey, 2800. Do y'all remember the Piggy commercial with he's holding those little windmill fanny things and he's riding around going,
No, can't say that I do.
All the way down that slide. If I knew that nobody was in chance of getting hurt or anything like that, I would have done myself.
Wee, all the way home. Well, that was stupid, Diane. Dropped my crackers on the floor.
Well, I'll remove you while you deal with it.
Oh, so God, says they will bring in additional aircraft to help get customers to their final destinations today. And again, the calming news of all of this, according to Delta, is no one was hurt. West 2 has multiple crews heading there. We even had Chopper 2 and this guy giving you a bird's eye view of this emergency evacuation. As soon as our crews are in a safe place, We will check in with them and bring you more viewer perspective of what happened just an hour ago when this Delta plane caught on fire at Orlando International Airport. And of course, you can always stay up to date by going right now to our website, wesh.com.
Okay.
Was this the
No, we don't need anything hopping in and getting me stricken. I don't need to get stricken. No strickens allowed. Very needs to be fully refunded. I would agree with that. I love a Honey 2800. I love all of y'all's sense of humor. Actually, y'all are quite funny people. Miss Diane, you're making me hungry, and I want to eat, but I have my retainer in.
Well, it's just leftovers from yesterday. We did a meat and cheese tray. So maybe that'll lessen your appetite.
I hope everybody did have a good Easter. We went to my mother's house, and my father has had a ministry for 40 odd years. And he has a pastor that he raised up since childhood, and he is living in California now. He had to flee the genocide in Africa. And so the good news is that he and his family are safe. But they said, they were there at the house. And the good news is that he brought all six of his children. And they were what's the word I'm looking for? Right. They were pretty amazing people, and the crazy thing is that I love it. Africans speak French. They are French speaking people, and they are absolutely beautiful and amazing people, and thoroughly enjoyed being around them. And it was wonderful, and we had a wonderful lunch together, and my kids and we all got to experience some culture, and they were just some wonderful, sweet people. Absolutely, thoroughly loved and enjoyed every single one of them. And I would say that, you know what? Open your home during holidays to people of other cultures is amazing.
Yeah.
And we really had a great time. I could not have had a better time. But Mumble was tired. Tired. We had almost 20 people in her home, and it was amazing. And I love Mama's German potato salad. It's a potato salad that is more based on it's more based of vinegar and oil based, not a potato based. And it was just absolutely wonderful. Alana, what did Alana say that she's buy them a cup of coffee. Or if you have nitro, you can buy some nitro. Ronnie, can you throw up there? You did buy me a cup of coffee as the gavel drops. You can also do the same for our wonderful interpreter. She is interpreting at no cost to me.
Coffee.
Ada, it reminds me of a question I've been wanting to ask. I don't travel a lot on planes, so how do they disembark a person that has a service? Oh, well, the service animal would be what they can do is put it in like a little net, and then you hold on to it. Since she's a bigger animal, I would sit down. They would put the animal in my lap. I would wrap the leash. She has her leash on. I'd wrap the leash around my body. Demonstration time. Here's the service animal. Here's the leash. I would wrap it around my body. I will hold on to my dog and slide down together. That is how we disembark with a service dog.
Uh-huh.
It's a tether situation, and it's a good question. Oh yeah, definitely. And poor Toxic's husband, Banshee. Don't bring it. I don't. Yeah, we know about it. I mean, but y'all, some of y'all don't know. He was in that plane in Canada that flipped upside down and
Woo!
the tarmac. Yeah,
When was that?
that was a couple months back. It was horrible for that poor soul. I mean, he was not hurt. They had some people injured, but nobody life threatening. I'm keeping an eye on court. So if you see me kind of looking off, I'm checking on court. And he was definitely on that situation.
That's not fun.
No, not at all. So it is what it is. And I really feel for him. I would not have wanted to go through that myself. Okay, that's all the filters, huh? So, but I'm just blessed that he's alive and he was not physically harmed. Now, post-traumatic stress disorder, yeah, I'm sure there's quite a bit of that there. Water landing like in the Hudson, any landing that I'm alive on, I'm happy to have. Okay, here we go. We are going to court.
Okay.
Let me bring Diane, I'm gonna mute you while you hack. Love you. Get yourself ready, darling. I'm getting the screen share ready. Why is this not letting me bring up all the screen shares I want to bring up? Live Arizona. That's that one. That's the one that's the one I want. Bring it back up. Sorry, my brain is not as moving. My hands are not as moving as fast as my brain. There's Miss Diane. I think we're going to do this for now. And y'all, court is in session.
The state announce.
Okay, we're going to go back a few seconds.
Lori Daybell, CR 2021-001704. Why don't I have the state announce?
Can y'all hear that good?
And the defendant?
Lori Daybell?
Oh, that sounds so
All
good.
right. We met on Thursday and went over jury instructions. In the meantime, since Thursday, there was a few modifications sent out. We put drafts on your desk this morning. Last week, let me just pull up that email. Last week, the state requested some modifications that were made, and then on Friday, Advisory Council also requested a correction to the presumption of innocence, which I did do, as well as a mere presence instruction.
I don't know. That's what I was wondering.
Does anyone want to make a record on any of those changes that have occurred since we met Thursday? I forgot, I don't know if my staff told you, I did add, I realized standard number 9 was not added, which is defendant need not produce evidence. So I added that this morning as well. Have you had a chance to review the latest draft, or do you need more time? We told the jurors to be here at 11, so we have time if you need more time.
If you're guilty, click the like button. Oh, Ronnie, I love it. Y'all, come on, hit the like button and comment I liked. We need to get our likes up because this chick is trying to give away a gift card and you want to win it. You will want to win the gift card. It's a $50 gift card wherever you want to go. Wherever it is. Amazon is usually a good way to do it. Tracy, thank you so much. No, we don't mind if you want to hop in and out. We greatly appreciate your presence in general. So thank you for any time that you can give us. We love and appreciate you very much. Thank you. Not everybody can just sit all day and watch us. So we're happy for any views. But you know what I really would love for all y'all to do is share. That would be nice. Can you share the live for me, please? If I can see that you shared the live today only, I will give you 20 additional entries. If you share, put I shared, it will validate at the end of the live who shared, and I'll give you additional 20 entries. I shall.
Any other record you want to make on mere presence? All right, has the defendant had a chance to review the final instructions?
Yes, Your Honor.
Any additions or corrections?
No, Your Honor.
All right, we're still waiting for a few jurors to show up. The plan this morning, well, let me ask the defendant, you still plan on resting?
I do.
Okay.
Oh,
So when the
thank you,
jury comes
Jesus.
in, I'll remind them that the state rested last Wednesday, and then I'll turn to you and you'll
Thank you, Tracy.
presumably say the defense
You
rests.
will get 20 additional
I'll
entries
read the
at
jury
the end of the day.
instructions and we will break after I read the jury instructions. Depending on what time we break, I'll tell them what time to come back for the closing arguments, approximately an hour later or around 1 p.m. While we're waiting, I had my staff email the parties about any potential aggravators. I didn't see a response to that. So in addition to, if there is a second phase of this trial for aggravation, in addition to a dangerous finding, does the state know what other aggravators it might be pursuing?
Come on,
Anything else?
speak up. Get on the mic.
Okay. And in the event that happens, would you be producing testimony or evidence, or would it just be argument?
Oh, I understand, Tracy.
Okay.
We're good.
All right. So how many jurors? You can go ahead and print out.
Your Honor, I have two issues I'd like to bring up real quick.
Go ahead.
The jury process of the jury alternate selection. Can you tell me what that process is going to be today?
It's literally drawing two numbers randomly out of a
Oh, she ain't gonna like that.
container.
Okay. And when is that going to be done and how does that
Not
work?
till after the closing arguments.
Okay.
So the alternates are told that they're still alternates, they're not released, because I have had in the past jurors become sick or ill or not be able to deliberate, and we have to call back an alternate to deliberate. So they're still under the admonition until they're released.
So we're keeping all of them, basically.
But only 12 will go back and deliberate.
The other two will be
If one of those
sequestered in
12
another room.
becomes sick or is unable to deliberate, we would bring in an alternate and release the person that can't deliberate. Does that make sense?
Yes.
All right, what else?
So it came to my attention this weekend that the exhibit number 286 that the state put into evidence that Detective Inkland testified to was the full interview is only about 21 minutes long, and the actual interview is about 55
I know, right? That'd
minutes
be cool
long.
if two of them were the men.
Remind me what's 286 is.
Be
whose
horrible.
interview?
Wouldn't it suck if the two women were the alternates? Oh, probably suck for her.
My interview, I guess, with Detective Inkland.
I think that's been redacted because the full interview wouldn't be admitted into evidence for the jury to review. Is that correct? Correct. All right.
So is it just the snippets that were played all together?
It should just be the parts that were played in court. Is that correct?
Yes, I mean, they're all connected.
All right.
State redacted out the beginning, the end discussions of hiring. That would be hearsay or not.
Right.
I can't hear
So did
them.
you have a question about that?
Yes.
I have a feeling
so
it's going to be quick too.
Is it just
All the
snippets
lawyers think
put
it's gonna-
together, or is it the interview for the first 21 minutes?
I think it's just the snippets that were played in court that are put together as one exhibit.
There's connectors in all of it, but it does not include any of the beginning or the end of the interview.
Right, portions have been redacted out. But it's just more or less what was played in during testimony. Does that answer your question?
Kind of, but Detective Inkland testified that it was the full interview. So what does that mean if she's testified that it was the full interview?
I don't know. It's something you could have cross-examined her on, but now it's probably too late.
Too late. It's
If
too
you wanted
late.
clarification on that, but the jury is going to know it's redacted, and they get the redacted exhibits instruction as part of the instructions. So either side can point that out to the jury that it's redacted. Anything else?
I was just assuming that that might have been an error to say that it was the full interview when it wasn't the full interview, and it was admitted into to reflect the record that it was the full interview. So are you telling me that the jury is not going to be able to go back and watch the full thing?
Your full interview?
Correct.
No, because it was never admitted into evidence.
Oh,
That's what they
oh,
said was admitted into
snap.
evidence.
I don't remember if that's what was said or not. I would be surprised if someone said your entire interview was being admitted, but I don't remember the
Well,
exact
my advisory
testimony.
council checked the FTR, and that's exactly what was said. That was exactly what I was shown, that it said, is this the full interview? Yes, this is the full interview, and it was admitted into evidence.
Was
So-
there sometimes they enter in the full interview for appeal purposes only, but that's not the one that actually gets shown to the jury. Was that the case?
She's rested. She screwed herself. Oh, snap. Why is your microphone not on? Woman, turn it on. Not you, her. But your microphone is hot.
Yes, it is. Because I'm hot.
Well, you're just
Okay.
too sexy for your shot.
So the states closed their evidence.
You're screwed, honey boo.
I'm just trying to find out what the jury is going to be seeing. They have all that evidence in the evidence when they deliberate. Is that
Whatever,
correct?
whatever's
They
Whatever
have
was-
access to that.
Whatever was admitted into evidence, which portions of your interview were not admitted into evidence, it sounds like.
you can't
Okay,
declare
but what I'm
mistrial now,
understanding from
honey
the
boo.
state, just correct me if I'm wrong. It's
You're
not
wrong.
just the snippets that were played, but
It's
it's
a taser.
partial part of the interview, and some of it was redacted. Is that correct?
That's what I'm understanding. The
There it is.
parts regarding what Ty Lee said or did or didn't happen, the hearsay parts were the start and the end were redacted out.
And then what was meant by the testimony that this is the full interview?
I don't know.
Well, if they
I
have
guess
it, they
that's
have it. If
something
they
that
don't, they don't. Boo,
someone
move
could ask
on.
that witness.
The full 21-minute interview. Hi.
Maybe it was the full interview of your version of what happened.
Beautiful name. Is it
So we have
There.
our exhibit 20
Evangeline.
offenses,
Evangeline?
proposed
Yeah,
exhibit 20
Evangeline.
full interview. Can we
Evangeline.
replace that one
Name.
full interview since it was?
Beautiful name. Evangeline?
Evangeline. Like
Evangeline.
Evangeline.
Okay. Evangeline, thank you for joining. I am very dyslexic, so don't hold it against me. I'm bad with names. Evangeline, thank you so much for joining. I love that. Maybe I can name my service dog that. Evangeline. I love it. Beautiful. Thank you. If you're new here and you've never been here, please like, click thumbs up, comment I like, ILIKED, all one word. and I'll show you how that goes. Just like, and if you shared, put I shared. And I'm going to get that I liked, all like that would be perfect. And you can be in a drawing for $50 gift card. Let's continue.
Was entered into evidence as the full interview?
No,
Why not?
your full interview won't come in because it's a significant amount of hearsay within that interview that's not admissible
Not
evidence.
admissible in court. You can't bring it in. Too bad.
It was admitted as the full interview.
Well, if a witness testified that it was a full interview, either side could have clarified that with that witness.
But
I
they
don't know
did
what
not.
that witness meant when they said that.
Right. She better stop arguing with the judge.
Oh, that the hell will be frozen
Anything
before
else?
that happens, my dear.
That's it.
That's
All right,
it.
We're
Take it up on appeal, babe.
getting the sufficient number of the jury instructions copied. As soon as that's done and our jurors get here, we'll read those instructions.
Hey, I've got a question. She cannot declare ineffective counsel because she was her own counsel. Huh? You can't say ineffective counsel because she was her own counsel.
Anybody that plans to kill their own husband and then kills their own 2 kids is very ineffective.
Oh yeah. You're ineffective counsel. I love it. Thank you for sharing. I do have a separate drawing for the sharing. So all of you, if everybody shares, you can be in that. And that will get you an entry in as well. Too bad, Lori. That's what you should have. An actual lawyer who knows the rules. Yepers. OMG. 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 OMG.
This myself. Reminds me of a 3-year-old.
Huh?
I do this myself. Reminds me of a 3-year-old.
I do it all by myself.
Don't
Okay.
need no help.
Here's a story. I had a guy when I worked in the state hospital. Now he's deceased, so I'm not breaking any laws. But I will give him the name Johnny. I'm Johnny. I do it all by myself. But Johnny was colorblind. And Johnny was also schizophrenic who unalived 2 orderlies from, he unalived a person. He was found incompetent to withstand trial. He's was sent to another state hospital. They had an elevator that they were working on in that state hospital that the doors were open in, but it had that big barrier there. Johnny was being escorted by two orderlies. That's what they called him at that place.
Mm-hmm.
He started a fight, and he and the 2 orderlies fell down the shaft. They died. He was on top and lived. So he was sent to our state hospital where I worked. And he would say that he goes, I was Johnny, I was colorblind, I can't see. He got so much so that they just gave him a walking blind cane. And then later he got a walker. But he goes, I can't see. I was colorblind. Tell me what this is, Miss Ada. And I said, Johnny, I can tell you the color, but I can't tell you what it is because you can only see it. So if you tell me what it is, then I have the powers to tell you what color it is. I got in trouble by my charge nurse because you're not supposed to lie. Well, I wasn't lying. He goes, what's my Sunday shirt? It's got stripes on it, Miss Ada. And I said, oh, I can see now. Oh, those are stripes that are purple and yellow. Do you want to wear that one? He'd go through his entire closet every Thursday and have his suit set out on his chair for Sunday morning. And then he'd sing in church. And he'd pick out a song. Well, I'd help him pick out a song every Thursday. He'd tell the pastor that they have different faiths there, but at his point, he was just basic Christian. And he'd get up there and he'd sing Amazing Grace. And y'all, I have to say that was the worst thing I've ever heard. Any song is instead of I got a home in glory land that outshines the sun. Okay, that's the way that goes. He goes, Ah, yeah. Oh, no, woman. Glenn. And he was finally limited to one verse. I can drag that thing on. And we're all like, oh. And see, you had to be one on one with Johnny. He couldn't be alone. So that's why I would, I was always, everybody hated going to church with him. I was like, I'll go. Get me off the unit, get me some sun because you had to walk outside so I could have some sun. Oh crud. Gerald, he forgot something. Anyway, it was one of those things that I was just kind of like, "Oh Lord. I hope you're not going by my mama's because you done forgot the cassette tape I asked you to take her." Love you. It was one of those things. Just one of those crazy things about the rings. Hold on a minute. Yes, sir, bud. So anyway, so that guy, I mean, he was a character. And I'd rather deal with that character than to deal with somebody that you're walking next to that would literally take his hand and punch you within a nanosecond before you were on the floor before you even knew you were hit.
Yeah, I've been there.
She thinks she's some kind of special. Let me tell you what we do with special people. Are you listening? But she just she can get away with it. I do kind of agree. Oh, let me hide all the comments there so I can read them. I do kind of agree with what she's saying because she did ask at the time. She was asking, it was answered. Oh, thank you for sharing so much, June. Yay! Thank you. Our numbers are doing well. Thank you guys so much for joining, everybody. Hey Jesse, Aaron, thank you so much. Shake and bake and I help. I'm shaking and baking and I did it myself. Yep. I remember that. Lori, Lori Vallow Daybell confirmed to the judge this morning that she will rest her case in front of the jury today. She did not call any witness, nor did she testify. Oh, well, come back by here, pick it up, boo, and I'll give you the address. It don't have to be 1:00 on exactly, just anytime after 1. Evangeline Light, I am the first timer to your show, and I absolutely love you. Huh?
As for Lori, first she made the worst mistake being her own lawyer, but I did love watching the prosecutor and judge going whatever.
Oh, Elena, thank you so much. Evangeline, are you a YouTuber as well? I'm gonna look you up. Is that what you're under? I wanna see. I'm gonna be nosy. I'm gonna be curious. Um Evangeline Light, do I there's
Evangelina Light.
um, thank you so, so very much again. Elena, you are so awesome. Thank you so much. Miss D deserves a little contribution for her efforts. That's true.
Drinking coffee and eating a cracker. Long day.
Baby girl, your mic is hot. But that's Lori I've got to say, Lori isn't stupid enough to testify. She saw for her. The evidence will show. The evidence will show that she's guilty. Yes. Deborah, does Miss Evangeline have a page? A page? I would love to shout her out. There is an Evangeline. Oh, but that's a song about Evangeline. Oh, Evangeline, I didn't know that there was a song. Oh, that is so cool. That is so cool. Welcome, Deborah. Thank you so much for joining us for your first time here. Deborah, if you know Evangeline Light's page, please post it. I'd like to go see it. I Googled her and it did not come up.
I think that there's going to be a whole lot of stunned and shock the draws if Miss Lori is found not guilty.
The video went down. What happened?
Oh no, I didn't do.
Oh, let me see. I got to fight for the video. It's unavailable. Okay, so we'll go and get it again. How about that? Weeze goes and gets it again.
Have you been magnet fishing lately?
Actually, no, I was going to go this week. It's just been too much going on, and there's a place I want to go hit magnet fishing, but it's a little further out. But some of these old bridges, like you have a bridge and right next to it you have a train bridge.
Yeah,
Those are the best ones to go magnet fishing on.
I got to figure out where to get a magnet from.
Online. But you got to get those real thick. They're about like yay thick and big and heavy. I got a kit that I did. Why do we not have the video here? Let me go to another channel. I don't know why they lost speed.
I got tired of listening to Lori, and the feed said,
I
"There
don't
you
know
go."
what the state announced.
Hold on.
And the defendant?
Okay, we are live. We got a new feed. Thank you, dear Jesus. Let me get it up and on. Get Miss Diane and I in the right positions. Miss Diane, I'm going to have you start off interpreting while I handle a few things in the back office because the thing switched, so I got to handle a few things. I'll hop on as soon as I can.
Okay.
Weeze, as Johnny said, I was ready. I miss that old man. As crazy as crazy as he was, I love that old man.
Oh wow.
He kept me going. He was entertaining. He was fun. He was interesting, to say the least. Deborah Sleeman, thank you so much for joining. Yeah, I don't think she should testify. I think that would be too risky for her. But Evangeline, thank you so much. Really would love to have your information. Can you just let me know if you are a YouTuber, and if so, what is your channel? I do support a lot of other channels. We are a family here. We are family. All my YouTubers and me. Are they?
All right, we're on the record. State of Arizona versus Lori Daybell, CR 2021-001-704.
We
have
may have
the
already
state
seen this.
And the defendant?
No, I'm sorry. Magnet fishing, I didn't see the question. I've been too busy trying backpedaling in the back. A magnet fishing is where you put this really big magnet, about that big around, about that thick, with a big hook through it on the end of a rope. And of course, you want to have gloves on, boo. And you throw it in the river from a bridge and you reel it in. And what comes up is magnets, which is metal, whatever's metal. We have some very, very popular swimming holes. Some of them are very shallow for the little kids that are near bridges, and a lot of people like to fish, but unfortunately, a lot of hooks get in there. We have some places that kids really get hooked a lot. So if it's a beautiful day, I'll put on my music and my hearing aids, and I'll just listen to my music, and I'll just throw that magnet out, and all the hooks and everything that come up, I put in a trash can. I have a bucket, a little 5-gallon bucket that I put all the trash metal in. Sometimes you find cell phones and weapons, lead shooters. Sometimes you can find wallets and things like that, anything that's got metal on it. And I like to do it because it cleans up that area. And lost treasures, not fish. Some people find safes with or without money in it. But the thing is, for me, is I like to go to this time of year to the swimming holes and do magnet fishing to get as much of the lost lures and
Hooks.
hooks, thank you, out of the water so the kids can hopefully be safer. It's the best way to clean it up. It really is. And if I find something great, if not, it's great. It's just time for me to be alone and think and do something good for the community.
Lori Daybell?
We'll Google. Hey,
All right.
we'll watch some magnet fishing during the break because this one guy, I swear, every time, but he's like in Chicago or somewhere, and they're off of these bridge, and there's always lead shooters that are found.
Right. We
There's
met on
another fellow called
Thursday and
Plus
went over jury
River.
instructions. In the meantime, since
Say
Thursday,
what?
there was a few
Man plus river.
Mm.
And what he finds, he tries to get back to owners.
Yeah, and that's true. But and also a lot, if you find a weapon, you're supposed to turn it in. This is the same thing that we just watched. It's
That's
just delayed. But they do get, if you find a weapon, you're supposed to turn it in. So that way, if it's connected to a crime, they can try to do whatever they need to do with it,
Yep.
which I would definitely do. Day 8, where's day 9? Let me search. Why do we have audio? Oh, that's a podcast. I don't want a podcast of day 9. I want the actual court feed of day 9. Nope. So we're gonna have to wait on this one feed. Unfortunately, it is what it is.
dangerous finding. Does the state know what other aggravators it might be pursuing?
Potentially the emotional harm.
We've already had this, but
Anything
we'll
else?
listen again. Oh, we can actually hear her a little better, Diane.
Okay.
Let's
And
catch this.
that the state rested
aggravators.
last Wednesday, and then I'll turn to you and you'll presumably say the defense rests. I'll read the jury instructions and we will break after I read the jury instructions. Depending on what time we break, I'll tell them what time to come back for the closing arguments, approximately an hour later, or around 1 p.m. While we're waiting, I had my staff email the parties about any potential aggravators. I didn't see a response to that. So in addition to, if there is a second phase of this trial for aggravation, in addition to a dangerous finding, does the state know what other aggravators it might be pursuing?
Potentially the emotional harm.
Anything else?
The presence of an accomplice.
Why can I not hear
Okay.
what she's saying? Okay,
This
watch it again. I
finding,
hear it.
does the state know what other aggravators it might be pursuing?
Potentially the emotional harm.
Anything else?
The presence of an accomplice.
Hold on, y'all. Where's it at? I had something going off in my ear. Okay, not what I needed. Okay, sorry, guys.
Okay. And in the event that happens, would you be producing testimony or evidence, or would it just be argument?
Potentially testimony from Mexican.
Okay. All right. So how many jurors? You can go ahead and print out.
Your Honor, I have 2 issues I'd like to bring up real quick.
Go ahead.
The jury process of the jury alternate selection,
We did sign this
what
finish.
that process is going to be today?
It's
Huh?
literally
Diane?
We did interpret all of this.
Yeah, this is already, we're just gonna let this play, Diane. You don't need to interpret.
Exhibit number 286 that the state put into evidence.
We've already done it.
That Detective Inkland testified to was the full interview is only about 21 minutes long, and the actual interview is about 55 minutes long.
Remind me what's 286 is, whose interview?
It's my interview, I guess, with Detective Inkland.
I think that's been redacted because the full interview wouldn't be admitted into evidence for the jury to review. Is that correct?
Correct.
All right.
So is it just the snippets that were played all together?
It should just be the parts that were played in court. Is that correct?
Yes, I mean, they're all connected.
All right.
beginning, the end discussions of hiring. I would be here saying.
Hey, Ada,
Yes, ma'am.
put on pause.
So did you have a question about that?
Yes, so
What?
You remember when they were talking about the Pope and how this he turned up on somebody's doorstep after this person said that the area was so poor and they couldn't do anything, and he turned up on their doorstep with 17 million euros.
I have no idea what you're talking about, but okay.
Well, anyway, that's equal to $19,580,742.48 he raised for them and gave them. That's a lot of nickels and pennies. Wow.
Wow. Okay, back to this.
is it just the snippets all put together, or is it the interview for the first 21 minutes?
I think it's just the snippets that were played in court that are put together as one exhibit.
There's connectors in all of it, but it does not.
No, Aaron, they cannot.
Any at the beginning or the end of the interview.
Right, portions have been redacted out. But it's just more or less what was played in during testimony.
Correct.
Does that answer your question?
Kind of, but Detective
The start and the end were redacted out.
Here's the
and
problem.
then what
guys.
was meant by the testimony that
Okay, this is why this is replaying, guys, and I need to explain this. The feed was lost. The feed was like totally just ended. So I don't know why that happens. I think because this was such, Aaron, I think it was agreed or whatever. It was a motion in limine that was put forth, and because I think that they were worried about it prejudicing the jury on this situation. So for me, I'm like, I agree with you. I hope my honey boo ain't lost. I don't know where he's going, but anyway, yeah, usually prior criminal history can come in. I think maybe during the sentencing phase, maybe, I don't know, but I do know that has been an issue in the past with other trials. I think it should be able to come in. I think a criminal history should come in. I don't care I don't care what it is. If you did it, you did it. I don't know why they kept it out on this particular one. I'll let maybe somebody else can say. The jury doesn't have to know about her previous conditions if sentencing is separate. Oh. If her prior conviction included Chad, but Chad had nothing to do with his charge. Okay. That makes sense.
this is the full interview.
Okay, that's where it was. Let's see if they lose their feed, because the other feed got lost. I was like,
It's gone.
I was like, no, we don't want to do that. No. Thank you for Diane for that tidbit about the Pope raising all the money. I didn't know about that. Yeah, there's a lot of things that the Pope did that a lot of people don't realize. Just saying. Not everything that everybody does.
It's told.
Yeah, there's a lot of people. I think Prince William is supposed to be at the services. I think that's what I just saw pop up. May the force be with us while we listen to her closing arguments. Yeah, there's going to be a lot of expected at Pope Francis' funeral as the family honors him. For those of you who did not know, we were on earlier. What chapel was it in Pennsylvania, Pittsburgh, that we played their mass?
You were in Philadelphia.
Pittsburgh, I thought.
No, you were in Philadelphia.
I'm tired.
Sandra,
Philadelphia.
Yeah.
Philadelphia. Saint whatever. We did air their mass. So if anybody is Catholic and would like to go back and look at that mass, we'll be
that
happy.
was at Saint Peter's.
St. Peter's, that's right.
Uh.
And I have to go and deal with the why does it on Instagram, why does it constantly, and when I say constantly, why do I have to constantly re-plug into Instagram every freaking hour? I think that's BS.
I don't know. They
I
did
have to go and create a live every single hour, or it
because it's challenging you.
yeah, well, it's challenging me because every hour I have to go in here and redo the title, set the audience to public, go in, get a code, copy that code, enter it into StreamYard,
Mhm.
and then save changes, and then wait for it to go live in Instagram and click live.
It's challenging you. That's
Every flipping hour
It
I have
was-
to do this.
how serious you are about doing it. Would you like for me to write him a letter?
Write who a letter?
Instagram. I
Honey
tell
boo, honey boo, honey boo, honey boo, you're lost.
me.
No, Gerald is lost.
Tell him they
He doesn't know how to get out of where he is. He's just driving in circles.
does he not have a GPS?
Well, yeah, but it's in a very odd area. I got an alert. Are you okay? Are you lost? I have map 360 and he's driving in circles. He's out in the middle of nowhere. He doesn't know where he's at.
He needs his honeybee.
I need to tell him to turn around. No, I got to guide him back to the main road. Let's see if I can do that. Okay, well, let's see. I hope he's okay. It's showing that sometimes the app, if you're kind of looks like you're wandering. Are we going to have to get you a tracker, Gerald? Kind of, sort of already have one, but I'm trying to. There's not much phone signal out there. Well, he did call me back, but I didn't see it ring. I may have to mute you for a second. Send a flare, Gerald.
I'm easy. Like Sunday morning.
Hold on, guys.
Uh-oh.
Linda is where I used to be a firefighter, so I know that area well. Okay, babe. Just making sure you're okay. It just when you sometimes looks like you're just going in circles on 360, it will send an alert to me that or whoever you're on that you may be lost. Okay, babe. Thanks. Bye.
So he's okay.
He's fine.
All right. That's good
So-
to know.
My staple,
What is your staple?
peanut butter.
Oh, yeah.
Because I can't get lunch.
Oh.
Yes, 360 snitched on him. Y'all, my daughter was in high school. I think it was her senior year. And her boyfriend's mom got a new car, so he picked her up in it.
And
They were going down the highway at 98 miles an hour. And it alerted me. I went through the loop. I called her. And I said, you tell that boy to slow that damn car down or I'm going to make him pull over and I'm going to pick up your ass. What do you mean? I said, he's going freaking 98 miles an hour. And they look down and go, oh, crap.
didn't know I was going that fast. Yeah.
Well, I luckily where he's at is an area called Tierra Linda. And it's kind of just outside the city, but it's a private subdivision, but it's a bunch of huge ranches connected and they have a volunteer fire department out there. I used to be a part of that volunteer fire department. So I thought, if you're lost, honey, I know where it is. If you're lost, I know you, honey. I can get you out, honey.
I'll send the firemen after you if nothing else.
Hold on, I accidentally. Hey, Jennifer, I accidentally butt dialed you. I'll call you back later, honey. Bye.
And she'll finger dial you then.
Yeah. I went through the fire academy in the 80s. Oh, Tracy, I worked as an EMT firefighter, but daycare charged more than the wages I got. Yeah. Well, I don't know if you know. Well, yeah, I guess you do know because I just told you I'm a volunteer firefighter. And I'm in first responder. And so yeah. Someone in my truck have an old distress beacon. So the search party can find. Yeah. I got to find my flare gun. Always keep, if you guys, I know this is crazy. And some people think I'm a little overboard. I go geocaching. And sometimes you have to kind of go up a hill, climb a mountain. Some of the state parks, you have to climb mountains. And so, and the sentencing will be separate from her other sentencing. It should not include her previous 3 life sentences, and her next trial will be separate too. She's got another one coming up in May.
What?
I'm in Spain. Sorry, I can't help right now. That's a good excuse. Maybe I ought to say that some guys. I'm in Spain right now. I can't help. But I always carry a flare gun. And I carry regular flares, and I carry certain things in my backpack when I'm out geocaching. And for those of you who don't know what geocaching is, I'll explain it in a minute. But because I have a fear of getting hurt, I can call in to 911. I can give my GPS. I can give my coordinates because it's on the geo tracking. But sometimes we are in such a wooded area of low woods, not high woods, like cedar trees and things like that. It's kind of hard to see. And if they have to send a helicopter in, it's even harder. So I can always send up a flare. No, I'm next to the Ridge. No, that's Tierra Linda. You're next to the Ridge restaurant. Oh, honey, you want to buy me lunch? You want to buy me lunch, honey? That is one of my favorite. I know you're fine, honey boo. But I do know one thing I like about 360 is if you have a major hard stop, it's a possible crash alert. Which, and I loved it when my daughter was in college and first starting to drive back and forth from college. I have so much more peace knowing that I say, look, when you're in town driving around, I don't need you to have it on. I don't care where you are, and I'm not watching, and I don't even watch with Gerald. I mean, I'm more worried about me. That's why I want him to have it because I'm the one that goes to all these crazy places. I do all this crazy stuff. I go out in the middle of nowhere and geocache and target fish. Oh, while we're waiting, because we're still waiting, what was the name of that group, Diane, that you wanted me to pull up? The magnet fishing?
Oh, Man Plus River. And it's a plus sign.
Oh, I figured that. Man Plus River. Well, wait a minute.
He's quite delightful.
Okay, he's in Arizona. We'll do this. We'll play this. Let me get it up and going.
Simple. Take my strongest magnets.
What I want to do now, I need to see over here and get it up better. Hold on, guys. We got some stuff going on in court, of course, but let me mute this.
I already see a ring. No way.
He usually scuba dives too.
Now, I want to learn I want to learn river scuba, not ocean scuba.
That's what he does.
River scuba is what I want to learn.
But Dallas had no idea. How could he? How could he possibly guess the obscene amount of loot he would end up finding?
Okay, I got to mute this because it's got a bunch of music in it, and I don't know if it's copyrighted. So there's a big magnet on the end of the rope. He got rings. Sometimes now you don't get gold. Gold doesn't stick, but if it's in something with metal, so you get a lot of rings and a lot of things like that. So bottle caps.
He gets a lot of Apple Watches.
A lot of Apple Watches.
Oh my. Unbelievable.
But he's where a lot of people swim and do things, and I can do that. I can go over to our dam over in the city and magnet fish. I would try to get it back to the right people. I really would. Huh, look at that. Earrings. Matching earrings? No, they're not matching. Gerald, I'm glad you're doing okay, honey. Thank you so much. I just want to make sure you were safe, boo. But I love 360 because it's good for those kind of things. It's a new thing. I think I'm on the beta. But anyway, oh yeah, yeah. Sometimes you get nasty stuff in your face.
Oh yeah.
But anyway, it's a magnet. Look, he gets watches. He charges them, gives them back to people. But it's that big magnet, and you throw it out there and pull up stuff, and it's kind of cool. Now geocaching. Now I'm gonna go find geocaching.
I've never done that.
I have almost 800 finds in geocaching.
What is geocaching?
Well, we're gonna find out. What is geocaching? Here we go. I'll play the volume on this.
Time adventures that can take you to amazing and beautiful places, or even just to a place in your town that you've never been before. There are 2 million geocaches worldwide. There are probably
Okay, if I had a metal detector, yes, you could find your engagement ring because metal detectors find gold. They find all all metals.
even some near you right now.
That's my next big gift or purchase is going to be a really nice metal detector.
I have a really
you.
nice one. I just can't find
To
it.
start finding them, just get out your phone or GPS. Go ahead, I'll wait. Then create a free geocaching account and you're ready to go. The way it works is simple. Just choose the geocache that you want to find, then navigate to its location. What
Driving.
you're looking for varies. Geocaches come in different sizes, shapes, and difficulties.
Oh, yes.
Geocaching isn't always easy, so it's
No.
okay to get excited when you discover the cache. After finding it, sign the logbook, trade knickknacks if you want, and log your find online. When you're done, just put the geocache back where you found it, and you're on to the next one.
Oh, there's odds and
Hey,
ends in the box.
it's the other way.
Okay, so there are wonderful, wonderful, wonderful stuff. Now, some of them are very simple and easy. Like that one's a pretty big one, actually. Evil geocaching. Let me put evil because those are the hard ones to find, and those are the ones that I love to do.
Did you know that every single cache that you hunt for has a difficulty rating? Although they don't go as high as a 10 difficulty, if you hunt.
Okay, so some of these are some of the geocaches I've done. Looks like, let's slow this. Can we go back? Can you slow down? Oh, this is a good example. So a lot of these telephone poles, you can lift the base, and we find a lot of geocaches in there. And then also you have magnets that look like power things. Let me go from air. Different. It's okay. We'll play it from here. Oh, didn't want to do that. What the heck am I doing? Didn't want to do that. So, and you'll have a can. Sometimes it's something that you push open like that. There's a magnet. I have a bunch of those. Some of them are very hard to find. Okay, I don't want to do that. So I have had some evil ones. Evil means they're very hard to find. See, it looks like a bolt. And there it is. You wouldn't know it. It's a bolt that unscrews, waiting on 2 zeros. Okay. My audiologist, when they do my ear molds, it's pink and it's this liquid that goes in and it kind of hardens, and he'll have me do this, and he'll put it in here, what's left, and then he'll use that to gauge when this is done. He'll touch it and he'll know when that's done, that's done. But when you take it out and look at it, it actually looks like a chewed piece of bubble gum. So I will take a container and glue that to the lid, dig a hole in the ground and put that in the ground and put some leaves around it. And it looks like just a chewed piece of gum on the ground. No, it's a geocache. And people hate me for it because it's hard to find. So we have different evils like this right here. Warning, it looks like a keep out sign, but let's see where. Real quick. Oh, look, there is the geocache. You really have to get creative. Look at this. Sometimes it could be moss. It could be anything. It could be a nut. It could be a bolt. It could be a lot of things. See, that is called a bison tube. Those are small. They have some that are the size of my thumbnail. It could be that small.
So is there a beep or anything, or just
no? You got to search. Now the small ones like that, you sign a log. But the big ones, you can put little trinkets in exchange, and then they have trackers. So anyway, let me go grab that. I'm going to get court going real quick. Let me switch over here, get court going, and I got to go get the judge.
21-001-704. The parties are
All right,
present.
you're on,
The jury is not
Miss
present.
Diane.
We'll bring in the jury. All right, please be seated. The jury is present. Welcome back, members of the jury. Last Wednesday afternoon, the state rested its case, so now I'll turn to the defendant.
The defense also rests, Your Honor.
All right, at this time, that concludes the evidence portion of the trial. I'm going to have my staff hand out to the jury the final jury instructions. Are we one? Oh, nope, we got it. Okay. Jurors have the instructions. Much like the preliminary instructions, you can either follow along with me or just listen. I need to read these into the record. Duty of jury. It is your duty as a juror to decide the case by applying these jury instructions to the facts as you determine them. You must follow these jury instructions. They are the rules you should use to decide this case. It is your duty to determine what the facts are in the case by determining what actually happened. Determine the facts only from the evidence produced in court. When I say evidence, I mean the testimony of witnesses and the exhibits introduced in court. You should not guess about any fact. You must not be influenced by sympathy or prejudice. You must not be concerned with any opinion that you feel I have about the facts. You, as jurors, are the sole judges of what happened. You must consider all these instructions. Do not pick out one instruction or part of one and ignore the others. As you determine the facts, however, you may find that some instructions no longer apply. You must then consider the instructions that do apply together with the facts as you have determined them. Evidence to be considered. You are to determine what the facts in the case are from the evidence produced in court. If the court sustained an objection to a lawyer's question, you must disregard it and any answer given. Any testimony stricken from the court record must not be considered. Rulings of the court. Admission of evidence in court is governed by rules of law. I have applied those rules during the trial and resolved any issues concerning the admission of evidence. If an objection to a question was sustained, you must disregard the question and you must not guess what the answer to the question might have been. If an exhibit was offered into evidence and an objection to it was sustained, you must not consider that exhibit as evidence. If testimony was ordered stricken from the record, you must not consider that testimony for any purpose. If evidence was admitted for a limited purpose, you shall consider that evidence only for that limited purpose. Do not concern yourselves with the reasons for my rulings on the admission of evidence. Do not regard those rulings as any indication from me of the credibility or weight you should give to any evidence that has been admitted. Direct and circumstantial evidence. Evidence may be direct or circumstantial. Direct evidence is the testimony of a witness who saw, heard, or otherwise sensed an event. Circumstantial evidence is the proof of a fact or facts from which you may find another fact. The law makes no distinction between direct and circumstantial evidence. It is for you to determine the importance to be given to the evidence regardless of whether it is direct or circumstantial. Redacted exhibits. Some of the exhibits that have been admitted into evidence have had portions deleted from them for legal reasons. Do not concern yourselves with the reasons why some portions of the exhibits have been deleted. Do not speculate upon what the deleted portions might or might not reveal. Indictment is not evidence. The state has charged the defendant with a crime. A charge is not evidence against the defendant. You must not think a defendant is guilty just because of a charge. The defendant has pled not guilty. This plea of not guilty means that the state must prove each element of the charge beyond a reasonable doubt. Self-represented defendant. The defendant in this case represents herself. All instructions I read to you that include references to lawyers or attorneys apply equally to the defendant's self-representation at trial. The defendant's decision to represent herself should not be considered by you when determining the facts. Comments are not evidence. In their opening statements, the prosecutor and the defendant talk to you about the law and the evidence. In a few minutes, the prosecutor and defendant will give their closing arguments and will talk about the law and the evidence. What they said or say is not evidence because it is not sworn testimony, but it may help you to understand the law and the evidence. Credibility of witnesses. In deciding the facts of this case, you should consider what testimony to accept and what to reject. You may accept everything a witness says or part of it or none of it. In evaluating testimony, you should use the tests for truthfulness that people use in determining matters of importance in everyday life, including such factors as the witness's ability to see or hear or know the things the witness testified to, the quality of the witness's memory, the witness's manner while testifying, whether the witness had any motive, bias, or prejudice, whether the witness was contradicted by anything the witness said or wrote before trial or by other evidence, and the reasonableness of the witness's testimony when considered in the light of the other evidence. Consider all of the evidence in the light of reason, common sense, and experience. Testimony of law enforcement officers. The testimony of a law enforcement officer is not entitled to any greater or lesser importance or believability merely because of the fact that the witness is a law enforcement officer. You are to consider the testimony of a police officer just as you would the testimony of any other witness. Expert witness. A witness qualified as an expert by education or experience may state opinions on matters in that witness's field of expertise and may also state reasons for those opinions. Expert opinion testimony should be judged just as any other testimony. You are not bound by it. You may accept it or reject it in whole or in part, and you should give it as much credibility and weight as you think it deserves, considering the witness's qualifications and experience, the reasons given for the opinions, and all the other evidence in the case. Defendant need not produce evidence. The state must prove guilt beyond a reasonable doubt based on the evidence. The defendant is not required to produce evidence of any kind. The defendant's decision not to produce evidence is not evidence of guilt. Defendant need not testify. The state must prove guilt beyond a reasonable doubt based on the evidence. You must not conclude that the defendant is likely to be guilty because the defendant did not testify. The defendant is not required to testify. The decision on whether or not to testify is left to the defendant. You must not let this choice affect your deliberations in any way. Mere presence. Guilt cannot be established by the defendant's mere presence at a crime scene, mere association with another person at a crime scene, or mere knowledge that a crime is being committed. The fact that the defendant may have been present or knew that a crime was being committed does not in and of itself make the defendant guilty of the crime charged. One who is merely present is a passive observer who lacked criminal intent and did not participate in the crime. Voluntariness of defendant's statements. You must not consider any statements made by the defendant to a law enforcement officer unless you determine beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant made the statements voluntarily. A defendant's statement was not
My turn.
voluntary if it resulted from the defendant's will being overcome by a law enforcement officer's use of any sort of violence, coercion, or threats, or by any direct or implied promise, however slight. You must give such weight to the defendant's statement as you feel it deserves. Jury not to consider penalty. You must decide whether a defendant is guilty or not guilty by determining what the facts in the case are and applying these jury instructions. You must not consider the possible punishment when deciding on guilt. Punishment is left to the judge. Presumption of innocence, burden of proof. The law does not require a defendant to prove innocence. Every defendant is presumed by law to be innocent. You must start with the presumption that the defendant is innocent. The state has the burden of proving the defendant guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. This means the state must prove each element of each charge beyond a reasonable doubt. In civil cases, it is only necessary to prove that a fact is more likely true than not, or that its truth is highly probable. In criminal cases such as this, the state's proof must be more powerful than that. It must be.
Diane, I need to take it. My ears, every time I move, are staticking. I don't know what's going on. I got to fix it.
Beyond a reasonable doubt. Proof beyond a reasonable doubt is proof that leaves you firmly convinced of the defendant's guilt. There are very few things in this world that we know with absolute certainty, and in criminal cases, the law does not require proof that overcomes every doubt. If, based on your consideration of the evidence, you are firmly convinced that the defendant is guilty of the crime charged, you must find her guilty. If, on the other hand, you think there is a real possibility that she is not guilty, you must give her the benefit of the doubt and find her not guilty. Evidence of any kind. The state must prove guilt beyond a reasonable doubt on the evidence. The defendant is not required to produce evidence of any kind. The decision on whether to produce evidence is left to the defendant. The defendant's decision not to produce any evidence is not evidence of guilt. Voluntary act. Before you may convict the defendant of the charged crime, you must find that the state proved beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant committed a voluntary act. A voluntary act means a bodily movement performed consciously and as a result of effort and determination. You must consider all the evidence in deciding whether the defendant committed the act voluntarily.
Thank you, Ronnie.
Absence of other participant. The only matter for you to determine is whether the state has proved the defendant guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. The defendant's guilt or innocence is not affected by the fact that another person or persons might have participated or cooperated in the crime and is not on trial now. You should not guess about the reason any other person is absent from the courtroom. Motive. The state need not prove motive, but you may consider motive or lack of motive in reaching your verdict. The charged offense. I will now tell you about the crime with which the defendant is charged. Count 1, conspiracy to commit first-degree murder. The crime of conspiracy to commit first-degree murder requires proof that the defendant, on or about July 11, 2019, with the intent to promote or aid in the commission of first-degree murder, agreed with Alexander Cox that at least one of them or another would engage in conduct constituting the offense of first-degree murder. The crime of first-degree premeditated murder requires proof that a person, 1, caused the death of another person, and 2, intended or knew that he or she would cause the death of another person, and 3, acted with premeditation. Premeditation means that the defendant intended to kill another human being or knew she or a co-conspirator would kill another human being, and that after forming that intent or knowledge, reflected on the decision before killing. It is this reflection, regardless of the length of time in which it occurs, that distinguishes first-degree murder from second-degree murder. An act is not done with premeditation if it is the instant effect of a sudden quarrel or heat of passion. The time needed for reflection is not necessarily prolonged, and the space of time between the intent or knowledge to kill and the act of killing may be very short. Elements of conspiracy. The crime of conspiracy to commit first-degree murder requires proof. 1, the defendant agreed with one or more persons that one of them or another person would engage in certain conduct, and 2, the defendant intended to promote or assist in the commission of such conduct, and 3, the intended conduct would constitute the crime of first-degree murder, and the defendant knew that such conduct was a crime. Scope of proof of conspiracy. To prove a conspiracy, it is not necessary to show a formal meeting or an express agreement. A conspiracy may be inferred from circumstances showing a common criminal objective and does not require proof that all means set forth in the charging document were agreed upon or actually used, nor that every person involved was a member of the conspiracy. Proof of membership in conspiracy. One may become a member of a conspiracy without full knowledge of all the details of the conspiracy. On the other hand, a person who has no knowledge of a conspiracy but happens to act in a way that furthers some object of the conspiracy does not thereby become a conspirator.
Welcome aboard,
Before
Val.
you find that a
Thank you for joining
defendant
us.
or any other person was a member of a conspiracy, the evidence must show beyond a reasonable doubt that the conspiracy was knowingly formed and that the defendant or another person knowingly participated in the unlawful plan with the intent to promote or assist the carrying out of the conspiracy. One who knowingly joins an existing conspiracy is as responsible as an originator or instigator of the conspiracy. A person understanding the unlawful character of a plan who knowingly encourages, advises, or assists in the undertaking thereby also becomes a conspirator. In determining whether a conspiracy exists, you should consider the actions and statements of all the alleged participants. However, in determining whether a particular defendant was a member of the conspiracy, you should consider only that person's acts and statements. A person cannot be bound by the acts or statements of other participants until it is established that a conspiracy existed and that person was one of its members. Justification for self-defense physical force. A person is justified in using or threatening deadly physical force in self-defense if the following two conditions existed. One, a reasonable person in the situation would have believed that deadly physical force was immediately necessary to protect against another's use or apparent attempted or threatened use of unlawful deadly physical force. And two, the person used or threatened no more deadly physical force than would have appeared necessary to a reasonable person in the situation. A person may use deadly physical force in self-defense only to protect against another's use or apparent attempted or threatened use of deadly physical force. Self-defense justifies the use or threat of deadly physical force only while the apparent danger continues, and it ends when the apparent danger ends. The force used may not be greater than reasonably necessary to defend against the apparent danger. The use of deadly physical force is justified if a reasonable person in the situation would have reasonably believed that immediate deadly physical danger appeared to be present. Actual danger is not necessary to justify the use of deadly physical force in self-defense. You must decide whether a reasonable person in a similar situation would believe that deadly physical force was immediately necessary to protect against another's use, attempted use, threatened use, apparent attempted use, apparent threatened use of unlawful deadly physical force. You must measure the person's belief against what a reasonable person in the situation would have believed. A person has no duty to retreat before threatening or using deadly physical force in self-defense if the person, one, had a legal right to be in the place where the use or threatened deadly physical force in self-defense occurred, and two, was not engaged in any unlawful act at the time when the use or threatened deadly physical force in self-defense occurred. If evidence was presented that raised this justification defense for count one, conspiracy to commit first-degree murder, then the state has the burden of proving beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant or co-conspirator did not act with such justification. If the state fails to carry this burden, then you must find the defendant not guilty of the charge. Justification for defense of a third person. A person is justified in using or threatening physical force in defense of a third person if the following two conditions existed. One, a reasonable person in the situation would have believed that physical force was necessary to protect against another's use, attempted use, apparent attempted use, threatened use of unlawful physical force against a third person, and two, the defendant used or threatened no more physical force than would have appeared necessary to a reasonable person in the situation. A defendant may use deadly physical force in defense of a third person only to protect against another's use, attempted use, apparent attempted use, threatened use of deadly physical force. Defense of a third person justifies the use of or threat of physical force or deadly physical force only while the danger continues, and it ends when the danger ends. The force used may not be greater than reasonably necessary to defend against the danger. Actual danger is not necessary to justify the use of physical force or deadly physical force in defense of a third person. The use of physical force or deadly physical force is justified if a reasonable person in the situation would have reasonably believed that immediate physical danger appeared to be present. You must decide whether a reasonable person in a similar situation would believe that, one, physical force was necessary to protect against another's use, attempted use, apparent.
We have a new viewer, Jackie Ballard. Hello, and thank you for joining Facebook. Back to court.
Attempted use, threatened use of unlawful physical force against a third person, and or two, deadly physical force was necessary to protect against another's use, attempted use, apparent attempted use, threatened use of unlawful physical force against a third person. You must measure the person's belief against what a reasonable person in the situation would have believed. The state has the burden of proving beyond a reasonable doubt that the person did not act with such justification. If the state fails to carry this burden, then you must find the defendant not guilty of the charge. Use of force in crime prevention. A person was justified in threatening or using physical force and or deadly physical force against another if and to the extent the person reasonably believed that physical force or deadly physical force was immediately necessary to prevent another from committing or apparently committing the crime of aggravated assault. There is no duty to retreat before threatening or using deadly physical force. There is no requirement that any threat to the person's safety exists before the person may use physical force and or deadly physical force. However, physical force and or deadly physical force can be used only to the extent it appears reasonably and immediately necessary to prevent commission of the crime of aggravated assault. The person's use or threatened use of physical or deadly force is not limited to a person's home, residence, place of business, land the person owns or leases, or conveyance of any kind, but includes any place in this state where a person has a right to be. The person is presumed to have acted reasonably if the defendant reasonably believed he or she was acting to prevent the imminent or actual commission of aggravated assault. The person is justified in using physical force and or deadly physical force against another person, even if that person is not actually committing or attempting to commit the crime, if the person reasonably believed he or she was preventing the commission of the crime. Actual danger is not necessary to justify the use of physical force or deadly physical force in crime prevention. If evidence was presented that raised this justification defense for first-degree murder, then the state has the burden of proving beyond a reasonable doubt that the person did not act with such justification. If the state fails to carry this burden, then you must find the defendant not guilty of the charge. Non-justification for threat or use of physical force. A person is not justified in using or threatening physical force against another in response to verbal provocation alone, or if the defendant or co-conspirator provoked the other person's use or attempted use of unlawful physical force, unless 1, the defendant or co-conspirator withdrew from the encounter or clearly communicated to the other person the intent to withdraw with the reasonable belief that the defendant could not safely withdraw, and 2, the other person continued or attempted to use unlawful physical force against the defendant or co-conspirator. The state has the burden of proving beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant and or co-conspirator did not act with such justification. If the state fails to carry this burden, then you must find the defendant not guilty of the charge. Definitions. Intentionally or with the intent to means that a person's objective is to cause that result or to engage in that conduct. Intent may be inferred from all the facts and circumstances disclosed by the evidence. It need not be established exclusively by direct sensory proof. The existence of intent is one of the questions of fact for your determination. Knowingly, willfully, or knew means that a person is aware or believes that his or her conduct is of that nature or that the circumstance exists. It does not require any knowledge of the unlawfulness of the act or omission. If the state is required to prove that the defendant acted knowingly, that requirement is satisfied if the state proves that the defendant acted intentionally. A defendant is criminally accountable for the conduct of another if the defendant is an accomplice of such other person in the commission of the offense, including any offense that is a natural and probable or reasonably foreseeable consequence of the offense for which the person was an accomplice. Accomplice means a person who, with the intent to promote or facilitate the commission of the offense, does any of the following. 1, solicits or commands another person to commit the offense, or 2, aids, counsels, agrees to aid, or attempts to aid another person in planning or committing the offense, or 3, provides means or opportunity to another person to commit the offense. Act means a bodily movement. Aggravated assault means a person intentionally, knowingly, or recklessly caused a physical injury to another person, or intentionally put another person in reasonable apprehension of imminent physical injury by either 1, causing serious physical injury to another person, or 2, using a deadly weapon or dangerous instrument. Conduct means an act or omission and its accompanying culpable mental state. Deadly weapon means anything designed for lethal use, including a firearm. Dangerous instrument means anything that is readily capable of causing death or serious physical injury under the circumstances in which it is used, attempted to be used, or threatened to be used. Deadly physical force means either 1, force which is used with the purpose of causing death or serious physical injury, or 2, force which in the manner of its use is capable of creating a substantial risk of causing death or serious physical injury. Unlawful means contrary to law, or where the context so requires, not permitted by law. Jury foreperson. The case will soon be submitted to you for your decision. When you go to the jury room, you will choose a foreperson. The role of jury foreperson is important, but please remember that the foreperson's opinion about the case is not more important than that of the other jurors. The opinions of each juror count equally. The jury foreperson's responsibilities include the following. 1, make sure every member of the jury is present during all discussions and deliberations. 2, make sure that the deliberations are conducted respectfully and that all issues are fully discussed. The discussions should be open and free so that every juror may participate. 3, all jurors should be allowed to state their views about the case and what they think the verdict should be and why. 4, all members must agree unanimously on any verdict. Therefore, the foreperson should count the votes to ensure that every juror has voted. 5, if you reach a verdict, fill out the verdict form and then sign the form on behalf of the jury. 6, if the jury reaches a verdict, the foreperson will inform the courtroom assistant. When the jury returns to the courtroom, the foreperson will bring the signed or unsigned verdict form as well as any question forms that may have been used. 7, when you return to the courtroom, the court will ask the foreperson whether the jury has reached any verdict. The foreperson will respond yes or no. The foreperson is not expected to read any verdict to the court. That will be done by the clerk. Closing instruction. In a few minutes, we're probably going to take a lunch break, and then after the lunch break, you will hear the closing arguments in this case. After that, the case will be submitted to you for decision. I suggest that you discuss and then set your deliberation schedule. You are in charge of your schedule and may set and vary it by agreement and the approval of the court. After you have decided on a schedule, please advise the courtroom assistant.
Foreperson.
You are to discuss the case and deliberate only when all jurors are together in the jury room. You are not to discuss the case with each other or anyone else during breaks or recesses. The admonition I have given you during the trial remains in effect when all of you are not in the jury room deliberating. After setting your schedule, I suggest that you next review the jury instructions and verdict form. It may be helpful for you to discuss the instructions and verdict form to make sure that you understand them. Again, during your deliberations, you must follow the instructions and refer to them to answer any questions about applicable law, procedure, and definitions. Should any of you or the jury as a whole have a question for me during your deliberations or wish to communicate with me on any other matter, please utilize the jury question form that we will provide you. Your question or message must be communicated to me in writing and must be signed by you or the foreperson. I will consider your question or note and consult with counsel before answering it in writing. I will answer it as quickly as possible. Remember that you are not to tell anyone, including me, how you stand numerically or otherwise until after you have reached a verdict or have been discharged. During your deliberations, you must not communicate with or provide any information to anyone by any means about this case. You may not use any electronic device or social media to communicate to anyone any information about this case or to conduct any research about this case until I accept your verdict. All 12 of you must agree on the verdict. You must be unanimous. Once all 12 agree on a verdict, only the foreperson needs sign the verdict form on the line marked jury foreperson. You will be given one form of verdict. The verdict form reads as follows, and there is no significance to the order in which the options of guilty or not guilty are listed on the verdict form. So this is a sample verdict form at the end of your instructions. It indicates this is a sample. An official verdict form will be given to you by the courtroom assistant in the jury room. Verdict, count 1, conspiracy to commit first-degree murder. We, the jury, duly impaneled and sworn in the above entitled action and upon our oaths, do find the defendant, Lori Daybell, as to the crime of conspiracy to commit first-degree murder occurring on or about July 11, 2019 as follows. Check only 1, and the options are not guilty or guilty. In order to break up the closing arguments as little as possible, we're going to take our lunch recess a little early and start a little early with those closing arguments after you recess. So we'll go ahead and recess for your lunch break. If we could have everyone ready to go in the jury room at 12:45, please remember the admonition.
All right, for the jury.
$12:45 our time plus the delay. If it's not floor person, then what is it? I know it's FORE. I'm being sarcastic, beloved.
Yeah, be sarcastic. Be so.
Why they call him a four person? I would just call them the boss, jury boss. No, I'm kidding.
All right.
Some of them take it that way, though. Some of them take it as I'm the boss. This is what we're going to do.
Yeah.
Mm.
You'll vote I'll be in here forever.
Forever in Denver, amen. And that was way out of tune. I know I didn't have my ear in. His mic is, I thought it was my mic, but it's not my mic.
His mic.
I think it's what's happening is you may not hear it was in and out, in and out, in and out, in and out.
I can hear it earlier, for sure.
But when you amplify it to the level in which I have to have it amplified, it's like makes me nauseous. It actually physically, when I get motion sickness at a drop of a hat, but when you have a mic that goes in, oh, do you use your music ears I gave you?
I do.
My rhinestones are coming off.
I do. Your what's?
My rhinestones are rubbing off because I abuse mine.
You abuse yours. I don't abuse mine. I just use mine.
Well, I use them so much they get abused. I touch them so much.
Oh, I see. That would probably happen with the back.
I gave her a pair of these very expensive.
Very beautiful ones. Because my philosophy is
them with crystal, just the clear crystal.
It's simple because if it doesn't bling, throw it away.
If it doesn't bling, I don't sing.
That's right, hon.
I'll get you back in a minute. It don't mean a thing if it ain't got that bling. Do-wah, 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 do-wah. Yepers. Okay, as y'all saw, I posted, and I'm going to come back to it. Thank you so much, June, for was it June or who posted it? Come on. Yeah, June. That the Pope, apparently, I'm confused. They said he passed away in his sleep, but it says here the cause of Pope Francis's death was cerebral stroke that led to a coma and irreversible heart failure. The Vatican said that he has decreed in his will that he would be buried in St. Mary's Major Basilica in a simple underground tomb. Following live updates. Thank you very much, June. I do wonder because they said he passed peacefully in his sleep. Okay, hold on. Hazel. Hey, actually, I do custom art for streamers and YouTubers. Oh, banners, overlays. I would love it. Can you drop your Discord or yes, we will drop my Discord. Let me find my Discord. I'm in Discord here. Let me go to me. Let me go here. I would love to visit with you about that. I do all of my own creations. And I know they're not that good. Don't judge. Here you go. I dropped it. Don't judge. I do the best I can do. Thank you so much. Hey, actually, I do custom art for streamers. I would love to get to see that. He refused to live in a palace too. He wouldn't wear handmade red shoes, just a few examples, is why he was one of the best popes lived. And some people agree with you with that. I will respect him. He did not put on airs. He did not live. He wore orthopedic shoes. And I got to be honest, one of the popes, I don't remember which one. It was a while back. Pope, was it Paul? Which is, oh gosh, I can't remember the one that came to San Antonio. But anyway, he said, these shoes are not comfortable. They may be custom handmade, but does not mean my feet like them. And I get that. So thank you so much, Hazel. Thank you for watching. I appreciate you hopping in. I hope you're enjoying the channel. Oh, we've had a bunch of new people hop in today, and I want to thank you so much for doing so. Some people are questioning what are the likes and subs. Okay, I give away at the end of every month a $50 gift card. And the way you can get a chance to be in the drawing is you like the video, so hit the thumbs up, and you comment ILIKED. And I only have 10 people in the entry so far, so come on now. And another way you can get in is you share the video. And when you share it, hit ISHARED. I will validate that that has been done, and then I will give you entries into the drawing. Now, at the end of every day, I draw one person for the I likes because we have so many people I liking that it bogs down the wheel if I can only add so many times people. So we now every time if you share, you automatically get entries. Thank you, Aaron. Into the end of the month. If you become a member, you get 10 entries. And if you gift memberships, you and the receivers get 10 entries. If you subscribe, you get entries. So if you share, if you like, if you subscribe, if you become a member, all those are the ways that you can get entries into the end of the month drawing for a $50 gift card. Who joined? Yay, welcome. Oh, welcome. Yep, I got you. You are joined and a member of our Discord. Thank you very much. And starting next month, we're going to be doing a membership in just both here and in Discord Drive. So I'm going to have a separate drawing for those who become members. If you renew your membership, you will get entries. But if you become a member, you get more entries for a different drawing. And then also for Discord, if you join our Discord, you will get a second. So I'm doing 3 different giveaways next month. But the $50 giveaway is going to stay. Thank you so much, Jackie. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Let me double check that. Got you. We should have, no, it did not get you. Let me. Okay, I need you guys, everybody. I think we may have had a glitch. If we did, just keep doing it. I want this one over here. I'm sorry, I'm rearranging some windows here. Forgive me. I'm rearranging windows here. It's a little frustrating, but it works. Yeah, y'all have not seen my setup. Oh, wrong one. There's my setup, guys. Oh, I bumped the camera. Oh, it should be like this. Okay. This is my setup. I got a door open right there, but this is what I look like for those of you who've never seen my studio. Yes, y'all saw our front office. You want the gift card, Val. I don't blame you. I'd want it too. Everybody I shared. Do me a favor. If you have already liked it once, go ahead and put I liked again. Everybody double do it just to make sure it caught you. Friend request. There we go. I did it. Yay. Okay. So we're going to try and get our numbers up. I really wanted to hit 3,000 by the end of this month, but hi, Tracy. Thank you for liking. Jesse, everybody, thank you so much for liking. It looks like it's working now. So if you've already liked once, just to make sure that it glitched a little bit, go ahead and like again. It'll only take you once. All caps, please. I forgot. Sometimes it does works. If you don't, sometimes it doesn't. Do it just like this. I shared and I liked. And then that way you can get into the drawing. I appreciate it. Oh, you love the gift card. Oh, no kidding. No kidding. I don't disagree with you with that at all. I'm thinking about giving away a Stanley. Maybe something kind of springy and floral, girly. And if you're a man, well, I'll trade it in and get you a masculine one. For the membership drive next month, trying to get all of our memberships in. Would love we really got to get our subscriptions up. I don't understand why YouTube can somebody explain this to me? Why is other YouTubers, including myself, what all is on your monitors? Okay, I'll explain. Right here on the left-hand side is the live stream feed. Right here is my Discord. This one here is this is where I run everything from, and then I have my giveaway, new tab. I gotta delete that. Okay. Then over here are my comments, live comments on YouTube, live comments in Facebook. Sometimes if I have a backup feed running over here. This one up here is my switcher. So the thing that you see me pushing these buttons, it gives you different angles. If for some reason we have an emergency thing happen, I can do that to cut out. So if something happens on the live and I need to exit out quickly, I can just pop that up there and it'll do that. And then the camera is camera, of course, is right there. I have my light. I have my cell phone. I have my iPad. iPad has security. Of course, I got my Yeti, got my peanut butter and lip gloss. So we're good to go. This is how I roll, y'all. This is how I roll. Hi. I always have 2 feeds up just in case one goes down. Sometimes they both go down. So I'm back to you like this. Yay. I got my thing. There it is. My chair is white and I cover it with a sweater. Thank you for liking, Jackie. You were entered into the giveaway as well. Also, what brand of lip gloss? I am a Limelight by Alcone is the lip gloss I use. I used to sell it. It's fabulous. This is professional. I'm going to get back into it again. I kind of took a pause from I'm a professional makeup artist. I took a pause because I had no time. All I'm doing is courts. And so I've been a makeup artist for over 30 years, professionally over 30 years. Oh, Tracy. Yeah. What do you have to give away? And my name is Ada Brown. There we go. Yeah, taxes. I can't do taxes. Don't want to do them, can't do them. I always love people. Now, we do have a sponsors. We have a coffee and a tea sponsor. I'm drinking the tea right now. The tea is Ollie Tea. I'll play their commercial in a second. That'll be great. And what happens is I also have a coffee sponsor. I drink that a lot more, but in the winter, but I usually have a cup every day. I didn't this morning. They're great little sponsors. I really appreciate them. They keep me in coffee and tea, and you can't ask for a whole lot more than that. Karen Reed starts tomorrow morning. I have not done it. I'm going to try and make my earrings today. I've got all of these cups, and if people want them after I make them, if they like them, I will sell them or give them away. Oh, that's wonderful. Tracy, do you have a YouTube channel or something? Oh, I also have a proverbial fan underneath my camera because Lord knows I get hot up in this house. It gets hot. Haley Mouse, yes, my address can be public. That is not my home address. That is a business address. So that is my public address. That is no problem. Thank you for asking me, Haley Mouse. But yes, that is not my home address. That is a business address. So you guys can send things to the business address. Eventually, I will get a PO box. Look, my wired ears here. Eventually, I will get a PO box, but right now, this is good. You're just a grandma. Do I have a Cricut? My friend has a Cricut, and I would love to learn how to use one. I would love a Cricut. I had one of the first Cricuts. I also had the cake one, but I don't have them anymore. Cricut. We used to call it Cricut. Some people call it Cricut. Cricut. A friend of mine has one. I got to figure out how to hook it up. Haley Mouse, thank you for the comment. Oh no, it's okay. Oh no. If you notice, no, that is the business address. That is where my studio is. My son has a business. My studio is within his business, so it's a public address. And yeah, I'm Miss Security. I'm Fort Knox, so no. I mean, I have 2 lead shooters, one on me, one on my desk, and security cams. I mean, like, there's one of my security cams right there. I know who's coming and going in our place. I'm very, very much secured. Let me get that live and I'll show you. This is the front of our outside our shop. So yeah, hi Toxic. Hi, or is it Toxic or is it Benji? So either one, welcome back. And also we're doing a thing, subscribe. I'm giving extra giveaways for the subs. So, I mean, subs, share. If you share. YouTube. Can anybody know anything about Instagram and how I can change this feature? I have to constantly go back to Instagram and I have to constantly, every freaking hour, redo Instagram on my live. It drives me nuts. I understand they limit it to an hour, but I've seen other people go much longer than that. I don't know why I have to. My first day, I did not have to do it. I thought I had the professional version, but I have to copy a key, put it into StreamYard. I have to save the changes. Then I have to come. It's a pain in the butt. Well, what I'm doing is I'm just reswitching it. That's all I'm doing is reswitching it. For everybody who is wondering what's happening, we are waiting for the jury to return. They are taking a short lunch break. So here we go with that. Let me get me back in this view so you guys can see. Yep, nope, like that better. Toxic, oh my gosh. You know what, Banshee, thank you so much for hopping in on her behalf. Give her our love, give her our blessings. Know that we are praying and sending good thoughts. Oh, that would be cute. Well, the trial's gonna be going on. They're itty bitty. But what I do have, guys, I don't know if y'all have seen this. Some of you may have seen this, but not everybody. Okay, I have this. Look above me. Look at that cup. And then I have that. And then I have the BS meter. The BS meter is full. Evidence collecting. So we do have some fun things. Haley Mouse, the new sofa bed is amazingly comfortable. Oh, I'm so happy for you. For those of you who don't know and are new, when you hear this sound, if you want me to telepathically shock Ms. Daybell while she's giving her closing arguments, just put lightning bolts in the comments because every time she does something stupid, we zap her. Why is that? Because she's wearing a zap belt. Tomorrow. Yes. Thank you for the reminder. As the Gavel Drops is one of our #1 supporters, and we are partnered with them, and we absolutely love and adore them. And if you want to follow along on the witness list, you can get that witness list. All you need to do is go to Discord, go to As the Gavel Drops, join, validate your account. go under the care and read file, and you can download all the documents you want. You can look at all the motions, all the hearings, on what the anti-BEVS has granted or denied. You can get the witness list, and then you can enjoy all the trials because they're covering over 500 trials. They have a bunch of mods over there, and they provide all the documents for free for us. With that, somebody gave me a little shocker. With that, toxic to woohoo! So glad to hear that banshee. So with that, one thing that you can do, and mod, if you can drop that, is buy me a cup of coffee for As the Gavel Drops. I'm a monthly supporter. What you do is you can donate as little as you want, as much as you want. A lot of these documents that you see us use are hidden behind a paywall, and the mods over in As the Gavel Drops will sit there and pay that for us, and we use it for free. Oh, okay. Well, that's going to take a while. I don't have very many viewers over there, but thank you very much for the information. If Lori, what we're asking is that you go and buy me a cup of coffee as the Gavely, I think is what it's called, as THEGAVELY. Ronnie, if you have that link, would you please post it? For some reason, y'all can get it quicker than me. Maybe I have it in here. Maybe I have it in the banners. Let me look in the banners. I thought I had it in the banners. Where is the Gavely? I had it. Oh, there it is. There it is. I got it. Go to that link right there and buy them a cup of coffee. It helps them pay for these documents. They are very expensive, y'all. And some of these documents, 200 or 300 pages, and they charge per page. So with that, we can help support them. We need to help support them because that is vitally important. And their mods, they do it out of the kindness of their heart, and nobody's made of that much money. So what I like to do, I'm so ready for the verdict. I know. I love this. I love this. I want to get it up here. I'm going to share this. I think it's so creepy. I got to share it. I got to share it. It is so freaking creepy. I don't know why, but I'm going to. Here we go. Look at that. Is that not creepy? And they say, we're ready for the verdict. I know, y'all, right? Creepy. That is so creepy. I don't know where y'all come up with all these. I can't find all of them. So let me got her back up and running. Thank you for that, Ronnie. Or Toxic found it. Let me get back over here. Sorry, guys. I'm bouncing back and forth. I got people messaging me like crazy in Discord. All of a sudden, my Discord is hopping. Instagram notification. What's a notification in Discord? Let me see what the notification is. Oh, okay. So anyway, I got to really start getting my other social media up. I recently started following broadcasting on Facebook, Twitter, Twitch, X, and Instagram. So we're growing all that. Yes, FOIA covers FOA. I don't know what that means, and I'm suck at figuring out what acronyms are. So somebody want to explain that for me? Or maybe I'll just Google it. I'll Google it. Freedom of Information Act. Thank you very much. I got it now. Freedom of Information Act, it also covers. So also they you can freedom information. Yeah, I got it now. Yeah, I'm really bad with acronyms. In fact, I'm terrified to take my national certification in interpreting for the deaf because they have a test that you have to take, and there's a ton of acronyms. And some of them are identical, but you got to have both. You got to know both of the acronyms for like ADA, American with Disability Act, or American Dental Association. But some of these are for the like NEDS, NEDS, New England School for the Deaf. And if you change it from of to for, you're wrong if you don't get that right. Jackie, thank you so much for watching on Facebook right now. We have 2 people on Facebook Live. That's one of them's me. So thank you so much. But we need some fun stuff to entertain ourselves until let me do a quick papacy check. It says here the Pope's body will be moved to St. Peter's Basilica on Wednesday. Country declares a day of mourning, of course. Of course, like with any time that we've lost a pope, the Vatican is like swarmed with people. Vatican releases a full statement. Let's read that. I'll read you the full statement. As you all know, some of you, I did cover it this morning. We even had a mass. I imagine acronyms are more difficult when you're just like, yeah, slightly. Pope Francis, the Bishop of Rome, Supreme Pontiff of the Catholic Church, has passed away at 88 years. Vatican Camerlengo Cardinal Kevin Farrell announced on the news on April 21st, the Vatican has released an official statement in the leader's passings. If I misread something, guys, if I mispronounce some of these words that I'm not familiar with that have anything Spanish to do with them, forgive me. Dearest brothers and sisters, with deep sorrow, I must announce that the death of our Holy Father Francis. The Farrell's announcement in the statement at 7:35 this morning, the Bishop of Rome, Francis, returned to the house of the Father. He entered life and was dedicated to the service of the Lord and his church. The statement continues, he taught us to live the values of the gospel in fidelity, courage, and universal love. I don't need to read all that. Easter Sunday, the Pope Francis made an appearance. We feel the loss, okay, but also they said that at first they thought he had passed away in his sleep, but come to find out there was a little more to that. So, yeah. So our prayers go out to all those who are Catholics and all those who are mourning the loss of the Pope. Of course, everything's about the Pope right now. Everything you watch is either trial or Pope. A mass is held in the Angels after the death of Pope Francis. Yeah, someone when people see my setup, they call me the female version of RA. I'll take that. RA helped me quite a bit in understanding how to do some of this stuff, and the rest of it I learned on my own. I'm trying to look and see if we have any other trials we can cover. I know it's kind of quiet right now. Forgive me. We got a lot of things, a lot of people ramping up. Ronnie, I want to ask you a quick question. All those files that you just placed in, okay, what's her name? Which one? Adelson trial. Did you do so, what is that? Oh, I see what you did. Are all those new or are those stuff that you're just organizing? Because if there's anything new, I need to read it. Oh, it was 250 years ago since the start of the American Revolution, and they have these big celebrations going on right now. I don't know who created this thumbnail, but y'all, it's creepy. The mother, there was some poison, terrifying. Oh gosh, they did some crazy stuff on her skin. I'm looking, guys. Okay, guys, I think what I'm going to do. Oh, you were catching up. Okay. I need to take a comfort break. I've been going all morning. Haven't had a comfort break. I am going to put up some music and we will return in just a minute. I need to. So I'm going to say thank you so much for your support. We're going to put on some music. Everybody take a stretch break because I think when we get started, it's going to be a while. So I ate so much potato salad yesterday. I think I gained weight. Yesterday, of course, was Easter, and my mother made the best German potato salad. Whoa, it's so good. Um, Tip. Wonderful. Thank you so much. Thank you for letting me know. Oh, you did? I hate this thing that keeps popping up and I can't get rid of it. Okay, we'll go and watch this. Let me move it over here. I'm going to share this page. We're going to put the volume on. Breaking news.
This location to make sure that jurors, judges, commissioners.
Breaking news.
Staff are safe when they come to these buildings. And today at approximately 12:20, we received information that a man with a weapon was walking from 201 Caroline in the direction down the street towards the Family Law Center. He passed the jury assembly building, and a deputy gave chase when he spotted the man that was reported as having a weapon. He chased that man across these streets here, across San Jacinto, down Congress, and at that time, a series of deputies encountered the man, and a shootout ensued on the plaza at 11:15 Congress. At that point in time, the suspect was hit, as well as one of the deputies that worked for us. The constable was in a pay parity hearing in Austin at the time, and he is now en route to the hospital. The deputy was hit in the back, as I understand, and she was transported immediately by a patrol unit to St. Joseph's Hospital, where she was assessed, and it was decided that it was in her best interest to transport her to UT Memorial, which is where she is now. The suspect was transported by ambulance after being triaged by on-site emergency medical responders and is now at Memorial Hermann Hospital. The deputies that were engaged in the exchange, along with the deputy that was hit, are now being interviewed, as is standard process. I am very, very thankful to our partners at the Sheriff's Department and HPD, who immediately came out to our aid to support us. And I am supported here today by several outstanding leaders who have offered support to Constable Rosen, who has been in contact with the family and who is immediately on his way to check on the condition of the deputy and to console her family. Thank you. My understanding is that the individual was encountered by deputies at these buildings, and there was at least 4 deputies involved in the encounter. How many fired is something that will be established by the investigation. I understand that they are both stable as we speak right now. They will be. Immediately, the deputy was transported to St. Joseph's because it was the closest available, and she was in a patrol unit. The decision was made at St. Joseph's to transport her to UT for further treatment. My understanding was the suspect had his weapon out, and there may have been more than one weapon involved on the suspect.
Did the suspect have any pending cases or anything in civil court?
That's what the DA's office is investigating now, using whatever identity they were able to get.
Do you have an ID on the suspect you can share with us?
I do not. You say the conditions are stable. Is it critical but stable, serious but stable? I have not been told they are serious. What I've been told is that they are either serious but stable, And that's what I have. I do not have the word critical as being used by either.
Any idea why they were walking down here with the weapon?
I do not know.
Can you give us a little information about the deputy, like how long she's been on the force, what her rank, what's her job here?
Yes, thank you for asking. The deputy is Deputy Sheila Jones. She's been in law enforcement for over 30 years. She was a major at the Harris County Sheriff's Department and has been with our office for 2 years and has given outstanding service working in 1019 Congress and in other buildings where she engages with elected officials, citizens, commissioners on an everyday basis.
So she's not assigned to a courthouse, she's more.
She is generally assigned to the county attorney's building in the lobby at 1019 Congress.
Are you able to describe the weapon?
All I know at this time is it was a handgun of some sort.
I've seen a video of a man being taken by court.
My understanding is that he is approximately 30-something African-American male of average height and average weight.
And can we hear from the DA about it?
Absolutely. Thank you. It's a difficult day down here in the courthouse complex. Every day, deputies come to this location to make sure that jurors, judges, commissioners, staff, and citizens are safe.
The newsroom following the latest on this deputy constable and what we know about him from Precinct 1.
Andy, new information coming in as we speak. We just confirmed that female constable deputy shot was working at the Family Law Center. Now, this is inside that courthouse square. If you're familiar with that downtown area, we've confirmed that shooting happened outside. Some sort of altercation, the scene being described to us as chaotic. This is Sky 2 out over the scene. I also want to tell you, we just got word in from the DCA communications director. This is of the administrative office of the district courts. I'm going to read you the statement I just received from that individual. The administrative office for the Harris County District Courts can confirm there was an active shooter incident earlier today at the Harris County Family Law Center. This, of course, is located at 1115 Congress Street. The Harris County Sheriff's Office has confirmed there was only one shooter who has been apprehended and is no longer a threat to the public. However, one law enforcement officer was struck and has been transported to a local hospital for medical treatment. No additional injuries have been reported at this time. We urge the general public to avoid the courthouse district until further notice as law enforcement continues to secure the area and conduct a full investigation. Core operations in the vicinity may be temporarily suspended or delayed. We thank local law enforcement and first responders for their swift and courageous response. For official updates, please monitor the Harris County District Court social media channels. Now, again, this is a very, very fluid situation. You are
Hello,
live from
Angela.
Sky 2 out over the scene. Again, a suspect shot by officers after a shooting near the Harris County Family Law Center. This, of course, is in downtown Houston. Now, again, a very fluid situation. As soon as we get more information into the newsroom, we, of course, will update you both on air and online at click2houston.com. Andy, Lisa?
Lajway, Constable, Harris County Precinct 1. She was taken to Memorial Hermann Hospital. Again, to repeat what he just said, thankfully, yes, the best news possible. She is stable. The suspect was apprehended. Don't have any information in terms of who this person is. And again, what were the events leading up to that shooting? The call initially came in that this was an active shooter situation.
That's right. So I'm sure terrifying moments for the people who are there in jury duty. As we heard from that witness who gave their information to Zach, talking about how they were told to get on the floor and cover their heads, and that building was on lockdown. so grateful to hear that this Precinct 1 Deputy Constable is stable and will continue to follow her prognosis throughout the day. Her identity has not been released. Our thoughts are certainly with her and her family. And the district courts did put out a message thanking their first responders for doing a great job neutralizing that threat. We're so sorry to hear that one law enforcement officer was injured, but again, they appear to be, they are stable as per the statement this afternoon, and we'll continue to watch that.
And we saw from Gage's live shot just a few minutes ago, all of the yellow caution tape that had been set up outside the Family Law Center. Authorities securing the scene there, multiple law enforcement agencies responding to this scene. HPD, the lead agency. In fact, we want to go back to our Gage Golding, who was outside the Family Law Center. And Gage, you're speaking with a witness?
Yeah, so we're talking with Brian here. Brian was actually at the jury across the street from the Family Law Center. So photojournalist Michael Lemon's behind this. So this big white building you see here, that's Family Law Center. He was across the street in the jury center. Brian, kind of tell me from start to finish, what did you see that you kind of started realizing something was going on?
Yeah, so they were starting to call out the jury numbers. Some people were leaving the room. All of a sudden we heard a big kind of like pop, shatter. Sounded like someone fell down the stairs or something. And that's kind of what we all thought at first. And then there were sheriffs kind of coming around saying, everyone get down. They locked the doors, and we were just kind of there on the ground for, I don't know, 15 minutes or so. After that, we started to see sheriffs walk the hall again. We figured we were probably safe, so we all stood up, and then, I don't know, we just sat there kind of with the doors closed for maybe 30 minutes until they finally came in, and they actually started calling jurors again. Stopped that pretty quick. People were not too happy about that and decided to let everyone go. So, but we really had no idea what was going on. We just heard a pop and glass. It sounded like someone, like I said, maybe fell down the stairs holding something. And then the door, they locked us in.
And I want to show, hey, Michael, do you mind coming right through here? Right over top of this Precinct 1 vehicle, you see the glass that shattered?
I could smell something burning. That's why we're kind of looking around. Check Matthew, check kitchen. I don't know what's going on. Evangeline, there was a shooting at the courthouse in Houston, Texas, and a deputy woman was shot. She's in stable condition.
There, are you seeing that? Right over top of the vehicle. It's one of those big panes of glass. You seeing it? Right on the side of the building here. Right over top. If you come here, I'm sorry. Right over top of this cruise, right in front of us. There it is. That's the sound that you heard. Sorry, we had to get that. This is television. That's the sound. That was what we're guessing at this point, probably a bullet that went through that window. When you see that now, realizing that you were right kind of on the other side of that.
Yeah.
I mean, kind of all comes together here. You have a moment to think about it. What goes through your head?
Yeah, no, it's just pretty crazy. I mean, I think we were all pretty safe. We were downstairs in the basement, kind of below all of that. But there is a security guard station like right next to it. So when I came up the stairs and saw that, I was, man, that'd be pretty terrifying for them.
And this is a busy part of downtown. Again, one that you would think would be necessarily pretty
Two
safe.
have
It's a
been injured.
judicial complex after all, right?
Yeah, so that was kind of what was surprising to me when we got locked down. You have to go through metal detectors and everything. I really was not too concerned someone was in the building. I thought that was kind of not plausible with all the bailiffs around and stuff, but still pretty weird.
Gotcha. I'm glad you're okay. Brian, thank you so much. So we are at this point just minutes away from a press conference here where we're going to get an update. Hopefully a lot of answers, as I was talking about a couple minutes ago. We have these puzzle pieces in front of us. We know what happened. We kind of know exactly where it happened, but we need to know what led up to it and all of those different pieces in between. So hopefully we'll have those answers for you whenever I see you next in a little under 5 minutes here, okay?
All right, Gage Golding, we certainly appreciate that. Thank you so much.
Okay, so we are in a lunch break.
To this location to make sure that jurors.
Okay, number one, can y'all hear me? I can't hear me. Oh, maybe I should turn up my volume. Okay, we are in a lunch break with the trial with the Lori Vallow. She has rested. She has, jury instructions were given. While we were waiting, this happened. So now we're looking into this. The other thing is that we also have on X Surviving the Survivor has given us information that, excuse me, in the Donald Adelson trial could be continued. Why? Because it's slotted to start June 3rd. However, the state just dropped 80,000 emails on Donna's defense. What? I've never heard of that many emails in my entire life. I am shocked. If they do continue the trial, some are saying there's a chance that Wendy Adelson could be arrested in that time frame. That is what they're saying. So let's go to this and we'll be right back.
Judges, commissioners, staff, and citizens are safe when they come to these buildings. And today at approximately 12:20, we received information that a man with a weapon was walking from 201 Caroline in the direction down the street towards the Family Law Center. He passed the jury assembly building and a deputy gave chase when he spotted the man that was reported as having a weapon. He chased that man across these streets here, across San Jacinto, down Congress, and at that time, a series of deputies encountered the man and a shootout ensued on the plaza at 11:15 Congress. At that point in time, the suspect was hit as well as one of the deputies that worked for us. The constable.
I won't give a name, but just FYI, my boyfriend's daughter works in that building. So we're over here panicking. We did get word she's safe. She's fine and she's safe, but she works in that building. So thank God she's safe. There are 3 people supposedly injured at this point.
Was in a pay parity hearing in Austin at the time, and he is now en route to the hospital.
Okay, the laws of carrying in the state of Texas is this. Texas anybody can carry a weapon in Texas, a lead shooter, as long as they are legally able to, like they're not a felon and all that kind of stuff. You no longer need a license to carry open carry? Open carry. Now, if you conceal carry, you must have a license to conceal carry. And you cannot take anything like you've concealed or you cannot take a weapon into a courthouse. This happened on the courthouse steps. So in the state of Texas, you can be walking down the street with an open carry. Yes, definitely. Part of our panic was realizing that was a building she was in. Yeah, we're an open carry state. As long as the facility allows you to open carry, Walmart, you can open carry in Walmart. But you cannot open carry in any governmental buildings, nor can you conceal carry, even with a license, unless you are a police officer. And even then, that's an open carry. So yeah, I can walk down the street with my weapon, lead shooter, exposed. I don't think that's smart because it makes you a target. If I was a bad person wanting to do bad things, I would be looking for the people that I thought maybe had a lead shooter, and I'd take them out first. Oh, Karate Cat Mom, toxic, and then we'll take care of that. Oh, thank you so much. You will get, if you do a membership, you're going to get extra. I will give you extra. So why did they start chasing someone with a lead shooter? They said they got reports someone was walking. Okay, the person who did the letting of the victims was chased down the street after this, I think. It was outside the courthouse, I believe. Let's go back and roll the beautiful bean footage.
To this location to
Oh,
make sure
thank
that
you.
jurors judges, commissioners, staff, and citizens are safe when they come to these buildings. And today at approximately 12:20, we received
so much for that. I'll
information
fix
that
it.
a man with a weapon was walking from 201 Caroline
Donna, I got it.
in the direction down the street towards the Family Law Center. He passed the jury assembly building, and a deputy gave chase when he spotted the man that was reported as having a weapon. He chased that man across these streets here, across San Jacinto, down Congress, and at that time, a series of deputies encountered the man, and a shootout ensued on the plaza at 11:15
On the plaza is where the
Congress.
shootout
At that
ensued.
point in time, the suspect was hit, as well as one of the deputies that worked for us. The constable was in a pay parity hearing in Austin at the time, and he is now en route to the hospital. The deputy was
Thank you so much,
hit
Donna.
in the back, as I understand, and she was transported immediately by a patrol unit to St. Joseph's Hospital, where she was assessed, and it was decided that it was in her best interest to transport her to UT Memorial, which is where she is now. The suspect was transported by ambulance after being triaged by on-site emergency medical responders and is now at Memorial Hermann Hospital. The deputies that were engaged in the exchange, along with the deputy that was hit, are now being interviewed, as is standard process. I am very, very thankful to our partners at the Sheriff's Department and HPD, who immediately came out to our aid to support us. And I am supported here today by several outstanding leaders who have offered support to Constable Rosen, who has been in contact with the family and who is immediately on his way to check on the condition of the deputy and to console her family. Thank you.
Do you know how many people, how many deputies have been fired?
My understanding is that the individual was encountered by deputies at these buildings, and there was at least 4 deputies involved in the encounter. How many fired is something that will be established by the investigation.
Do you have covered a weapon update on the deputy or the suspect?
I understand that they are both stable as we speak right now.
Are they both the same hospital?
They will be. Immediately, the deputy was transported to St. Joseph's because it was the closest available, and she was in a patrol unit. The decision was made at St. Joseph's to transport her to UT for further treatment.
UT is a trauma center, and I'm familiar with that center very well. So she's getting the best of care that she can get over there. The other one may not have been a level 1 trauma center, so that's why they probably transported her. And by the way, thank you guys for your kind support. Gerald is, I guess, feverishly, he's sitting right here off camera. So if you see me talking to him, we're getting information from his daughter who is there. His daughter, I won't give away what she does or her name, but she does work in the legal profession in that building. And of course, we are blessed and grateful for her safety. But I'm sure that any information that he can get from her that can be passed on, we'll let you know. But I got to fix my blanket. Oh, my legs get cold. But his daughter, thank God, was not harmed. I wonder if it was any of the family members that called the police to say someone was heading that was with it. I have no idea. Everything is very fluid right now. I am also watching for the court case, the people to come back in the Lori Daybell. We'll continue to watch this for a few more minutes. I will mute myself so I can get information
My
from Gerald.
understanding was that the suspect had his weapon out, and there may have been more than one weapon involved on the suspect.
Did the suspect have any pending cases or anything in civil court?
That's what the DA's office is investigating now using whatever identity they were able to get.
Do you have an ID on the suspect you can share with us?
I do not.
You say the conditions are stable. Is it critical but stable, serious but stable?
I have not been told they are serious. What I've been told is that they are either serious but stable, and that's what I have. I do not have the word.
Okay. His daughter stated that when they were in their offices and they were in their wherever everybody was, they have an app that they are all linked to. I don't know if it's WhatsApp or something like that. Anyway, they were told to shelter in place, and that it is heard that there's a possibility. Oh, you're good there. There's a possibility of a third person that may have been injured, but that is not confirmed at this time. Again, that is not confirmed, but a possibility.
Critical is being used by either.
Any idea why they were walking down here with the weapon?
I do not know.
Can you give us a little information about the deputy, like how long she's been on the force, on her rank, what's her job here?
Yes, thank you for asking. The deputy is Deputy Sheila Jones. She's been in law enforcement for over 30 years. She was a major at the Harris County Sheriff's Department and has been with our office for 2 years and has given outstanding service working in 1019 Congress and in other buildings where she engages with elected officials, citizens, commissioners on an everyday basis.
So she's not assigned to a courthouse, she's more.
She is generally assigned to the county attorney's building and the lobby at 1019 Congress.
Houston? Yeah. It's not one of the I won't comment on that. Bonnie, you hit that nail on the head. There's no telling what can happen there. Oh, Gerald just said 60% of the county offenses are weapon related. Yeah. All right, here we go.
All I know at this time is it was a handgun of some sort.
I've seen a video of a man being taken into like store.
So that's the hospital that
My understanding is that he is approximately 30-something African-American male of average height.
Yeah, they have the most DWIs in the country.
Can we hear from the DA about it?
Absolutely. Thank you.
Okay. First and foremost, I think it's incumbent on all of us to really focus on this deputy. She has dedicated her entire adult life
30 years
protecting all of us. So that needs to be at the foremost thoughts for all of us, that she is going to pull through. Thank God we've got good information on that. I'll be headed to the hospital shortly, as I'm sure many of us will, to go offer our support there. But Maya, to answer your question,
Okay, in all honesty, I understand police wanting to offer their support, but the chief of police, the captain, the higher ups, I get them going. But sometimes you will have 30, 40, 50, 60, 100 police officers lining that hallway. And I understand they want to show support and all of that, but they need to allow the medical building and facility to continue operating. I've seen it. I've seen it.
Sits right now, it looks like we're investigating for aggravated assault of a peace officer. That's a first-degree felony, the same punishment range as a murder. So that's where it stands right now. But we've got a number of our prosecutors and investigators on the scene. We're working with HPD's homicide and SIU, and we're going to run parallel investigations so that we can ensure that we have the right charge, that we file it when it's appropriate.
I know, right, Karate Cat Mom?
Done, rest assured, we will prosecute this individual to the fullest extent of the law.
Okay, hold on. FYI, back in courtroom, Lori is at the defense table chatting with her investigators, drinking a bottle. Well, that's not what it shows here. I don't know what feed you're watching. Don't answer here. Tell me in because I'm watching that same feed and we're not. We're staring at the outside of the building still, so let me try and find another feed while we watch this. I don't know what you're watching. Ronnie in Discord, can you tell me where you're finding that information? Thank you.
I know former Major
That's
Jones. She
downtown.
previously worked for then Sheriff Garcia. Wonderful leader, a military veteran. She's outstanding. So it's no surprise to hear she's continued her outstanding service.
Thank you, Ronnie.
At this point, we're still trying to determine. Obviously, HPD will determine how many deputies may have shot, but I know at least one. She's an 8-year veteran of the Harris County Sheriff's Office. She's calm right now. She's obviously just processing everything, but we're just out here to support Constable Rosen and his outstanding team and Chief Diaz, and appreciate also Commissioners Briones and Garcia that are out here as well. And just want to show how all these deputies working collectively made sure that they prevented any citizens and others from getting hurt out here. So we really appreciate their quick actions, putting themselves in harm's way, and obviously there's still an investigation to follow. But Sheila Jones is an outstanding public servant, and so is our deputy that we know discharged her weapon as well. We believe she worked for our court system. How she encountered all this, we're not sure. That'll be part of the investigation, but we're glad she was there and was able to neutralize the threat enough to protect.
That's her job.
Sheila and other citizens that were out here. It's a very busy place around this complex. Yes, she had retired from the sheriff's office.
No, it's simply to say, look, Sheila, as it was mentioned, worked in the county attorney's office in the reception area. The fact that she was actively engaged in this situation is of no surprise to me. Former soldier, Army strong. She was an incredible go-getter at the sheriff's office. That's why she achieved the rank of major. And so she is someone who I would always expect her to be at the point of any situation, taking care of people, protecting people, putting herself in harm's way so she can protect others. So that is of no surprise to me. She's a mother. Her son is a member of the Harris County Sheriff's Office. And so we want to keep her in our thoughts and prayers. Any condition, anytime you get shot, it is a serious injury. So we do not want to take anything for granted. Y nomás unas palabras en español, solo para decir que estamos aquí en un incidente que sucedió un poco más temprano, de un malhechor que se enfrentó caminando por las calles con una pistola. Los elementos de la oficina de Constable del precinto 1 y los elementos del departamento del alguacil miraron a esta persona enfrentar en la calle, lo enfrentaron. Sucedió un persigo de él. Entonces últimamente fue un tiroteo entre los oficiales y el malhechor. El oficial está herida, pero está en una condición estable.
All right, folks, we're just joining us. This is Vanessa Rufus in the Live Impact News studio. You're watching on WCNC Plus as we are bringing in some of the live coverage here from Houston, Texas, our sister station out there, providing not only updates from authorities there on the left-hand side of your screen, but also aerials of this scene where we're learning a female deputy was shot outside of the Harris County Family Law Center in downtown Houston. A few more details we're hearing from this update we just got just moments ago. It sounds like this deputy is Deputy Sheila Jones. She's being described as a 30-year veteran of law enforcement, has worked for various agencies, it sounds like, and is also a former soldier, so an Army veteran. There was a report of a man with a handgun apparently in that area, and that's when she and other deputies were told, potentially 4 in total, but the numbers are still being looked at, converged on this person. In the words of authorities, shots were fired. They did not describe what prompted those shots being fired. There was a shootout of some sort, though, and we're told that not only was Deputy Jones injured, but also the suspect. They described conditions for both of them at the hospital as serious but stable. So essentially serious injuries but stable medically, meaning their vital signs are not rapidly changing. We'll, of course, wait to hear more on how those conditions develop throughout the afternoon. Does sound like there's still more investigation needed, but heard from the district attorney there that they're looking at the very least, some potential felony charges related to aggravated assault on a law enforcement officer. Once again, you're watching here live coverage from our sister station in Houston, Texas, as we continue to learn more about this deputy shot outside the Family Law Center in downtown.
Board to present for prosecution to the DA's office, but it's active. Everything that we have is preliminary at the moment, so I'd ask for some patience, and we'll try to get this event clear as possible so people can get home this afternoon. Any other questions? Speak to the fact that this happened by the middle by criminal justice system. Again, this is a very busy complex. We have hundreds of thousands of people that visit not only the criminal justice complex, but just downtown Houston in general.
Okay, guys, we have an insider. We have my boyfriend's daughter is in the court system and works in the building in which this has happened. She said they're shutting down all the courts for today and they're looking for another possible suspect. So everything is still shut down and they are still searching for another suspect. Yeah, you said yes. So yeah, we got update from the inside. Not what we want to hear. Not happy she's there, but happy she's safe. She's not caught up in this and she's not injured in any way. She's got beautiful little babies. So thank God she's safe. But we are praying for everybody involved. But just FYI, they are closing down the courts and all the court systems and legal offices, I guess, in that area, putting it into a lockdown state, and they are searching for a possible additional suspect. Back to this.
So what the suspect had in mind, I don't know, but I'll speak to that. This is just a very, very busy area for us, and it takes everybody, the constable's office, the sheriff's office, everybody involved, Metro and HPD, to manage the staffing to make sure that we have enough people that we can service the area.
Can somebody talk about the logistics of courthouse? We understand some floors were on lockdown. I mean, are we going to have our court cases go on as normal rest of the day, tomorrow, that kind of thing? You guys know yet?
Sean?
So court cases and what we're doing in the courthouse are continuing right now as we speak. What's important to understand is that there are almost 2 million people a year that come through these buildings having to do with the criminal justice system, whether it's civil or criminal. And each month, there are 3,000 to 5,000 pieces of contraband that are removed from the people that are coming into the buildings to try to keep it safe. And what Chief Diaz said very clearly was that the deputy that saw and heard that there was an issue ran to the threat. And the deputies that heard it ran out and encountered the threat, and that's how it was neutralized. When you're
Sorry, it didn't unmute. Forgive me. I'm trying to fix my ears. I'm having a little bit of glitching. Okay, what I said was Gerald's daughter is there. She works in the building where this happened. She's given us inside information. Basically right now there is a possible third injured. There is a possible additional a suspect that they are searching for. The buildings are all on lockdown. Courts are done for the day in that area. And Houston is one of the deadliest, most crime-ridden cities. DWI, they're, I think, the top city in the United States for DWIs. So they are looking for a potential additional shooter. Okay. The deputy appears to be stable at this time. But understand that just because they're stable now doesn't mean they'll stay stable. So that's good news for the moment. But after they need a good 24 hours of her being stable for them to really be able to declare her in a good place. But apparently she is doing okay. This is a veteran who's been a part of this police force or sheriff's office for over almost 30 years, or that 30 years that was shot. She is a veteran of the country. Any new news? Okay, back to this.
We're in a community that has 2 million people, visitors coming in every year. That's the level of activity you need to keep this place safe. And so I'm very, very thankful for the service of these deputies. And I want you to know that at 3:30.
He just got a text from her. They have SWAT on scene. They are going room to room throughout the entire court system, not just the courthouse, but the legal offices and all that across the street from the courthouse. So they are now doing the SWAT search.
Today at the hospital, Constable Rosen will be at the hospital.
I'm sorry, I'll stop one more time. As soon as the Lori Daybell comes back, we will hop over there. And it looks like they're coming back. Well, not yet, but they're on the symbol. So when they come back, we'll hop over there and then we'll keep you posted.
Making a statement. 3:30 today at the hospital.
Okay, so they end there.
Lo que sabemos ahorita es como las 11:30 de la mañana, un sospechoso.
Okay, guys, we're going to switch. They're going to continue. We're going to switch. They're going to continue with this in Spanish. I know, Elena, you would understand the Spanish, but you also understand English. So, y'all, please remember to do a like. By the way, we only have 14 likes and only 16 likes and only 5 shared. You guys share it. Put I shared. I'll validate it before I do the drawing. But I'm giving away extra. I'm doing an extra drawing for those who share the live. So please come in and share the live. I know I'm muted. It does it. Unfortunately, sometimes I'll hit the unmute button and it doesn't unmute. So I apologize. But thank God. Have you gotten a hold of your mom and dad? Let them know she's okay. Okay. He's gotten, we're just taking care of family, making sure everybody knows that his daughter's safe. Oops. Sorry. Miss Diane, I really like seeing that picture of your backside. That's really a good picture. Obviously she can hear me. Oh my God, she's tearing up her closet. They can't hear you. They can't see you.
I've been out spreading dirt.
You've been out spreading dirt. So why? Okay, you coming back in for the closing arguments?
Forbid, but it's going to be just a bit before I can get back in here. So,
well, why did you start a mess in your record room in the middle of a live?
Because I can close the curtain and it looks beautiful. That's why.
Bye. I'll see you in a minute. Okay, Miss Diane went outside on lunch break and was spreading some dirt. Thank you, June, for liking. Future, thank you so much for liking. Thank you guys for joining us. Please share this. It means the world to me. I want to thank everybody who's done so and has been so faithful. Diane cracks me up. I mean, rooming with her at a conference is like going to a comedy club and spending the night. We're back, Diane.
Arizona versus Lori Daybell, CR 2021-001704. Before our break
He knows
this morning,
we don't want to show
the
that.
defendant moved to have an exhibit
I'm gonna have to
admitted
take
for
off the
appeal
hearing aid.
purposes only. That exhibit number, the correct number, I believe, is 269.
Okay. That's what I understand, Your Honor.
All right, so it's ordered that 269 would be admitted for appeal purposes. It won't be
getting
we'll go
ready
back to the
for
jury
our
during their
closing
deliberations.
argument and jury verdict watch. Here goes nothing. Let's see if I can interpret it. See how
Go ahead
fast
and
they talk.
get the jury lined up, I guess.
Bring the jury. Breaking news. We're going to closing arguments. We're going to closing arguments. Get the applause on. Y'all, don't forget, we have the taser belt sound. I want to use it before we're done with this trial, and then I'll save it for the next trial. Oh, Instagram, why do you do this right when I'm getting ready to start? I got to go back to Instagram and redo this, y'all. This drives me nuts every freaking time. Every hour. I need 1,000 subs. I need 1,000 subs. But they are making it easier for me to do this. I don't have to put the words in every single time. I have to break out of it, go back in, do all that stuff. So I guess I'd rather them do it now than in the middle of a closing argument. But it's a pain in the butt. Why am I still stuck? Stop sharing. Back. I can't stop it. Okay, I got to do it. Sorry, guys. Sorry. It's not going to be, for some reason, Instagram is not working. Hold on. Okay, guys, I'm having a slight glitch. I paused it. Don't do that. You'll be fine. I hate Instagram doing this. It totally dropped my feed. So let me get back into the feed and get this going so y'all can hear. Okay, here we go. Sorry, guys. It's
Co-conspirator Alex Cox shot and killed Charles. This defendant texted her soon-to-be next husband, Chad Daybell, about Charles's life insurance policy. Her words tell us that she was involved in this killing. Her actions and her words of texting Chad Daybell tell us the motives behind this murder: Chad and money. The morning of that 18th of July, Lori Vallow texted Chad and said, quote, "I just got the letter from the insurance company saying that I am not the beneficiary. It's a spear through my heart." Who do you think he changed it to? Later that day, after she spoke with the life insurance company, he sent Chad another text, quote, So I talked to the insurance company. He changed it in March. Probably it was Ned before we got rid of him. Lori Vallow's words 7 days after Charles was shot and killed tells us that we was her and Alex killing Charles. Why? For that money. But Lori Vallow's plan to kill Charles wasn't just known by her lover, Chad Daybell, and her accomplice and co-conspirator, Alex Cox. It was also known by her brother, Adam. Adam told us that he knew about Lori's beliefs. He knew what she had been saying about Charles's concerns for himself. And he told us that he knew about this plan for an intervention to talk to a stakeholder. That morning of July 11th, when Charles arrived at Lori's house, as she knew he would, he texted Adam and said, "Al is here." Adam texted back, "They are planning something." He knew. And 3 days later on Saturday, when Adam finally learned, when his friend Googled Charles, that he had been shot and killed by Alex, Adam told us he went back and talked to his mother and he confronted her about this. And he told his mother, Lori and Alex conspired to kill Charles. He knew, and he was right. Lori's ex-friend, Christina Atwood, she told you about that very uncomfortable dinner on June 9th, a month before the murder, where Alex Cox was talking about just wanting to kill Charles.
It smells like
He said this multiple times, and this defendant didn't care.
burning in
fact,
here again. Can you come check?
she talked about how she had been drugging Charles. Christina told you she was so disturbed by this, she actually went and saw Lori the next day, June 10th, and told her, if something happens to Charles, I'm going to have to go to the police. Christina knew. She was right. And Nancy Jo Hancock, now she had just met Charles a few days before, and they had talked and texted and had been on the phone for hours, you heard. Charles had told her all about Lori, the things she was saying, the things she was doing. She told you that she knew that Charles was concerned for his own safety. And she understood the motive. She told Charles the night before, you probably should just tell Lori that you've changed the beneficiary, that she's no longer going to get that money. Nancy Jo knew, and she was right. Lori Vallow wanted the $1 million, and she wanted Chad Daybell. And she and Alex used that twisted religious beliefs they had so that they could kill the evil, possessed Charles and be like Nephi. The evidence that has been presented in this trial will prove to you beyond a reasonable doubt that this defendant is guilty of conspiracy to commit first-degree murder. So I want to split up my closing into 3 sections. First, I'm going to talk to you about the timeline and the motives in this case and the evidence that supports those. Second, I want to talk to you about the jury instructions and the evidence that's been presented to you in court. I'll remind you that anything the defendant said in her opening was not presented at trial through a witness or through an exhibit, and it is not evidence. Using the evidence that has been presented and admitted at trial, the state will show you how, again, the defendant is guilty beyond a reasonable doubt of this crime. And finally, I'm going to talk to you about those justification defenses, the excuses and the reasons why the defendant would like you to believe that they had a valid basis for shooting and killing Charles on July 11th. And we'll talk about how, in fact, there is no justification for what they happened. What happened that morning was a first-degree premeditated execution of Charles Vallow. So let's go through the evidence. The timeline really starts, and we know it goes back much further than this, but the big change occurs on June 29th or 30th, when you learned that Charles Vallow learned about these KK Walker emails. He learned about that affair with Chad. Now he knows Lori is cheating on him. We know that he contacted Chad Daybell about it. He contacted Chad's wife about this. He told Adam about it, and he told the defendant about it. So everyone knew that Charles now knew this. July 9th is now the first time that Charles is going to be coming back to Arizona. We know from the time he learned about that affair, he hadn't been back until this planned visit to see his son, JJ. We know at 1:13 p.m., Charles texts Adam and books him a flight for the next day. At 1:21, we know that Adam is contacting Alex. They talk for 20 minutes, and Alex lets Adam know, sure, you can stay with me. Of course, Alex doesn't know the plan yet, the mission. Lori then starts talking to Chad Daybell. We know that she knows about this intervention. She knows about Adam coming, and we know this because, again, of her text messages. We see Lori then starting to round up the troops. Why does she do this? Because she wants to ensure that on July 11th, it is Charles and only Charles coming to the house and not the intervention of Adam or Brandon or Zach coming over to help him. So she has Melanie. Tells her she can't go to this wedding. She has to stay here. It's coming to a head. This week will change everything. Call me. Then we have July 9th, the text messages with Alex. She tells him, so the plot thickens, call me when you can. He doesn't call her initially. So she sends him another message, this one really letting him know. She specifically tells him, I'm going to need you to stay close to me the next couple days. Mel too, she can't go to Utah. She's got a job. They are planning some kind of intervention, but want Mel out of the way, so I'm left alone. She talks, I need to come get the stuff at your house tomorrow and secure it. Lots to do. Thank you for standing by me. It's all coming to a head this week. I will be like Nephi, I am told, and so will you. And then what happens? This gets Alex to call, and they talk for almost an hour. An hour planning how they're going to stop the intervention, how they're going to be like Nephi. As we get to the 10th of July, and we continue through this timeline, we see Lori again talking religiously with Chad. 149 minutes that morning. She's also texting Melanie Boudreau, Melanie B, telling her that it's important for the mission for Melanie to help her by keeping Brandon distracted. We saw those messages where Melanie says she'll pretend to be sick. We know that on the 10th, Adam arrives in Phoenix. And now we have Summer helping the defendant, letting her know what is going on with Adam and Zach. Everyone is covered to ensure that Charles will be alone on the 11th. We have the continuing talks with Chad, her soon-to-be husband. As we get into the 10th in the afternoon, we know that per their agreement, Adam calls his brother Alex. Hey, I'm here. Brother doesn't answer. He sends him a text, I'm here. No response. Why? Because the night before, his sister Lori told him, we have a mission. We must be like Nephi. Charles is coming into town. You must stay at my house the night of the 10th so you can be here the morning of the 11th. We also know that Summer gave Lori an out. Hey, you can stay at my house. No one will know where you are. We're going to be out of town. You can hang out here. Lori doesn't take her up on that. She has a mission to do. As the night grows on the 10th, Adam continues to try to reach his brother Alex. Again, no response. And by 45 or so minutes after that last text by Adam, we know Alex is already at Lori's house. He's there with his gun and a garbage bag of some underwear. Why? That gun is important. A loaded weapon, 2 extra magazines of ammunition with him. He is ready for his mission. And again, Summer is updating her, telling Lori that Zach and Adam are still at her house. They're going to go stay at Mimi's. And she even tells him that Adam is still waiting for Alex to get back to him. Still, he doesn't understand. Why isn't my brother responding to me? I was supposed to stay there. And again, what does Adam bring over? Gun and a garbage bag of clothes. That's all he needs to be part of the mission. When we get to July 11th, we still have Lori talking with Chad. We see those text messages going back between them. And then we start learning.
To answer that question, some people may have known about the plan to unalive Charles, but most of the Charles Vallow and his friends and everybody was fearful for him, and they were going to do an intervention with her on Charles Vallow's side. On Lori Vallow's side, her brother knew of the plan. So it's kind of like one side intervention, the other side was red room. What can I say? It's crazy.
Learning from the GPS from Charles Vallow's phone as he arrives. 7:35 a.m., he arrives at 5531 South Four Peaks. That's where we have at 7:36, Adam texting Charles. They are planning something. There is no reason why Alex should be there. And that explains why Alex wasn't responding to me and didn't let me stay there. We see that last outgoing text message by Charles Vallow at 7:37. And in fact, what we see is at 7:37 and 12 seconds, Charles sends out his last outgoing message. And at 7:37 and 29 seconds, there's an incoming message from Adam. It's not read until 12:13 p.m.
Imagine, amen.
What becomes important here is in this timeline, how long is Charles at the residence here? You hear in her interview how she says it's so fast. Charles comes inside. He's angry. He's jerky. And she tells him, take JJ. Go get him Burger King. They get JJ out to the car. And then she holds onto the phone. And this argument erupts, and it's just so fast. But what we know is it's actually 12 minutes long. This is not a fast incident. In this 12 minutes, Lori Vallow and her brother Alex Cox are doing their mission, and they are being like Nephi. We know at 7:49, it's over. Lori has left in Charles Vallow's car with his phone and JJ and Tylee. We know that there are 2 phone calls between Alex and this defendant after she leaves. As Charles is laying, dying or dead on the floor, 7:52, 8:06, they talk. 47 minutes passes before Alex calls 911. 47 minutes to stage the scene. The police are advised when they arrive that the shooting just occurred and that CPR was given. Why is that important? Because you heard even during the interviews, the police were trying to figure out this timeline. Didn't make sense. At 8:48, almost an hour later, Lori Vallow returns. And then we see that around 9:40, she is being interviewed at the Family Advocacy Center. We know that Lori Vallow has Charles's phone that entire afternoon. You saw the PowerPoint from Detective Werther showing that her phone by about 12:36 is already her phone, Alex's phone, and Charles's phone are all in the area of Alex's house out in Sandham. You see on her records that she again calls Chad Daybell. We see that Detective Enclan calls her and leaves her a message. They don't leave immediately because what do we know? We know at 2:13, Alex is taking photos of Adam's or flight reservations from Charles's phone. Not screenshots, but photos of the phone. At 2:18, Lori Vallow, who has not told Charles's kids, his family, about his murder, is calling the mortuary. A little bit after that, they still haven't left. She's calling Chad again. And then by 3:11, we know that Charles.
Thank you, Hazel. I just saw it, but I haven't had time to really look.
At 5531 South 4 Peaks. And when asked about it, the defendant entirely handed over and provide the PIN. They have no problem on how to get into it. They've already looked through it. They don't need it anymore. That evening, Lori and Chad are talking all night. You can look through the exhibits and see the multiple calls of them discussing. These aren't calls to Charles's family. They're not calls to his kids. They're talking with her lover, her soon-to-be husband, Chad Daybell. So let's talk about the motives of this case. Money. We see that from the text messages and the anger that you see through them when she learns that that's been changed and she's not going to get it. Chad Daybell. We didn't go through those text messages, but you can look at them. They are already very romantically involved by the time that Charles is murdered. And it's clear that Chad knows exactly what's going on because he's asking her about the car, about the insurance. All of those things Chad knows. And then there's that religious belief system. The zombies, the Z's, the possessed evil spirits. And her being like Nephi. All a reason and a way to kill someone, just like Nephi, a justified killing. There's that first call when we talk about money motive. To Banner Life Insurance.
And what was the cause of his passing?
If he had been hit one time by Charles Vallow, who was a semi-pro baseball player, very well built, very strong, we'd have brain matter scattered everywhere.
Well, he was
Yep,
shot.
they do.
Okay, so I don't know how I want to put that. Okay, all right. And I hate to ask, but is it? Yeah, you can just say yes or no. Was it a homicide? No, it was an accident. An accident.
So what we hear here.
Liar, Zapper. Come on, guys, we got to get this Zapper.
Being untruthful to Banner Life Insurance. We'll talk about credibility later, But it becomes very relevant that even in the smallest of things, this defendant exaggerates, minimizes, and is completely untruthful to various people. We all know that she was not the beneficiary. She didn't. But we also know that Charles Vallow was not accidentally shot. She told the police she was there. She knows that her brother intentionally shot him. Of course, they want to claim it's self-defense. There's no accident about that when you shoot someone twice. Motives for money. What we see again here is Lori Vallow talking to Chad about the motive. Telling Chad about the fact that it was changed. I just got the letter from that insurance company saying I am not the beneficiary. It is a spear through my heart. Who do you think he changed it to? Brandon? Or probably Kay? He left nothing for JJ. What do we know? Again, we see that Chad knows about all of these things. And what does he talk about in that morning as you have those entire messages? Exhibit 230. It would be interesting if he got changed after he had 2 bullets to the chest. Again, as we talk about the murder, we have later in that day the message that I talked to you about. So it was probably Ned before we got rid of him. We, not I, not my brother Alex, but we did. And then the other thing in this text message that is of importance is the fact that Lori Vallow knew a month before she went to Social Security how much money she was already going to get for the death of Charles. Here she says, I will still get the $4,000 a month from Social Security. When we talk about that motive and the anger by this defendant over not being the beneficiary, we know that even on July 28th, so 10 days later, she goes into Charles's computer to find the change of beneficiary form. She texts that to Chad to show him, and she sends it to Kay and confronts her about it. Money. That's what she wanted. And Chad. So let's talk about Chad. The affair with Chad Daybell. We know that she knew him as far back as November of 2018 when she came here, when he came to Arizona and stayed at Lori's house. You were told by Detective Duncan that there were recordings on her Lori for Style iCloud account of Chad Daybell here in Arizona for that Preparing the People conference. You also heard that in the Lolly time, the later account that was created later, that in March of 2019, there were screenshots of flights to Idaho and back to Arizona with both Lori Vallow and Chad Daybell. This is during that time when she disappeared and Charles was taking care of JJ, and she's off flying to Hawaii and Idaho, living the good life with her soon-to-be husband. And then, of course, we know that come November 5th, she actually marries Chad Daybell. That KK Walker email address. This was that June 29th. Big change. What do we know? That on April 21st, she created that account. She used her own phone number in creating it. And then she sent messages to Chad Daybell, brother Daybell. You have that exhibit. She pretends to be Karen Walker and invites him to Houston, because that's where she is at that time. She offers to use Charles's money to fly him out there and that he can stay at the house with her and her husband. In June of 2019, we see that Lori again uses that same account, but this time she pretends to be Charles. and invites Chad out to Arizona to help him with a book. And again, in Exhibit 289, you have those letters. Charles finds those. And he lets everyone know he did. And he confronts Tammy, lets her know. Confronts Chad, lets him know. And he certainly lets the defendant know that he knows. And now the jig is up. We see in these text messages that were recovered from the iCloud accounts, whether they're under the Bubby context or under the Melanie 2 contact, this relationship between Lori and Chad. If you want to read the story, it kind of mimics them meeting in November, hooking up.
No! No!
Person who wants money.
Gerald!
And who has not worked for 13 years, who has had her husband pay for her homes, her phones, her cars, allowing her to go to the temple and work out and go to lunch and restaurants. This is a big change in life if she loses all of this. But if she gets $1 million, it's not so big of a difference, along with that Social Security she'll be getting. And then obviously we know that once Charles was out of the way, Lori and Chad were able to get married.
For this.
So what about those religious beliefs? Everyone that Lori knew, who she expressed them to, told you that they were not.
The internet started doing something cray-cray, and I was like, did I wake everybody up? Miss Di, are you about ready? Miss Diana. She's putting on her lips.
I'm working on it.
All right, hurry up. I need you.
What you need me is because I'm wonderful. I'm just wonderful.
You're just fabulous, darling. Okay, I'm putting you on stage. We're going to be left and right.
Second, I got to clip my coat.
All right, I'll remove you for a minute. Okay, guys, sorry. Ada, don't pee. Well, y'all, I'm hardwired in. I'm no longer I'm no longer Wi-Fi. So we should not have a problem with internet unless it's externally going down somewhere. And there's a lot of construction going on in the area on multiple levels, and it's all road construction, and you never know when somebody is going to hit the cable and take you out like they did with our electricity last week. So, but when that little wheel starts turning on my side, not their side, yeah, I do panic, because if I'm wired in, my ear, it's not long enough. I need to get a longer thing. When I'm wired in like this, I shouldn't have that problem at all. So, yeah, I panic. I'm sorry. If it was any other day, but this is closing arguments. Back to it, y'all.
Line with the Church of Latter-day Saints. Everyone told you that she said things like she didn't need to repent.
Let me look. Well, you're south of me. Why would I get it
now?
Is it going north?
She was in a celestial state, translated. That she is spiritually and physically changing. That she's above the priesthood.
Oh, you are getting it, babe.
That she knew who was dark and evil. You saw those text messages.
You are getting pounded, honey bun.
And heard from people, as well as about Brandon and Zach and Adam. People who were helping Charles were also dark or Z's. And ultimately, what did we learn? That she associated herself with Nephi, a prophet, a holy man, who was justified and asked by God to kill Laban because he was an evil, wicked king who had the tablets that God wanted him to go get. Lori was just like that. She was justified in her killing.
Ronnie, you're getting hit hard.
We heard from her brother Adam, that their relationship had ended when she told
You
him
ready,
some
Di?
things about her beliefs that he disagreed with. That she was turning into that celestial state, that she didn't need to eat, that she had more authority than the priesthood.
Yes.
You yourself personally, were you aware of Lori having outside?
Y'all, it's beautiful here. Look outside while they're doing that. Look how beautiful.
I said I was throwing dirt. I spread 13 bags.
Lori having any beliefs that were
Okay, we're gonna, just so you know, tonight, probably tonight, because we're gonna get a lot of rain tomorrow through Thursday. Gerald is so sweet, my honey bun, my boyfriend, soon to be hubby, hopefully by the end of the year. Brought me universal power or UPSs. So I have one on the computer in here and one on the internet up there. So we don't lose anything if the power goes off. He's such a sweetheart. Am I getting?
I see brothers that live in South Carolina.
What?
She have brothers that are single and live in South Carolina.
Sorry, boo. I'd set you up.
Doesn't help
outside
you
of
a
what
bit.
is accepted by the LDS religion?
Gotcha.
Yes.
Can you?
He can bring
tell
me
us
mine. He
what
can bring me
you were
yours.
Aware of
Yeah,
that you knew.
Wonder why the
outside of
reverb is
LDS
back.
religion?
Testing 1, 2. Is it still here? It should not be. It may just be overly powering right now. Do we still have a reverb? Diana, are you hearing it? You don't
No.
need to sign this.
No, I was just doing it to practice.
Testing 1, 2.
I don't hear reverb.
Okay.
When
Let me
it
know.
is, I'll tell you.
That may have been them because there's static. Wait, I hear it. It's a little quick echo. I'm a getting married. Hello? Testing. I hear it. Okay, I'll work on it. I'm gonna reboot my sound.
Lori told me that she was in the process of translating from a mortal human being to an immortal human being, a celestial state.
That's something that the LDS religion supports.
I haven't heard of it and that it's happened here on Earth yet.
Serena Sharp told us about, again, the not repenting and Lori changing physically and spiritually.
Members of the LDS Church.
Yes.
During this time, did Lori ever tell you things about her beliefs?
Those are my hearing aids squealing.
I can't hear them.
Oh, I should know better to check those first. Okay.
That seemed to go against what you understood or what you were taught through the LDS Church.
Yes.
Did Lori ever tell you that she did not need to repent?
Yes, she did.
During this weekend, did Lori talk to you about her husband, Charles Vallow, being possessed?
Yes, she did.
What do you recall about her talking about her husband being possessed?
I recall that she spoke about her husband being possessed by an evil spirit, and she named the evil spirit.
Do you recall what the name was?
Yes.
What was it?
It was Ned.
N-E-D? Ned?
N-E-D.
Now, Serena Sharp was someone who met Lori in November, texted or talked with her for a while, and then was invited to that girls' weekend. One of the jury instructions you're looking at, and we'll talk about more though, is the credibility of a witness. Serena Sharp has no dog in this fight. She knew Lori for a little while. She was invited to, I'll call it the inner circle. The defendant told her some things that went against her religious beliefs. And she said pretty much after that, the defendant stopped talking to her. Now, how do we know she's being truthful? Well, we see Ned in lots of text messages. This just helps tell us that this is something Lori was telling lots of people, that her husband is possessed by this evil spirit, Ned. And we learn later that, like Nephi, she can get rid of him.
Do you recall Lori Vallow telling you that her husband Charles was no longer Charles, that he was now this possessed person?
Yes.
When Lori was talking to you about Ned, was she explaining that this evil spirit was now in the body of her husband?
I don't know if she used those exact terms, but that was the impression I got, yes.
So the word she used expressed to you that idea that this evil spirit Ned was now in her husband's body.
Yes.
The other thing that Serena Sharp told us was Lori using that term zombie. You remember how upset the defendant got by her saying that. But again, why would Serena make up any of this? She has no reason to. What she recalls is that that is a term that this defendant used when speaking of people like her husband who were possessed by these evil spirits. We heard from Christina Atwood as well, the same concept that Lori Vallow repeatedly would say. Did she tell you, as well as the other women who were at this meeting in February, that her husband was possessed?
Yes.
Okay. So it wasn't just you in a private conversation.
Correct.
She was open about it.
Yes.
So again, we see this ongoing timing of Lori Vallow talking of her evil, dark husband, who she later is authorized under her religion to get rid of. We know as well from Christina Atwood that there is a progression of these beliefs becoming more deviated from the LDS religion as she is meeting with her between February and June when she finally hears those words. From the time you started meeting with these gatherings in February through to June, did you start to see sort of a progression of things that Lori was telling you that seemed outside of your faith?
Yes.
Did she make statements to you that you believed went against your religion?
Yes.
Did she at any point tell you that she did not need to repent anymore?
Yes.
What is that meaningful to you in your religion?
We believe that every single person outside of Jesus Christ has reason to repent.
Other than Lori Vallow, according to her words to multiple people. So let's take all of this, the motives and this timeline now, and talk about some of the jury instructions and all the evidence that supports proof beyond a reasonable doubt that this defendant is guilty. I want to start with talking to you about direct and circumstantial evidence. You have a jury instruction that tells you that evidence may be direct or circumstantial, that direct evidence is the testimony of what a witness saw, heard, or otherwise sensed, and circumstantial evidence is proof of a fact or facts from which you may find another fact. You're told the law makes no distinction between direct and circumstantial evidence. And this is relevant. The witnesses have often been questioned. Did you see, hear, or do that? Imagine you are sitting on a beach. Just you, it's quiet. Off to your right, there's some rocks and you can't see around that. While you're sitting there, a person walks by, you watch them walk by and they go around the rocks and you can't see them anymore. And then someone runs up 5 minutes later and they say, hey, did you see someone come by here? You say, well, yeah, I saw them walk that way. That is direct evidence. You saw it. Now imagine you're on that same beach and it's completely empty. You close your eyes for 5 minutes. Just relax. Before you closed your eyes, the beach was completely pristine. And when you open them up, now you see footprints. You can see the toes facing off to your right. If you're going to heels, come over here and talk. And you see them go all the way around the rocks there. Somebody again runs up 5 minutes later and they say, hey, did someone come by here? And you go, well, I mean, I didn't see them, but they must have gone by in the last 5 minutes because you can see their footprints. They went that way. That is circumstantial evidence. You can infer from that that someone went by and where they went. The burden of proof. The state has the burden of proof, as we absolutely should. So let's talk a little bit about what it is and what it is not. You're told that the burden of proof is proof beyond a reasonable doubt. And the instruction tells you that that leaves you firmly convinced in the defendant's guilt. You're told there are very few things in this world that we know with absolute certainty. And in criminal cases, the law does not require proof that overcomes every doubt. If, based on your consideration of the evidence, you are firmly convinced that the defendant is guilty of the crime charged, you must find him or her.
We're going to have it in the next 3 days. Tonight we have to work on that.
So I want to start by saying what proof beyond a reasonable doubt is not. It is not proof beyond all doubt. It is not proof beyond all conceivable doubt. It's not proof beyond all possible doubt, and it's not no doubt. You're told that there are very few things in life we know with absolute certainty.
Where did you text?
So just because someone says, what if? That is not a reasonable doubt. What you're told is it's proof beyond a reasonable doubt. As we go through the evidence and apply it to the crimes, we will show you that there is no reasonable doubt as to this defendant's guilt. So let's start with the crime itself. Conspiracy to commit first-degree murder. There are 3 stages in this, or 3 things the state must prove. 1, that the defendant or her co-conspirator caused the death of another person. Well, we know that Alex Cox shot and killed Charles on July 11th of 2019. Alex called 911. Alex indicated he was the shooter. He was the only one home. It was his gun. His credit card or debit card was in there with the gun. And we know that Lori told the police that her brother killed Charles. So we know that he caused the death of, so that. 2, that they intended or knew that she or a co-conspirator would cause the death of another person. When we are looking at this case, we are looking at the defendant's words, actions, and motive. The words and actions of having her brother Alex come over on the 10th with a gun so that he would be there when Charles came over to pick up JJ. The actions that day of taking Charles's phone, ensuring that he could not leave, that he could not take his son to school. The defendant told the detectives how angry and screaming Charles was about the phone, but she didn't just give it to him, throw it at him, tell him to get out, whatever you might do. She held onto it and told the police that she walked away with it as he's trying to grab it. The defendant's actions and words show us that she is the only reason why Charles stayed in there and the only reason why Charles was shot. Then there's those 12 minutes. Defendant tried to pretend that this was a quick, angry scuffle. But Charles is there for 12 minutes. The defendant is there for 12 minutes. Alex is there for 12 minutes before she leaves. We look at her actions when she came back. She told the police her brother was hit in the head with a bat. She never asks how he is. She's not concerned about his injury. She's not concerned about her husband being dead on the floor of her house, her child now without a father. The lack of words that she said there and her demeanor show again that she was well aware of what was going on and part of this incident. We look at her words to Chad, that Charles changed his life insurance policy before we got rid of him. They show her intent to kill Charles. And again, we look at the motive, money and Chad. When did this happen? The first time Charles came back into town after he found out about the affair. Finally, the state has to prove that the defendant or the co-conspirator acted with premeditation. So I'm going to talk to you about premeditation. You have a jury instruction for it, and it tells you that the defendant or the co-conspirator intended to kill another human being or knew she or the co-conspirator would kill another human being, and that after forming that intent or knowledge, reflected on the decision before killing. It is this reflection, regardless of the length of time in which it occurs, that distinguishes first-degree murder from second-degree murder. You're also told an act is not done with premeditation if it is the instant effect of a sudden quarrel or heat of passion. It's where you remember those 12 minutes and the calmness of her walking around with that phone and her demeanor. You're told the time needed for reflection is not necessarily prolonged, and the space of time between the intent or knowledge to kill and the act of killing may be very short. So I'm going to give you an example. It's a lot of legalese, and then we'll talk about what we really have here. So imagine again, you are driving your car. You do every day. You're coming up to an intersection and you see the light turn yellow. And in that second you think, do I want to run it? Or do I want to slam on my brakes and hit stop before I go into the intersection? You think about that, and then you decide, I'm going to slam on my brakes, and I'm going to stop. That is the time it takes to reflect. That is the time it takes for premeditation. But we have a lot more than this because we have planning, not just premeditation that morning. So when we talk about the premeditation that we see, it starts at least back in June, when we have Christina telling us about Alex Cox saying that he wanted to kill Charles, Lori having no reaction to that, and instead talking about drugging Charles. Did you hear Alex making some comments?
Yes.
And you told us that they made you uncomfortable. What were these comments?
He stated he wished that he could just kill Charles.
Okay. Was Lori around when he's saying this?
Yes, one of the times.
Okay. So he said it more than once?
Yes.
Can you describe first part of his demeanor when he's saying this about wanting to just kill Charles?
It was jocular, just as I probably was standing up and just talking about it pretty loudly.
And you said one of the times that he said this, it was around Lori.
Yes.
Did she react in any way to hearing her brother say that he wished he could just kill her husband?
Not that I recall.
By July 9th, or when we start having this planning that we're talking about, we know that Lori Vallow is living in a house paid for by Charles Vallow. We know from even her statements to Detective Enclan that she doesn't like Charles, is what she says, but Charles won't file for a divorce. We know from her words and text messages that she wants to be with Chad Daybell, but Charles is her cash cow. She hasn't worked. He pays rent, car, cell phones, her travel. And so as far back as June 9th, we're already hearing that Alex and Lori would like to not just get rid of Charles, but kill him. But if you think that June 9th wasn't the beginning of this planning, this idea, this concept that Lori and her brother have of getting rid of Charles, this evil, dark, possessed person, then we know on the 9th that there is definitely a plan by this defendant. And we see that through those text messages with Melanie, with Summer, with Alex, where she speaks of the mission, where she talks about telling Melanie, you can't leave. You got to pretend to be sick and stay here and keep track of Brandon so he doesn't come help Charles. You can't be in the picture. We need to stay here to defend ourselves from an intervention. The 10th, again, we have Melanie who is talking to her and saying, that she wants to just go to this wedding. And what does Lori tell her? No, you have to stay here for the mission. The mission of stopping an intervention? No. As we continue through the 9th, we see Lori getting everyone lined up to help her. Alex, where he again is told that he will be like Nephi, just like her. Now Lori tells him it's an intervention. Everyone knows, Adam told you what's an intervention? It's talking to someone. It's common language. But that's not what the defendant wants to happen. She doesn't want Charles to divorce her and lose his money. She doesn't want this intervention to happen where she loses her temple recommend. What she wants is to be like Nephi and get rid of her husband.
Well, Nephi was a prophet in the Book of Mormon. It's the first chapter. He was a prophet, very humble and faithful servant of the Lord. Ironically enough, his brothers tried to kill him at one point. But he actually ended up going to Jerusalem to get these plates back, and he was run off, came back, and then went back again because the Lord asked him to. And when he did, the King Laban, who was actually a wicked king, was laying on the ground drunk in front of him, and Nephi was told to kill Laban.
Who was he told by?
The spirit, or God.
So God was using a Holy Spirit to tell him to kill Laban, and
Yes.
did he?
Yes, he did.
Was that something he anguished over?
Yes.
But ultimately, it was a justified killing.
Yes.
You heard from Detective Duncan that everyone he spoke with gave this same story. And again, the defendant questioned others about this story. But what we've heard is from Detective Duncan and from Adam that Nephi is this justified killing. When we think about her religious beliefs and what she's been telling people about not needing to repent, about telling people who is dark and evil, a zombie or a Z, that she is above the priesthood, it makes sense that she feels justified in determining who should live or die, just as she told her brother on the 9th. And we know that, in fact, we're talking about a justified killing because Alex brought a gun over. He didn't bring the Book of Mormon to talk to Charles about something. He didn't bring a friend to try to record Charles saying something. He brought a gun with him. And then he waited there for his sister's husband to come into the house so he could kill him. What we see is a very planned out, premeditated murder. But let's talk about some additional premeditation. Again, as we're looking at Summer, we see on the 10th that Lori is having her sister update her on where Adam and Zach are staying, so she knows they're not with Charles. They're not coming over. They're not going to be interfering with their justified killing. And there's that 12-minute time where the defendant desperately wanted to rewrite the timeline as they told the police that day. This just happened. It was very quick, but it wasn't. It was 12 minutes. Charles arrives at 7:37 and Lori leaves at 7:49. During this time is when that plan, that premeditated murder occurred. So let's talk about that as well. The evidence at the scene, the physical evidence, supports this premeditated murder. Alex fired 2 shots. One of them went through Charles' center mast, exited out his back, and went into the floorboard. The second one, Charles was on the floor, on his back, bleeding out, still able to move, and we know that because he had blood on his left hand, and he was executed as he lay there on the ground. In that time, when we talk about premeditation and reflection, as Adam had to move his hand down, reposition the gun, and discharge and pull the trigger one more time, that is premeditated first-degree murder, no matter what you believe before that. Again, when we talk about that physical evidence, we saw the fact that the location of that bullet defect in the ground matched right under Charles's left shoulder. And we heard from Dr. Baumgartner. Dr. Baumgartner told you that this was a classic sword wound. And no matter how many questions could be asked about him of maybe a bamboo shirt might stop a bullet in one location but not in another, or how many matrix-like hypotheticals where maybe Charles bounced back up and then on his way down, the bullet slowed down through him and waited till he hit the ground again before it exited. Dr. Baumgartner told you, no, those hypotheticals, those issues did not make sense. He's never seen a t-shirt stop a bullet in one location or at all. And we know Charles didn't bounce because we know he had no injuries to the back of his head. This also tells us a little bit about the shooting itself. When Charles was shot that first time through center mast, he did not fall straight back and land onto the ground, laying there on his back. If he had, he would have had bruising, abrasions on the back of his head when he hit the ground. He didn't have anything on the back of his head. Where did he have abrasions? On his knees. When he fell to the ground after being shot, do we know how long it took him to roll over, to fall onto his back, before he was then shot a second time because he's still alive? You heard it could take up to 2 minutes for Charles to have died, and then he could have spoke and moved during that time period. What we do know is that he eventually ended up on his back. And while he was on his back is when he was shot the second time by Alex. This defendant and her brother in that house waiting and making sure that Charles was dead, murdered, executed. Words, actions, motive, and physical evidence all tell you what happened that morning. So let's talk about conspiracy. And I know there are a lot of layers here, and I'm just building them up for you. You're told in your jury instructions that conspiracy requires proof. One, the defendant agreed with one or more persons that one of them or another would engage in certain conduct. So again, we look to Lori Vallow's words. What she had been talking about for months, Charles being possessed, being dark, wanting to kill him, the discussion on June 9th, poisoning him or drugging him previously. And then when we got to July 9th, it is all coming to a head. We will be like Nephi. Her actions, having Charles come to the house, instead of him staying there, she had him stay away. Why? Because if Charles stayed at the house, couldn't have Alex come over with a gun and be ready to shoot him, right? You got to have him come in. Her actions of inviting her brother over with a gun the night before so he would be there. She knew when he would show up. He texted her, "I'll be there at 7:30. Pick up JJ." But most importantly, why did Charles stay in the house? Lori told the detective that Charles initially was like, "Oh, I'll just stay here for 20 minutes and then I'll take JJ to school." Well, she wasn't going to kill him in front of JJ. No, take JJ to Burger King. Get him out of the house. Go put him in the car. And he does that. But then she takes his phone. And she won't give it back. What she told the detective was, before this alleged Tylee bat, whatever thing you want to talk about there, that she had Charles's phone and was asking him about texting Adam. Of course, that's interesting because how would she have known that? But we know she had the phone actually for a while before she did that interview. She tells the detective numerous times that Charles is telling her to give him back his phone, and she will not. That she's walking around. He's trying to get the phone. She won't give it to him. Why? Because she needs Alex to come out. He brought that gun over for a reason. So she agreed with one or more persons, her brother, Alex, that she intended to promote or assist the commission of such conduct. Well, of course, we know both the promote. She is the one who on the 9th said, "We will be like Nephi. It's time to stop this whole thing. Charles trying to take my temple recommend, all this stuff that's going on. time to kill him. And of course, she assists by ensuring that Charles stays in the house when she takes that phone. And of course, they knew that it would constitute first-degree murder. It's what Nephi did. Only unlike Nephi, where it was justified, here, ladies and gentlemen, this murder was not justified. Finally, think about the demeanor when you're thinking about, again, words, actions, motive, and demeanor. When Lori comes back to the house, she is very, what did we hear that word many times? Nonchalant, calm, no questions about her brother, no questions about her husband, no questions about the house, just laughing about her neighbors. She is in absolute agreement with what has happened. She knows what's happened and she's calm and good with it because she doesn't need to repent.
What do you mean don't say a word? Lena, Ronnie, what are y'all doing?
She is able to determine who should live and die.
What are y'all cooking?
And she has done that. So when we talk of the scope of
Ronnie, call me.
conspiracy, we're told
kidding.
that to prove a
Kidding.
conspiracy it is not necessary to show a formal meeting or express agreement. But we see that from the night in that conversation that she and Alex had, where she tells him, you are going to have to stay near me for the next couple days, and we will be like Nephi. You're also told that a conspiracy may be inferred from circumstances showing a common criminal objective. So, because you don't have someone who says, I heard them say, we shall conspire. You can infer that from the conduct of what happened on the 9th, the conduct of what happened on the 10th, and the conduct of what happened on the 11th. All infer to you a conspiracy of Alex coming over with his gun to shoot and kill Charles. As we again look at this in this conspiracy, again, we're looking at the same words and actions. March, Charles is no longer there. There's just an evil spirit in his body.
Y'all are playing secrets behind my back? No food for you. No soup for you. Friends.
Possessed. And now Alex is saying he wants to kill him. Lori is fine with this. And she says she's drugging him or had been drugging him. And then 2 weeks before, all of a sudden, Charles knows Lori's been having this affair. Lori's words, actions, motive, and the physical evidence.
Ronnie, you ain't answering my honey.
That Lori and Alex know exactly when Charles is showing up. Alex doesn't go to the door according to Lori and confront Charles or tell him we'll send JJ out and you can leave with him. The world is so difficult. How hard would that be? Bring JJ right to the door and let him leave with his dad. No, you aren't going to shoot him outside. You want to make it look like self-defense inside. As you go through this and we think about what's going on, the defendant doesn't even care. She wants her husband killed so bad that she's willing to let her brother bring over a loaded gun in an unlocked gun case in a house with a 7-year-old autistic child. That's fine.
Elena, nighty, night, nighty, night, nighty, good night.
The defendant was questioning Detective Enclench, who was talking about how hot it was outside. JJ's out in the car. But she has no problem with an unlocked gun in the house with the kid, and she's worried about her child out in the car. She's not. We know that because she's the reason Charles doesn't go back out into the car and leave. She keeps him there in the house. She is why JJ's out in the car alone. She has to keep him there until Alex comes out and can shoot and kill him. When we talk about that premeditation, obviously we're talking about that message. We know from the 9th on, they are premeditated, they are conspiring, and it's all heading to July 11th. We look at the timing of this, and this is actions and non-actions. Charles is in the house for 12 minutes. After those 12 minutes, they wait 47 more minutes before they call 911. Why? To stage the scene. No CPR is performed. They wait for Charles to be dead, and then they talk during this time period. They talk. They could call 911, but nope, they're going to just talk. So again, you're looking at their actions, what happened and didn't happen, and the motives. There's the gun that was used to kill Charles. We're going to go through a couple of these exhibits, some of what Lori said, and it's exhibits 192 and 197, where she again says that Charles came over and said he was just going to hang out at the house for like 20 minutes, take JJ to school. She, of course, tells him to go. And when JJ is out in the car, she has Charles's phone, and she won't give it back. And no matter how much she says that Charles is screaming at her to give the phone back, she won't. And all of this conversation about Charles demanding the phone back is prior to her statement to Detective Enclin that Tylee comes out with this fact. This is all her doing. This is her as an accomplice assisting and promoting this murder. Lori is setting up Charles so Alex can shoot him.
And with JJ? And
So he put them in the car, in the driveway, and then he came back in, right? So I kissed JJ goodbye. He came back in, and his phone was on the counter, and I had his phone. And he was like, give me my phone. And I was like, why don't you show me your text that you've been texting, blah, 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 you know, whatever. Because he's like acting really weird, like he's plotting something against me. Like, I'm like, why are you even here? Like, what did you come here for? You know, he's been talking to my other brother, and my brother came into town at the same time last night. And I haven't talked to my brother in a while, my other brother. And I was like, and so he was texting him on the phone when he first got to my house. And I'm like, why are you texting Adam? Like, do you even talk to him? Like my other brother.
So when you listen to these clips and the interview of Lori Vallow, you have to put into context, this is 9:52 in the morning when this part of this interview is occurring. And she's telling the detective that she confronts Charles about texting her brother Adam. Now, she's had the 47 minutes she's been driving around, and then that time at the house when she's waiting outside to learn all of those texts and what's been going on between her brother and Adam and Charles. And so she is now mixing this in to her interview. And so when you're listening to her interview, we know she's trying to work out this, what happened? How did this go? You can watch her demeanor as well. And as you're going through this, see how she's just telling a story here, like what happened, almost chuckling about it.
Okay. So this morning he comes back in and...
He comes back in, I wouldn't give him his phone. He was screaming at me to give him his phone. He was very worried about whatever was on his text that he did not want me to see. And so I was just holding it there, and he was screaming at me. And I was kind of walking towards around the house with it, so he couldn't get it. He's like reaching for it and stuff like that.
So again, JJ's in the car, Tylee's not out, Alex isn't out, and she is making sure that he doesn't leave. She's walking around the house, holding his phone, refusing to give it to him, making sure her autistic child is sitting out in the car even longer so that she can ensure that exactly what they've been planning happens, that Alex has time to come out with the gun that he brought over and shoot and kill Charles. This defendant is the only reason why Charles didn't leave with JJ. This defendant is the one who provoked Charles by taking his phone and refusing to get it back. This defendant is the one who ensured that Charles was inside without JJ so Alex could shoot him. And this defendant is the person who set up Charles so that her brother Alex could shoot him. Let's talk about staging the scene. We know obviously from the first responders that when they arrived, no CPR was given. You heard from Officer Where's Becky that when he felt Charles's neck, he thought he was dead already, but they still let the first responders in because they've been told CPR had been given. And what do we know? That they arrived within a few minutes. No one had ever tried to save Charles. No blood had been pushed out of him from CPR.
Oh, didn't mean to do that.
Whether
Yeah, Ronnie.
slow or light. He had been dead for quite a while. His skin was mottled when they started cutting open his shirt and looking to the back, and lividity, the blood pooling, was occurring already. So they kind of knew something was off with that timeline. So what about the scene itself? The bat. It is placed to the right of Charles to look like he was using it. Got shot and went flying behind him.
Wrong side of the body, people.
Well, obviously we heard
Left-handed.
from Kay, Charles's sister, that he was left-handed. We know from the blood evidence on his hand he was left-handed. There's no damage to that mirror. There's no damage to the drywall. There's no damage anywhere, like this bat is being swung around in this horrific fight that's going on of grappling. The injury to Alex Cox's head. You heard it was a small 1-inch cut that he was using a paper towel to pat, and at times, as we watch that Exhibit 1, rubbing it, making sure it stays bleeding. There is no blood at the scene from this giant grappling thing going on that Lori Vallow wanted them to believe. His head is bleeding and they're grappling around and he's being beat with this bat, and yet not one drop of blood on the floor. Not one drop of blood going down the hallway when he put that gun away. Not one drop of blood on the gun itself. And then the shoes, left by the door to look like Lori Vallow had run out in fear after this horrific incident that they planned. But we know from the Walgreens video is that she did enter the store with shoes. Something on her feet.
Yeah,
So
the
we're gonna go
video
through.
shows
We know
it.
Charles again.
Walgreens video.
Field with your brother.
Yeah.
Show the beautiful bean
What
footage.
position did your brother play?
He was a pitcher. He was very, very good. He was a left-handed pitcher, and they're very hard to hit against.
Okay. Did he bat right or left-handed?
He was left-handed.
Did he do everything left-handed?
Yes.
Left-handed? So we know that Charles batted left-handed, not right-handed. And what we know is Lori Vallow had a story about how Charles was using that bat. And it becomes very important as well when we're talking about the staging of the scene. This is Exhibit 193.
Yeah, she was outside, and
what happened?
then they got up from that, and my brother had like stepped back, I guess, and then Charles was coming with me to that and yelling at me to give him his phone still because I had it in my hand. It was all really quickly, and then when I went around kind of in the circle, then my brother was there.
When you said when you were going around and he was coming at you with the bat, how was he holding the bat?
Just like that, like backwards.
Like he was swinging it, swinging it backwards? He would have done like
he would have swung it backwards at me, not frontward.
Okay.
So Lori Vallow Detective and planned that Charles is swinging the bat backwards. Now, if the bat was like this when he was shot, his arm would have been shot. Covers his center mass. So we know he wasn't here. So if he's out here, where would the bat go? Down, out, somewhere that way to his left. It would not end up thrown up above him. And if it wasn't there again, Charles would have been shot through the arm. Obviously, Alex forgot that Charles was left-handed. So when he placed that, like he was coming at him with a bat, their stories didn't quite match up with the evidence. So if we rely on Lori's story of how Charles was holding the bat, then there's zero way that that bat would end up where it ended up. And again, we know he's left-handed from not only Kay, but his own admissions of that blood on his hand. So we see the scene is staged, this bat that is so necessary to try to ensure this justified killing is legally justified and not just spiritually justified. When we talk about the scene as well, and you're looking at where Charles was, at least when that second shot went through him, you can see in the photograph to the right, the shot to Charles's chest, right between his nipples, and the shot to Charles's abdomen down lower. We know that that first shot through his chest, that Charles would have been facing a little more towards the open area there where we see the hallway and the kitchen. We know that because there was the bullet trajectory Detective Cruz told you about that entered that far east wall. We know there was stippling, and so the defendant would have been, well, her brother would have been within 2 to 4 feet of the muzzle of that gun within Charles, 2 to 4 feet. We know from the lack of that injury to the back of his head that he didn't fall straight back. We know from the blood on his hand that he was still alive after he was shot. And we know the lack of stippling for that shot to his abdomen and that trajectory, and even the defendant's own statements that she saw her brother at Charles's feet, that he would have stood there at Charles's feet when he fired that second shot as he was laying on the floor. You have the bat, Exhibit 249. You can look at the edge of it. You see the photograph of the edge of it. There is no blood and no damage to this bat. Regardless of how many times the defendant was hoping that blood was invisible, we have all cut ourselves and seen that blood is red. And there was no blood on this bat. There is no blood on this bat. There is no damage to this bat.
Yeah, a metal bat, that was something we didn't talk about. And let's give Miss Diana a short break.
It's all the dirt.
Your fault, not mine.
I know.
Even though that's a metal bat, it is not the kind of bat that won't ding. And I have seen someone take a bat like that and hit just a tree, and not in self-defense, and leave a mark. So if you hit somebody in the back of the head hard enough to splatter brain matter, which is what would have happened if he really did try to hit Adam in the back of the head, or Alex, or whatever his name is, he wouldn't be standing here. He would, well, he's not, he's dead now. So I think that that was one of the key points, is that the bat wasn't damaged and there was no transfer of blood. Because if you hit somebody with a bat hard enough to make them bleed, there's going to be some kind of blood on that bat.
Didn't you tell me that Adam Cox died of a heart attack?
Yeah. No, Alex died of the heart attack. I think it was Alex. But he would, if he was hit, truly hit in the back of the head, even just a forceful hit of a normal force, not fighting for your life, but say I just swung and hit him, he's going to have more than just what he had. And the bat is going to have something on it. According to Twitter, state is almost done. 15-minute break. Then Lori, the state seems to have put some of the juries to sleep. Yeah, I'm decorating, y'all.
Yeah,
I'm making my earrings.
How did you do that? Just glitter?
And a gooder.
It's
called Go Glitter.
Go glitter.
Go glitter.
Go glitter. How long after this shooting did Alex Cox die?
Within a year or so. Not too long.
Woo! I tell you what.
Maybe 2 years.
I
As
tell you.
per Nathan State's closing was a total of an hour and 45 minutes, unlike 2.5 days in the Cemetery trial.
I tell you what goes around comes around, doesn't it?
Yep.
Karma will bite you in the butt.
Yeah, somewhere else too, depends on what I've heard.
You have a semi-professional baseball player who has a bat in his hand and he sees someone with a gun and doesn't beat him with it, take his head off with it.
Oh, honey,
knock
well,
him
he's going to fight
unconscious
for
with
life.
it.
He ain't going to just nick him.
Instead, all we see on this bat is 0 damage and 2 partial prints. No prints of a body or smushed skin on it. Someone that's sweating from a fight that's left a large arm print on it or anything else.
Hand prints?
Nope, just 2 partial
hand
prints
prints?
on it.
Y'all, if he's holding that bat like that and he swings, that's 2 double full hand palm prints, everything, fingers, palms, everything on that bat.
When you think about what is there and what isn't there, does the evidence of this bat
just needed
fit in
to
at
do it.
all? It doesn't. We look at Charles's watch. No damage to it, no scratches to it, no dings to it as he's grappling on the floor like Lori wants you to believe. We know that at some point, Charles is standing and shot, and we know that final shot, he's on the ground. We know he fell to his knees at some point. And when you look at that physical evidence and the lack of damage or anything on that bat, again, what makes sense is that Charles fell to his knees after that first shot. We know that there is 12 minutes where the defendant and her brother are still together there so that Alex can get this 1-inch cut to the back of his head that's barely bleeding, that he uses a paper towel to dab at and rub.
Oh, Alex, what? Okay, thank you so much. So Charles passed on 7/11/19. Okay, JJ and Tylee passed first at September of 18. That doesn't make sense. Yeah, okay, so September of 18? No. Charles couldn't have passed on the 19 because didn't JJ and that doesn't make sense. Didn't JJ and Tylee pass after Charles? So you're putting them before Charles.
Yeah,
But Alex did pass on 12/12/19.
Well, we saw Tylee on
Yeah, I think that's a typo.
it must be.
Right, correction. They passed in 19. So you have Charles passed on 7/11/19. JJ and Tylee
Must have been
September of 19. Tammy 11 of 19 and Alex the 12 of 19.
Who's Tammy?
Tammy is Charles Daybell, the current husband of Lori Daybell's wife.
Who killed her?
She Lori and her husband.
The shoes that the defendant ran out of
5
on
people
her
that
way out.
died. 1, 2, 3,
You have
4, 5.
the exhibit.
I'm glad she didn't know me.
Black straps across her toes as she enters and exits the Walgreens. And then you see that she's wearing the flip-flops when she comes back to the scene. What do we know? That the police
Agent
did
Q.
not search Charles's rental car.
And they did not search Walgreens either. She could have put it in her purse. She could have thrown it away in the bathroom.
But why?
You are given a credibility.
Okay, some people are missing this. She claims she left the house barefoot, her and her daughter with no shoes. She goes to Walgreens to get flip-flops. But the thing is when she goes into Walgreens, the security camera catches her wearing a black flip-flop. You can see this broad strap going across her foot as she's walking in. So they did not know at that time to search Walgreens for a pair of black flip-flops. She could have hid them there behind the shelf. She could have dumped them in the trash can in the store. They do have one in the back of the store, usually one in the front of the store. So then she goes up to the register barefoot, and then she purchases 2 pair of flip-flops, and she puts a pair on right there at the register and walks out. When they arrive back on scene, her and her daughter are wearing the flip-flops she bought.
Okay.
Instructions and use it for everyone, including the defendant. You're told that you really evaluate people the same way. You're looking for any inconsistencies in their stories, any reasons why they may have a motive or bias to lie, any prejudice they may have, and then you look at everything in light of reason, common sense, and experience. When you think of the testimony of the people who come here and talk to you, Christina Atwood, Serena Sharp, Nancy Jo Hancock, Adam Cox, Dr. Bumgardner, the detectives, Robin Smith Scott, Mark Zari, what benefit do these people have in being untruthful to you? They have body cameras, they have prior documents, and they have memories of what this defendant said. But the credibility of Lori Vallow is something you do need to consider. And you start with her demeanor that day, where she wasn't worried about anything when she arrived. Her brother has allegedly been hit in the head with a bat by her husband, who plays semi-pro ball. She doesn't even worry about him. She knows he's not hurt. He's fine. And why does she know that? Because that was staged. When she's there and we see her on body cam arriving, she's just nonchalant and calm. And I know the defendant wanted to make sure that it was clear that everyone else was calm, but no one else had just allegedly seen their husband get shot and killed by their brother. When you were looking at the reasonableness of her testimony, you have to consider it in the light of reason, common sense, and experience. And the way that she was acting and reacting that day, as well as her own statements, do not fit the evidence, do not fit the physical evidence. And you will see her credibility throughout this whole case has been questionable. Her credibility with Social Security. What did we learn? That on July 11th, she tells Detective Enclan that she and Charles are separated. Exhibit 187. We are not living together. Charles rented her house. We're separated. But on August 12th, when she needs to make sure she gets some money, she tells Social Security, when they ask, are you living together at the time of death? Yes. You also learned that she was not truthful with Social Security when she got remarried. She did not tell them about that either. So you know she's been untruthful to Social Security twice. Why is that relevant? Because you're judging the credibility of Lori Vallow throughout all of this. Life insurance. We know that she said Charles was accidentally shot. We know that was not true. She wanted to make things seem like she had nothing to do with the murder.
That's
But
fair.
We know that Alex Cox intentionally shot Charles. Whether or not she wants to claim it's self-defense or not, there was nothing accidental about shooting him twice. Then that second call to Banner Life Insurance, where she tells Robin Smith Scott a few different things to garner sympathy, and she asked her if she could do anything about the change in beneficiary.
Yeah, Lena.
I
kind of like that
I
better.
can't give too much information, but I can tell you that the beneficiary was changed in March of this year. Okay. Okay, I'm trying to figure out what he was doing since we have 5 kids and we've been married for 15 years. Oh, I'm sorry.
So Lori tells this woman.
And you shouldn't have done what you did.
We have 5 kids, which if you want to count them all and admit that 3 of them are adults, then okay. Really, they have one kid in common. Tylee, you learned, was actually getting Social Security survivor benefits from her dad's death starting in 2018. Lori's son Colby isn't living with them. Charles' son's never lived with them. Why does she say these things? She can't help it. She's just wants to just make herself seem better than she is.
She's digging her own grave.
Where are
What
you?
about the credibility of her interview, even during the
What?
I said, where are you? I don't see you.
I'm right here.
Oh, there you are. It just looks so strange. I missed you.
Just giving them a change of pace.
All right, go ahead.
My honey bun sent me pictures of.
police interview. We talked about a few things.
This is my mother's.
One of the things she told the detective.
And I didn't file anything or whatever. And then he filed something against me and said, I'm only going to get supervised visits because I'm crazy and blah, 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 you know, the story. And so I just didn't talk to him for like 30 days and let him take care of it and let him see what I've been doing.
So again, she can't even be honest and say 2 months. She's got to be like 30 days. I was kind enough to just leave my husband with my son for 30 days. What we know is that Lori Vallow was gone a total of 78 days, 58 while she's flying to Hawaii, going to Idaho and back with Chad. And who's taking care of JJ? Charles. And Kay is coming here regularly to help take care of JJ, to help run the business. And then eventually on March 28th, that's when Charles finally decides he hasn't been able to find Lori. He doesn't know where she is. He's going to move to Houston to be closer so his sister can help him more easily. And this is when Lori finally shows back up. So again, even the simplest thing of just trying to be honest about how long she's been gone, she has to minimize it and make herself seem better.
With your cross.
The shoes. Oops. If this will play. When she was questioning Detective N-Clan, she was asking her if it was hot in July and if she would need shoes to go take her son to school. But of course, what we know is that we saw her with those shoes on as she went into Walgreens. So again, it's continued trying to garner sympathy and just being untruthful about whatever she feels like being untruthful about. And then we look at the credibility in that timeline, that body cam.
You know, now that you're not in Santan, this is your home.
Right,
Gotcha.
right.
Okay.
I know where Santan is.
Gotcha. How long have you guys lived here?
Okay.
How long have you lived here?
Like 3 weeks.
Oh, geez. Yeah. Okay.
That's why the neighbors don't know us.
Gotcha.
Like, hi neighbor, sorry.
Are you working?
So here she is, 47 minutes after leaving the house, laughing and smiling with the detective about the fact that her husband is dead inside the house. Her brother is sitting on the curb, allegedly with this very serious injury from a baseball bat. When you look at that credibility of the defendant, you have to look at everything together and what fits, again, with the physical evidence and what doesn't. Finally, let's talk about the justification defenses. What we know is that Lori Vallow thought she was like Nephi, that she was justified in killing Charles. That her brother, who was supposed to be like her, was also justified in killing Charles. But Lori Vallow is not justified under Arizona law, nor is Alex. So let's go through the different justification defenses.
Are they in Prescott?
First thing that you have to
Are they
consider
what?
for every one of these.
Are they in
self-
Prescott? For this, are they in Prescott for this trial? Prescott. Are they in Phoenix? Does anybody know? Okay. No. Okay. Moving on.
I'm moving on. Sorry.
Defense of a third person, or crime prevention is the non-justification for use of deadly physical force. You're told if a person is not justified in using or threatening physical force or deadly physical force against another in response to verbal provocation alone. So Charles yelling and screaming at her to give his phone back does not justify you shooting him.
True.
Or a person is not justified in using or threatening deadly physical force if the defendant or co-conspirator provoked the other's use or attempted use of unlawful physical force. So we know here, Lori provoked Charles by taking his phone and refusing to give it back.
What? Wait a minute. Veronica, you dropped this and I didn't know. Okay. All the people who died around Lori Vallow. Stacy Cope, age 31, Lori's sister, unknown. May 21st of 1998. Joseph Ryan, her third husband, died of a heart attack April 3rd of 18. Charles Vallow, age 62, fourth husband, Redrum, July 11th of 19. JJ Vallow, age 7, adopted son, September 19. Tylee, 17, Ryan, daughter, dismemberment. Yeah, September 9th.
She cut her up.
Mm-hmm.
What's
Chad
it?
Daybell, age 49, Chad's wife, asphyxiation, November 29th of 19.
So I guess you're going to tell me after she cut her up, she ate her.
No, they buried her in the pet cemetery of Daybell's husband's house.
Oh,
Tammy Daybell's body was exhumed December 11th of 19. Alex Cock, age 51, Lori's brother, heart attack. All right, let's go.
Wow.
So again, when we look at every one of these defenses, you'll see not only do they not apply, but none of them is the defendant entitled to. This is not self-defense. In self-defense, you're told that a person, a reasonable person, can use deadly physical force if they believe that deadly physical force was
Thank you, Ronnie.
necessary to protect against another's use or apparent attempted or threatened use of unlawful deadly physical force, and the person used or threatened no more deadly physical force than would have appeared necessary to a reasonable person in this situation. We know that Lori Vallow used Charles's phone to get him to come back inside, and she used his phone to keep him inside and give her brother time to come out and shoot and kill Charles. We know from the physical scene itself that Charles did not use a bat. We know from the physical evidence of Alex's 1-inch cut to his head and the lack of blood or concussion, the lack of damage to the mirrors, the walls, the location of the bat in relation to Charles, they all tell us that Charles did not use a bat. We know that Charles was a semi-professional baseball player. This would not have ended that way if he had had a bat.
Phoenix.
But even if you somehow think that he did have a bat and he was swinging it at
Thank you, Tracy.
Alex, the defendant, whoever, he still was not justified in shooting him when he was on the ground. It has to be immediately necessary to protect against another's use. When Charles is on the ground and he is shot that second time, there is no threat to anyone.
Nope.
And so that is not self-defense.
Please tell me.
Counsel, I need to give my court reporter a break unless you think you'll be done in the next 5 minutes. Okay, go ahead.
When we look at the physical evidence, again, we know that Charles was on the ground, shot, and so this is not self-defense. And we know from the physical evidence at the scene, projectile into the floorboard, this is not self-defense. Third party. You're told that a person is justified in using or threatening deadly physical force in defense of a third person, I presume here Lori Vallow. If a reasonable person in this situation would have believed that deadly physical force was necessary to protect against another's use, again, of unlawful deadly physical force against a third person, and they used only what was necessary for a reasonable person under the situation. What do we know? Lori Vallow told Detective Enclan that she wasn't even in the room when she heard the shot, that she had gone around into the kitchen. Who's he protecting at that point? What third person that's no longer there is he protecting? You can't protect against a future, what might happen, or what already occurred. It has to be now. And Lori Vallow herself put herself outside the room when her brother shot Charles. So there is no third party defense. But again, the same thing applies. Even if you thought so, that second shot removes any possibility of being justified. Crime prevention. This is the exact same thing, only in a slightly different stated way. But like self-defense, it allows a person to use deadly physical force against another to the extent a reasonable person would have believed that deadly physical force was immediately necessary to prevent Charles from committing aggravated assault against Lori Vallow. We know she's not in the room. Even if he had that bat and had been coming at her and then she left the room, that crime is over. And again, even if you believe he had the bat, you cannot shoot him while he's on the ground. That is not what crime prevention permits you to execute a person. Finally, there's mere
Once there, okay,
You're told that guilt cannot be established.
let me explain this. Once, if it's in self-defense, you propel a piece of lead out of the lead shooter. Once they're down, they're no longer a threat. You cannot put another lead in them because they're no longer a threat. You can only protect yourself as so long as they are a threat. Now, you can go boop, 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 like that real fast, and you can get 5 or 6 in them on the way down. That's fine. Really, they kind of look at that. But when they're down and on the ground, and they know that this happened because the lead was found in the wood floor underneath the shoulder of the victim. Okay? So at that point, you're red room. You're not self-defense.
Established by a defendant's mere presence at the crime scene, mere association with another person at the crime scene, or mere knowledge that a crime is being committed. Lori Vallow wasn't just present at this crime scene. She brought her brother to the crime scene. She ensured that he brought a gun with him. She ensured that JJ was outside, and she ensured that Charles stayed inside. She was not merely present. She was a person who was actively participating in this crime.
Her goose is cooked.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have talked about the evidence in this case. Evidence that was presented to you through witnesses who took the stand and exhibits that were admitted for you to review. Remember the evidence of Lori Vallow's motive. Charles's life insurance, Chad Daybell. Remember Lori Vallow's own words of wanting to get rid of Charles, of drugging him, her acceptance of her brother's statements that he wanted to kill Charles. how she used Melanie and Summer to plan her mission and ensure that Charles didn't have help from Brandon or Zach or Adam. Her words to Alex about it all coming to a head, that he had to stay near her and they would be like Nephi, justified in killing Charles. And finally, her words to Chad Daybell on July 18th, confessing to the killing when she said Charles had changed the life insurance before we got rid of him. Look at her actions and demeanor, having her brother come over on the 10th to her house with a loaded .45 caliber handgun, creating the one and only reason why Charles stayed inside the house, why he didn't just take JJ to school. The 12 minutes that Charles is at the house before Lori leaves in the car, the 47 minutes after that before they call 911, her demeanor when she comes back, not caring that anyone has been hurt, her demeanor on the body-worn camera during her interview, what you heard about during the drive. Think about her credibility, how she cried for you in her opening statement. You certainly didn't see her cry on that body camera footage. You didn't hear about her crying as she was being driven to the Family Advocacy Center, and you did not see her cry in her interview.
No cries whatsoever. No tears, no
Finally,
tears
think about
up
the physical
there.
evidence that proves that Lori and Alex staged this scene, that Charles was never in possession of that bat when he was shot by Alex or either of the shots, that instead he was executed that day for this defendant's benefit. The physical evidence disproves beyond a reasonable doubt that Lori Vallow and Alex Cox were justified under the law in killing Charles. The jury instructions tell you to use reason, common sense, and experience. Charles Vallow is dead today because this defendant and her brother Alex Cox conspired to kill him. They planned it out, and they had their weapons, and they orchestrated a way to ensure that Charles was back in the house where he was shot and killed for money and Chad Daybell. The evidence proves to you that Lori Vallow Daybell is guilty of conspiracy to commit first-degree murder, and the state asks you to hold her accountable and find her guilty. Thank you.
Yay, we did it!
All right, we're going to take our 15-minute afternoon recess. I'll remind the jurors to remember the admonition. We'll resume in 15 minutes.
All right for the jury.
Okay, June Shedlakas, whatever the next. I'm sorry, June. I'm really bad at last names. Trial will be for Brandon Brudeau. He is the ex-brother-in-law. He was married to Lori's niece and has been unalived. I'm alive.
And she's the one who did it, they say?
She's a conspiracy.
I tell you what, this woman is a sociopath, plain and simple.
This woman's a black widow.
Yeah, definitely. And a sociopath black widow.
Sociopathic, probably, she's probably schizophrenic, schizoaffective, sociopathic, black widow.
What's schizoaffective?
Okay, I'm going to explain it in the fun terms. I'm not going to go deep into it. Some people say, I know somebody who's a schizoaffected, and I said, okay, explain to me exactly what that is. He goes, it's like a schizophrenic marries a bipolar. Have a baby. That may be totally wrong, but the proper term, let me just go. Okay. If it's a chronic mental condition characterized primarily symptoms of schizophrenia, such as hallucinations, delusions, and symptoms of mood disorder, such as mania and depression. Schizophrenic marries a bipolar too. Basically. Wow. And they have a baby.
Yeah. Wow.
Okay, here we go. Here, look.
Comes out fast. 15 minutes.
Zapping the hell out of her. It is her baby. Gerald is a full-blown psychopath.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury.
No, worse. psychopath with bipolar or mood swing disorders on top of it. Whew. I took care of a lot of them.
The state of Arizona has the 100%
Go ahead.
burden of proving that I committed a crime, a grievous crime, conspiracy to commit premeditated murder of my husband, Charles Vallow. The state has the burden of proving to you that this event was not self-defense. In your jury instruction under the instruction, use of force and crime prevention, the last line reads, if the state fails to carry this burden, then you must find the defendant not guilty. In the law, under your jury instruction titled Justification for Defense of a Third Party, the last line reads, if the state fails to carry this burden, you must find the defendant not guilty. Under your jury instruction titled Justification for Self-Defense, the last line reads, if the state fails to carry this burden, you must find the defendant not guilty.
Every time she says
In
not
your
guilty,
jury
I'm
instruction,
shocking her.
under presumption of innocence, it states, the law does not require the defendant to prove innocence. Every defendant is presumed by law to be innocent. Under the burden of proof, it explains that the state's burden is this: proof beyond a reasonable doubt.
We have to take a pause. Oh, megalomaniac. Oh, shoot. Where did it go? I can't read it.
Megalomaniac sociopath with extra cheese. Is it stuffed crust?
Locus. Sid Locus? Sid Locus. Yeah, there we go. Sid Locus.
Wow.
Actually, I kind of like that. Sid Locus. That rolls well. Thank you very much, hon. You know me and the dyslexia.
Is proof that leaves you firmly convinced of the defendant's
Honey,
guilt.
2,800. You're
If, on the other hand, you think there's a real possibility that he is not guilty, you must give him the benefit of the doubt and find him not guilty. In Arizona, self-defense is defined as not being a crime. So let's look at what we've learned in this trial.
Please don't.
We learned that a shooting occurred and that 911 was called, that law enforcement was notified. We learned that fire, EMS, and Chandler police arrived at the scene. We learned that my brother, Alex Cox, came out of the house with his hands up as directed by 911 and was questioned by the police in the driveway. We learned that I came up with my daughter Tylee, and we were told to wait by the car until police would speak with us. We learned from Detective Inklin on the stand that we asked for Tylee's medication from the house for her panic attacks, but it was not given to her. We learned that
911 was offered if she needed a medical assistance. They had it there. Under a search warrant, you cannot remove anything, including medicine. How do I know? My husband was under a search warrant, and I was in a full-blown asthma attack, and my inhaler was right inside the door, and they wouldn't get it for me.
Did you get one from the...
They called 911 and had an EMS show up and hand me a nebulizer.
Yay.
So, bitch, please. She was not denied medical care.
And eventually, my brother Alex was taken in a police car to the Chandler Police Department, uncuffed.
Mormon voice for closing.
We learned in this trial that my daughter Tylee and I were also taken to Chandler Police Department in a police van. We heard from Detective Inklin's testimony that her goal was to make small talk with us. And
The jury will determine what the testimony did or did not show. Go ahead.
Oh, you can't say that.
That her goal was to make the small talk with us and all the way to the station so she could speak with us separately before we would talk about what actually happened. We learned that all three of us were separated and taken to 3 interview rooms where we each told police of the events of the day, each from our own perspectives, and answered all questions asked of us. We saw snippets of that interview in the trial here. The state did not show you the entire interview. Most of my police interview is admitted, though, into evidence in this exhibit.
She has to do that. She fought this morning because she didn't feel that her testimony was fully admitted. And I'm all like, woman, you could have admitted it. But you did not, because you didn't testify. You had no witness. You put on no defense. You screwed yourself, and you can't claim ineffective counsel.
It's number 286. And I would encourage you to
Oh!
watch that entire interview when you start your deliberations.
Oh, yes, ma'am. Thank you.
You cannot.
It is important. It is important for you to determine for yourselves my demeanor and not listen to anyone else. You can see it with your own eyes and hear it with your own ears. We heard from several witnesses that because this event was almost 6 years ago, that their memories of the events and statements were probably better back then. Well, my police interview happened that very morning, and I told the police the events from my perspective at that time. It is admitted into evidence and will answer many of your questions.
No, it won't.
We did not see Tylee's interview, but we did learn from Detective Inkland that she did an interview that morning as well. You did not see Alex's interview, but we learned that Alex was interviewed that morning by Detective Moffett, the original case agent, whom we did not hear from in this trial. The state chose not to show you those interviews. Objection, Your Honor. Or let you listen to the 911
No!
Right.
The jury.
Whoa, Lori, you're pushing that judge a little too far. Woo! Here, we got to get her.
A tase from A to K.
Oh, I wish they would have tased her on that. Give the judge the taser button. Let him just once go. Y'all.
Here.
Oh, you want to talk about painful? Oh, that crap's painful. I mean,
We shall disregard that last statement. Okay, the jury can only consider what was admitted into evidence.
you know better, Lori.
We learned in this trial.
No, you didn't.
From Officer Kautheim's testimony that Alex was injured on the back of his head with a bump, and according to his testimony, a 1-inch laceration. We did not see those pictures documenting that injury as well.
Wow.
We learned in this trial that we did not know, the three of us, that our interviews were being recorded.
Bull crap.
We learned that Alex's phone was taken by police
Where's
and put
my
into an
bullshit
evidence
here?
bag, according to Detective Duncan, and that no digital copy of Alex's phone was taken
There
by
it
the
is.
Chandler Police Department, even though this is their normal protocol. We learned that Alex's phone was returned to him that same day with no further inquiries. We learned that after my interview and Tylee's interview that we were introduced to a victim's advocate and that gave us further instructions in another room where Tylee and I were reunited. We learned that soon after that, all three of us, Alex, Tylee, and myself, were taken in another van and dropped off back at our house.
Congratulations, you made
We
it.
learned that we were instructed at that time that we could not enter the house yet, that we were directed by law enforcement to take the rental car, since all three of our cars were inside the police tape. We were directed to return later in the afternoon when the scene was cleaned up. We learned in this trial that we did as directed and left the house in the rental car close to 12 p.m. We learned that we did not return to the house
We learned
until
that we did
contacted by
not.
Detective Inkland to return to the house so that Alex could walk the detectives through what they call a walkthrough.
That doesn't make sense.
We learned that many detectives were present during that walkthrough with Alex. We learned that Detective Duncan was there, Detective Coons was there, Detective Moffett was there, Detective Werther was there, and an officer with a body cam was there. And yet, we were told by Detective Duncan, the case agent on this case, on the stand, that because of some problem, the walkthrough is not recorded.
Aw.
Detective Duncan also informed us that he does not know if any of the people present wrote a report about it. We can infer from Detective Duncan's testimony.
Oh, Evangeline, I like your way of thinking.
And the fact that we don't have an evidence, any body cam footage of the walkthrough,
I
and no reports talking
know.
about it, that there are none.
I know.
Even though this would be crucial evidence for you, the jury, to have.
Sustained. The jury should disregard that comment. Again, the jury can only consider evidence that was admitted into testimony. I'm sorry, testimony that was admitted into evidence or exhibits that were admitted into evidence.
He's getting her right.
The state of Arizona has the obligation to show you evidence to prove that this event was not self-defense, as stated by the only 3 witnesses. So why not show the jury all the evidence that they gathered?
Again, sustained. The jury can only consider the evidence and testimony that was admitted into evidence.
We learned in this trial that Alex
No,
fully
we did
cooperated with
not.
law enforcement. We learned that my daughter Tylee fully cooperated with law enforcement. We learned that I fully cooperated with law enforcement. We learned that law enforcement treated all of us that day kindly and courteously on July 11th, 2019. That law enforcement treated us that day like this was self-defense. We were not given instructions to stay in town. We were not given instructions that we were under investigation of any kind. On July 11, 2019, we were interviewed by Chandler Police and released with no further instructions. We learned that Chandler Police put out a press release that day on July 11th.
I'll sustain that objection to the extent the jury is to determine what the facts did or did not establish.
Under Arizona law, I had the right to self-defense. Tylee had the right to self-defense. Alex had the right to self-defense.
Self-defense this, baby.
This event was not planned or expected. It was shocking. We learned in this trial that Chandler Police Department neglected to do a thorough investigation. We learned that they did not swab Alex's hands for gunpowder residue. We learned that they did not swab my hands for gunpowder residue. We learned that they did not swab Tylee's hands for gunpowder residue.
You're lucky.
We learned that they did not luminol the gun. We learned that they did not luminol the bat. They did not test the DNA on the bat that they collected. They did not test the floorboard. They did not test the projectile. They did not test my husband's shirt. They did not search the rental car. They did not search any of our 3 cars that were there at the scene. They did not test the gun until over 5 years later.
The gun was sitting in a box, in a safe and untouched. It doesn't matter if it was done the day of or 10 years later. The evidence is still there.
The Chandler Police Department did treat this event just like it was self-defense and a tragic family event. We learned in this trial that Charles and I were obviously having marital problems. Regardless of what was happening in our marriage at the time, on July 11th, this was self-defense.
Bang it a little harder. It may work.
When Tylee came out with a bat to protect me, her mother.
I'm sorry, I heard a banging. I was like, bang it harder.
Charles did not have to take the bat from Tylee and start swinging. At 62 years old, Charles had a choice that day and could have put the bat down. A 2-minute period changed our lives forever. How are you supposed to choose between 3 people you love? Your husband, your daughter, your brother?
All right, hold on. All right, I'll caution the defendant not to testify about things that were not entered into evidence.
Do y'all see what my honey just called me?
He's queen.
Do you not see what he called me? I'm trying to get used to being called a queen. Hell, I ain't ever been called a princess. Well, I was a princess, but not literally. Oh, okay.
Enjoy it, love.
I'd be his queen. Put a ring on it. No, I'm kidding. Honey, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. Thank you for being so sweet and loving and kind. I
We
appreciate
shall
you
call
so
you
very much.
Cleopatra.
What?
We shall call you Cleopatra.
Ah, heck no.
Nefertiti, Nefernetti, Nefer,
None of them. Queen Ada.
Queen Ada. Okay.
How can you decide for another person if they feel threatened? Why does the state want to blame to someone?
It's a reasonable person standard, not the standard of the person.
I'm sure you'll point that out in rebuttal. I'll allow the argument as that inference. Go ahead.
Why does the state want to blame someone for this tragic event? What evidence did the state show you in this trial that I wanted harm to come to my husband? We learned in this trial that I was praying for my husband. We learned in this trial that even though my husband and I were having marital issues, that we were both trying to do the best things for our.
Oh, we doing the crowns. I got 3 crowns to choose from here, y'all. 2 more at home.
Sign.
Oh, okay. We're going to take.
Sign. I'll get it off them, but I gotta wear it.
Woman, you killed your children.
Well, that's her.
You know, I find that interesting. I wonder what the jury thinks when they're like, why didn't the daughter come up and testify? Okay, let's do a side by side. Just we need a little comic relief.
Comic relief.
Come down a little bit. We got to come down a little bit.
I would go, honey.
Oh, honey, when did you get that?
I don't even know, but I got it. Ain't that pretty?
We got crowns in the house. I got another crown that's pretty too.
Yeah, so we're gonna have to get some just identical.
Well, honey bun.
This is the only one I got here.
Getting hung.
Got to have a few minutes of comic relief, I tell ya.
Tomas.
You got Tomas. I don't.
Okay, I know people probably don't care to see our crowns, but
we like
a little comic relief because this has been hold on, I can't hear anybody. This has been one of them days that you just want to. Yeah, I know, right? So which one do we want me to have on?
Oh, I like them both. Make your choice. That's pretty. They's both just gorgeous.
But I got to pin one. Y'all, I put these on for I'll put this back on because I don't have to pin it.
You do know when you get married, you're going to have to wear a crown.
No, I'm not wearing a crown when I get married.
Why not?
Never mind. I'll touch that later with a 10-foot pole.
Our son with special needs, JJ. We learned in this trial that I was shocked that Charles had changed his life insurance.
Oh, I bet you were shocked that he changed his life insurance.
What evidence did the state show you in this trial that I wanted harm to come to my husband? We learned in this trial that I was praying for my husband. We learned in this trial that even though my husband and I were having marital issues, that we were both trying to do the best things for our son with special.
Hey, Mary Kay, sister.
Needs
3 times over.
We learned in this trial that I was shocked that Charles had changed his life insurance policy, but I was not angry as the state alleges. In the phone call we heard from the insurance company, we heard that I was disappointed for our children, our grown children, as well as our children still at home, but I was not angry. My husband Charles was providing for our children still at home. I had no motive to change that.
Yeah, you did.
We heard a lot in this trial about the Book of Mormon prophet named Nephi.
Oh, I'm sorry. I keep it in the comments over you.
This is the state's evidence to murder over self-defense, and it is utterly ridiculous. We heard from Detective Duncan, who admitted on the stand that he had no idea what I meant in the text message when I said, "We will be like Nephi." In Mormon culture, Nephi signifies strong faith, perseverance, and courage.
Right. Sustained.
The state's attempt to misconstrue the positive text message about a wonderful religious figure, Nephi, and try to turn it into an order to kill someone is absurd. This is an attempt by the state to try to retrofit a crime that doesn't exist. This event was not a crime. It was a tragedy. Don't let them turn my family tragedy into a crime.
I'm sorry.
When I'm done speaking
Just
to
load
you,
up.
the state gets to get up and rebut all that I've told you. They've got to have the last word, so to speak, because it is 100% their burden to prove to you that I committed a crime. And you won't be allowed to hear from me again. So I want you to remember that it is the state's job to prove to you that I committed a crime. And if you have not seen the evidence that leaves you firmly convinced that I have committed this very crime, then the state failed to show you the evidence that you
Sound
need.
effect helping?
Because I did not commit this crime. The only interview the state entered into evidence is mine. So I encourage you to go watch it.
Oh, they will.
I told you just what happened that day, just the way it happened. The state put forth a bunch of evidence in this trial in an effort to make you dislike me, to try to attack my character, so that you would just say guilty no matter what evidence they showed you. But only you get to decide. The state put up witnesses that had zero knowledge of a conspiracy. The state did not show you evidence of an agreement to commit murder.
Veronica, I
They
saw
showed
you
you
thing
evidence
in
of a
Discord,
family
yeah.
tragedy, and then they showed you the sad effects of a family torn apart because
Yeah,
of that
not a problem.
tragedy.
Yay!
Hallelujah, she was
All
short.
right. The state does have the burden, so I have the right to open and close the argument. Do you want to give a rebuttal close?
No, we're good.
Go ahead.
God dag nabbit.
The execution of Charles Vallow is not a family tragedy.
She's shoveling.
There is nothing that you can say about shooting a man as he lay on the ground that you can try to construe in any way to make that a family tragedy. This case is about the defendant, not Alex Cox. Alex is involved in it because that is her co-conspirator. We are not here to determine his guilt.
Her guilt. She's dead.
Albeit it is quite obvious.
No, Herman Alex is.
This defendant wants you to just look at one piece, and she wants you to hope that there's only a person who will say, I saw, I heard the conspiracy. But what did you hear in every instruction is that you can look to other evidence to show that. This defendant wants you to forget about her words and pretend that when she told her lover, her soon-to-be husband, we got rid of him, that he changed the life insurance before we got rid of him, that somehow means what? That they killed him. And he changed his life insurance before they killed him. What does that tell you? That tells you motive, and that tells you who did it. This defendant is one of those we, because she's writing it. She wants you to pretend that when she is talking about Charles for months, acquiescing and agreeing to her brother killing him, having people tell her that it's wrong, having people know that they're planning something.
that those words don't mean exactly what they are. We got rid of him, this defendant. The state, of course, has the burden, and that's how it should be. But every one of those justification defenses falls short when you look at the conspiracy itself. When they got rid of him, they did it by planning it. There is no reason that Alex Cox came over to this defendant's house with a loaded gun and waited for Charles to come inside, held there by this defendant using the cell phone.
Amen.
That is conspiracy. That is planning. That is premeditated.
That's all she said there. I want to get us some lifetime because I want to get the timer going. That's it. I'll premeditate or find her guilty. Thank you. Amen. We're going to wait.
All right for the jury?
All right. Bring the jury. Yeah, that was a whole lot better. With my crown on, I got to expand my horizons just a wee bit. It's just too tall.
I know, it makes you a little taller, doesn't it? How tall are you?
It does. I'm only 5'5", my dear.
Yeah, I'm 5'7".
Yeah, my mother was 5'4".
My mother was
The
about
jury's no longer
9.
present in the courtroom. I've
I'm almost
passed out
10.
proposed aggravation phase jury instructions in the event that there is.
Okay, Toxic, my beloved boyfriend. And we women aren't used to being called queens and treated like that, right? Right? Yeah.
I didn't know I had that privilege when I was married, for sure.
I never had that privilege. No one's ever, but he decided to call me his queen. So I decided if you're going to call me a queen, I'm going to look like a queen.
A verdict of guilt.
I'm doing it in preparation. How's
She's
that?
doing it in hopes of her future king.
Ain't no hopes, honey. It's called in preparation. I'm expecting it.
Oh,
got it.
Got it.
We
All right, we'll be
now
at recess until we hear from the jury.
Oh, we're going to hear from the jury now?
No, they are now officially. Time clock is 1 minute. We're about a minute behind. I got a good man at Gerald. This is Banshee, by the way. Yes, Mr. Banshee. Call your woman a queen every once in a while, and you would be amazed how wonderful that would make her feel and how important and loved. You never know what she might do for you.
You might get lucky.
14 and 5 are both men. Thank God the women were not chosen to be the alternate. Adam D, thank you for the entertainment. You looked fabulous. So, thank you, love. It's not going to take them long to find her guilty. Poll. Yes, I am actually working on the poll as we speak, my dear. Eyes are working on it, honey.
I do not know what these people around this house are having for dinner tonight, but I'm not a cooking.
I was going to cook. We were going to we were going to season my burrito. And we were going to, the poll has been posted. And by the way, y'all, we have 26 people watching, and we've had a lot more today overall, and I only have 5 shared. So you guys share the video, and you will be entered into a drawing to have a chance for a $50 gift card at the end of the month. Come on, it doesn't cost you anything to put a thumbs up and say, I liked. or click on the share button and put I shared to get into the drawing. It's free.
Yeah, I've tried to do it and I can't figure out how.
What? You're taking her to the hospital, Banshee? Oh my God, we will keep all of you in prayer. We are so sorry, love.
What's the matter with toxic?
Oh, I like that, Hilda B. Thank you. So anyway, we will be praying for you. Will you just pop in, even if it's in Discord, and private message me?
Yes, let us know.
And let us know how she's doing. If you don't feel like coming on completely, you can message me and I will gladly share. I am so sorry. Y'all have really had a bad turn of it. And I am so sorry that y'all are struggling so much, but just know you are very loved and cared for here in this community. And we are here to support you any way we possibly can. Okay, then, my queen, my honey types back. Okay, my queen.
He's your
Honey boo, do you want me to wear a crown on our wedding day? Yeah, it's time to get her in. If her pain is off the charts like that, there's something going on. Get her in. Get off of here. Go, go, go. We love, we'll support and bless you in any way we can. Just once you settled in and once things are kind of under control, let us know what's happened. Like I said, just make sure you just get a hold of me in Discord if we're not live. Please keep us updated. Sorry.
Yep. And even if I'm not on, she'll tell me.
Yes, I will send her a message and let her know.
Pray. Because if I can't do nothing else, I can pray.
Oh, let's watch 1 year ago. Lori Vallow's response to the guilty verdict in which she received last year.
In the District Court of the 7th Judicial District of the State of Idaho and for the County of Fremont, State of Idaho plaintiff versus Lori Vallow, aka Lori Daybell, defendant, case number CR 22211624.
This was for who?
We, the jury, is duly impaneled and sworn to try the above entitled action for our verdict, unanimously answer the questions submitted to us as follows. Question number 1. In regards to count 1 of the amended indictment, is Lori Vallow not guilty or guilty of conspiracy to commit first-degree murder of Tylee Ryan and grand theft by deception? Answer, guilty. Question number 2.
No response.
In regards to count 2 of the amended indictment, is Lori Vallow not guilty or guilty of first-degree murder of Tylee Ryan? Answer, guilty.
All 3. Guilty.
Question number 3. In regards to count 3 of the amended indictment, is Lori Vallow not guilty or guilty of conspiracy to commit first-degree murder of Joshua Jackson Vallow and grand theft by deception? Answer, guilty.
No response.
Question number 4. In regards to count 4, the amended indictment, is Lori Vallow not guilty or guilty of first-degree murder of Joshua Jackson Vallow? Answer, guilty. Question number 5. In regards to count 5 of the amended indictment, is Lori Vallow not guilty or guilty of conspiracy to commit first-degree murder of Tammy Daybell? Answer, guilty. Question number 6. In regards to count 7 of the amended indictment, is Lori Vallow not guilty or guilty of grand theft? Answer, guilty. Dated this 12th day of May, 2023, signed by the presiding officer.
All right. Okay, she was found guilty of grand theft as well because she frauded the Social Security system.
Oh, okay. So who was Tamla?
Hold on, Elena.
No.
Elena, if you wish to go to sleep, I totally understand. I will put it in Discord for you. But you do whatever you wish. We love having you here. Wonder if the jury will throw her a bone and say not guilty. Hail to the no.
Really?
Hail to the no.
See, is your crown heavy, heavy? This one's heavy, and it always hurts right there in the middle.
That gets me right there. Do you have thumbs on yours or what?
But I don't know how thick yours is. Take it off and hold it like this so I can see how thick it is. Okay. What you can do is take it off. Take it off. Take it off. Take it off. Okay. Carefully. Carefully. Bend. Carefully bend it outwards a little bit and it won't snag you so much. But when you put them on, if you notice my fingers are here, I
Yeah.
slide it in, which opens it up a little bit. I find the center and then I put the cones in and then you manipulate. I've worn crowns for years. I had my crown, my Miss Daughter's Republic of Texas crown was a beautiful round crown, but I took it to a jeweler and had him heat it up and bend it a little bit instead of flat. They arched it down a little bit, very little bit, because then it would pop open everything. So, but yes, and also when I wore them every day for a week long, for 8 hours a day, and then during the rodeo season, I wore them all day for like 10 hours a day. I got, what is it called? Door, that foam weather stripping, and I would put it underneath here.
Yeah.
Put it down. I put it down so it wouldn't cut into my scalp. But then eventually I did get a cotton, cotton, rolled it around the band because I had a wire band like the regular real crowns do. You always see that you have the crown and then you have another wire that runs around. They wrap that wire with thick silk ribbon. Every time they wear it, like the queen or whatever, when they wear it, when they're done, they cut that ribbon off and throw it away. So those crowns are wrapped. So if you've ever gone to a museum and see a crown that's got a ribbon wrapped around it, that's how they wore it so they wouldn't cut into the head.
Yeah.
And then that is one way, but weather stripping works a whole lot better.
Okay. So now I have a question.
I have an answer as always.
Who is Tamara Tammy? They said she was guilty of.
Tammy was the Daybell's wife. He was married to Tammy Daybell. They unalived her and then they unalived the kids and they all unalived the kids and her. And then they went and got married in Hawaii. Well, the nation was looking for the kids.
Do you know what I have noticed in the past 3 or 4 days? I've been doing some, just even news things that come up on my phone. They have been using the word unalive.
Mm-hmm. A lot of companies, a lot of people are starting to do that.
I was totally shocked.
It's because of some advertisers.
Evidently,
it depends on who's supporting or advertising for that commercials, whatever their advertisers are.
Unalive.
Oh, and Lana said, "Don't take them off. You look beautiful." Well, I have the others I can wear, but I have to pin them in.
Oh no, this one it just sits on my head. I'm terrified to step on the scales.
I like to wear these when I have hair coming out the top. You see how flat that is on my head? So if you have it to where it arches just a little bit, these are really worn better. Well, I'm opposite in the camera.
When they're
there we go.
It reminds me of I am king of the jungle.
Ow. It's a little hot. Why do I?
Because I'm hot anyway. I've done told you that I'm a hottie. Well, my ex just got up for the day.
Y'all, her ex, y'all don't want to know.
God
love this woman because I'd kill him. I couldn't live with my ex.
3 hours on his feet yesterday. His big toenail was this.
I don't want to know. I don't want to know. I don't want to know.
I had to get. I will tell you this. I had to get all of my my uh, fingernail tools and my tools out.
I said enough. I don't want to know. I don't now. When you have a crown like this, you see these little round things.
Yeah.
You take embroidery thread. Well, first of all, put your weather stripping on it. Get embroidery thread and make a cross. And then when you pin it along that embroidery thread. So it will stay. And a lot of people put it with this in the front. Well, gosh, y'all, that hurt. So you put it at 11 and 1 o'clock. And then that way, especially if there's no front. 11 and 1 o'clock, and then you pin it. And therefore, you don't get that little thing sticking in the most tenderest part of your head.
Where did you get your lovely crowns from?
Oh, they were blessings.
So you don't know where they came from. Well, they're lovely. I'm trying to remember.
Actually, no, I do know. I just don't remember. Okay, when I have my real crowns that I earned at home. They're a lot more, I mean, they're a lot more expensive than these. I used to go and teach at Christian women's events, and the topic I did was called, "What is your crown?" And it was more like, what do you put above everything else? I mean, like when I put this crown on, I'd have all these extra crowns. I had 3. And I would take them and I said, "Who wants a crown?" And these 80-year-old women or 30-year-old or 20-year-olds, and these hands would go up. And I always pick somebody in the dead center because I can keep an eye on them. And everybody else, I just picked a random one. And the one in the dead center, I give them this one because this one has a bump right there. And I know if you put it right at that base of that hairline, and I mean, you get it down, I got to get it good, lady. Got to get it good. And then they start wearing it. And about 5 minutes in, guarantee you'll see this.
Readjust it because that bump hurts.
And that bump hurts. And I'm like, okay. Oh, thank you so much, Elena. So what I do is I say, say what number one thing to do for me was international, Sweet Adeline's International. I wanted to win the crown. I wanted, because if you're in a quartet, a cappella music, quartet singing and courses with big courses. And if you wanted to get first place, then you won a crown. And you were the Queens of Harmony for that year. And I so wanted the crown. I wanted to be the best. And well, the problem with that is I was also in a course, and it got to the point in my life I'd work, I'd sing, I'd go to rehearsals, I go to practices, I go to the chorus, the quartet. We were singing everywhere, every weekend, and it became like an addiction.
Oh, yes.
My goal was to win that crown. I wanted to be first in chorus and first in quartet. And the thing is that financially, it's expensive traveling all over the place and doing all that. And it's expensive, the costuming, and I mean, it is very expensive. And it got to the point that I was getting sick because I was eating, breathing, sleeping, and not taking care of myself. I didn't have money to eat because I was putting the money into the travel and the monthly dues and the costumes. So I finally realized that I was putting it above everything. I wasn't going to church every weekend like I wanted to. Now, not everybody believes like me, and that's fine, but I enjoy going to church, and I forsake everything. I dropped, I even friendships. I mean, I can't get together with you because I'm practicing. I can't get together with you because we have a performance. I can't get together, so I talk about that. And I ask ladies, what is your crown? What is it that you're fighting so hard to have? And is it necessary? And then I see them start kind of adjusting their crowns and kind of doing this. And I said, that crown's being, and don't you love crowns? Aren't they gorgeous? I'm really giving a breakdown. Aren't they gorgeous? Don't we love them? Won't we feel special in them? And it gets attention. It gets attention. When you have a crown on, people notice you. I would walk in that day with my crown on. I'd arrive with the crown on for this talk. And everybody was like, "Oh, that's a beautiful crown. You look lovely." And I'm like, "Thank you, thank you, thank you." And so I said, it became prideful. I became self-absorbed. I became all these things. So the thing is that I use these, and then I tell the ladies, I said, it gets to the point that no matter how much you love that crown, it really starts hurting. And when it gets uncomfortable and starts hurting, you need to listen and you need to check your priorities.
Take that critter off.
Learn to take it off. Anyone want to take their crown off? And it's nobody, the other two are like, I love my crown. The other one was like, get it off. It hurts.
You're getting to have it. I don't want it.
Even now, because I placed it in that, what I call the soft spot. But if I just tilt it back just a hair, it won't bother me at all day.
Mm-hmm.
Just that little half an inch or less adjustment makes all the world a difference. And all crowns have something that bothers you. That is how I live. Yes. So, I these are what I say cheaper crowns. They're about 150, 200 each. But my real crowns I have at home in a very special place. They are very tarnished. These don't tarnish, y'all.
No, they don't, and they're easy to if you happen to drop it and break it, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, these that's a lot of money for me to,
Oh, yeah.
But I just picked these up over time. I found a place in the middle of nowhere. I don't even know where it is anymore. I was just driving around, just hitting little small towns. It's somewhere between Austin and New Braunfels, and it was just a little hole in the wall place, and they had a case of crowns. And I went, I want 3. And they went, what? They gave me a discount when I asked for 3, but not much. They are 2 hours behind us, love. So it is 4 or 3 plus 30 minutes. Now, the jury comes back, they will give us what did you say? Like a 7-minute window or something like that. We'll have a short window. Don't take them off. No, I've got it adjusted to where it don't hurt.
And see, mine is adjusted because right now it's sitting back here on my 2 combs that I have that keep up my wispies. So it's sitting on my combs. It's not bothering me.
Well, and see, that's another way to do it. That's one thing. If you have the long hair, you comb it back and then you put the crown over the comb. It won't hurt you. You can wear it all day.
Absolutely. I can wear it all day and then some.
So, but I want to say to my honey boo, thank you for always making me feel special and telling me I'm beautiful. And thank you for telling me I'm your queen. You better keep it up if we get married.
You better. Let me give you a wedding wisdom.
Listen, honey boo.
Really. The way you treat her when you date her and when you the day you marry her, you better continue to treat her after the ring goes on and you say, I do. Because if you don't,
Mama Bear's going to come cook your butt.
Better believe it, baby. Because I tell you what, I have seen so many that, oh, I love you, I love you, I love you, I love you. And the minute it's like they put the ring on the finger, it's like, well, I'll call you if I need you. Or if I'm, that's an old sign. Do you know it?
Say that again. Loser?
No, I didn't say it. I didn't do an L. And it's not German either.
Oh, yes. Now that hits.
Now that hits. You can tell him what that is on a later date.
Oh, someone did this to me the other day.
Oh, no. Well, that wasn't nice.
You know what that is? Effing loser. Somebody just asked me. I agree. Marriage is just a starting point, not the destination. Thank you so much, honey boo. This ring here. Let me put it up here. This stone, actually, you can see it in the top.
Looks like a fire.
It is it's a sapphire, right? The blue sapphire. But it has green in it. It is a very unusual. A lot of times nowadays, the jewelers will throw those stones away. Come on, focus.
I like them.
Focus. Focus. Okay, come on. Focus. Thank you. But this is very old. It's from Germany. World War I. My grandfather.
I can see the green.
My grandfather. Huh?
I can see the green now that you got it on.
Yeah.
I see it before.
But it's a sapphire, and in the middle, kind of like a streak of green, kind of like this in the middle. And a lot of people think that they're not worth anything. I took it to, before it was just a loose stone, and I took it to a pawn shop a long time ago that also had a jewelry store in it. And the jeweler said, that's not worth anything. It's got an inclusion of green. Well, I had put it in the drawer. It was in a little folding paper, that little thing they put the stones in.
Yeah.
And he died, and my dad slipped it to me. But long story short, years later, there was a jewelry store that opened nearby, and I just took it by there. I was really struggling. I really needed money, and I thought, well, if they give me $100 for it, it's not worth anything. It's not worth even setting. I was told, don't set it. It's not worth it. I showed this to the jeweler, and he got all excited. He goes, can I send this off to a gymnologist and just have it checked? And I said, yeah, but you're going to sign your butt away for it. And he signed it. We signed all the paperwork, and it came back, and it was worth quite a bit of money. And it is a very special stone, because they no longer these inclusions are no longer usually found this way, and it's not a perfect round circle. It's you can tell this is hand churned, not machine done. And so I had it set in this silver ring.
Yeah.
And when my son gets married, he's going to take this stone. I'll put something else in this ring. He's going to take this stone and put diamonds around it for his wife.
Oh, that's gonna be lovely.
Wouldn't that be stunning?
I think it's in my jewelry bag because I have so much costume jewelry, it's unreal. Because
Well,
like I say,
Alana, thank you so much for joining. We will look forward to seeing you later. Get some sleep, Mija. Thank you again so much for being with us all day. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
go let the yeah, really. Go let the visions of sugar plums dance behind your eyelids.
Go have the visions of her being. Because she freaked out so much, she zapped herself with the belt because she's found guilty.
Oh yeah, that's possible.
That is a sweet legacy. Now, this ring here was this was my adopted grandfather. I was adopted, so, but he was the only grandfather I know. And this ring here was my mother's ring. It doesn't shine as much. It doesn't really show up as much. Come on.
It's really lovely.
It's got a diamond sitting on each side. So there's 4 diamonds around this, and then there's 2 here. I mean, it's really got a really nice clarity to it. But this is a very vintage. It belonged to my birth mother, and now I have it.
Yeah.
Up to bed for now, my dear Elena. Thank you so much for being so supportive. Thank you for the super chat. Appreciate
My
it.
mother's beautiful wedding set. She had told me I could have it when she passed, but my sister-in-law got it. It's like
Sisters-in-laws do not have rights. The daughter has the right. If the daughter does not wish to have it, the brother can give it to his wife. But I always feel that he should have gotten the father's ring. You get the mother's ring. That's how I feel. But you know how things go.
I do know how things go. It's the way that it is. But I do have
the way it is.
I was in just a thrift shop one day, and I was just looking around and sitting on a shelf, a dusty shelf. It was as big as this. Let's see, so you can see it. Literally.
A quarter?
Bigger than well, it's not flat, it's not round, it's a stone. So
yeah, about the size of a quarter.
Yeah. It's a ruby.
Raw?
Raw.
Hooey!
And honey, that's mine. I paid $2 for it. $2. I'll bring it out one day and show it to you. It's just absolutely stunning.
Did they not know what the hell they had?
Did not know, and guess what? I didn't tell them. It was
what's the worth of it now?
I looked at because this was 20. This is golly, this was.
So let me know where it is. So in case you pass away, I'm going to come raid your house and I'll know exactly.
This was when I was still married. I did not tell my husband what I had either, because this was mine.
Okay, well, he knows now.
He does.
Guys, I want to show you guys this real quick. This is sad. Of course, we all have been paying attention to the Pope
Yes.
and what's going on. But right now, what they do, let me get this over here so I can control it. What they do is they seal the Pope's residence. And I always find it when they do things like that very touching and symbolic. So
Yeah.
nobody can enter.
Yeah. That is such wisdom.
And they put a seal on it.
See the keys? That's where this comes from.
And that's papacy?
No, Vatican.
Vatican. Okay. So they sealed the doors to the Pope's home. Yes, honey. Oh, my honey bun came in here.
Hi, honey bun.
Hey, honey bun. I saved my rolls for my monkey. She loves toilet paper rolls and any kind of paper roll.
Yeah.
She
Well,
loves it.
what you need to do at Halloween is save those toilet paper rolls and cut little triangles in them, and then run your lights through them on one toilet paper roll, put 2 eyes, and then run your lights through them and run them through your bushes.
Oh, we can do that Halloween. Do you decorate for Halloween? Nah. I'm not a big Halloween celebrator, but I don't mind doing some things.
Coming to your house. Very fun.
Yeah, but I just wanted y'all to see that step that they just took and they just sealed it. I can't hear you, boo.
That means they're starting the conclave.
No, the conclave starts after the funeral. The funeral happens before the conclave. Check it.
Yeah.
I Googled.
I was the one who told you that.
Huh?
They're starting to assemble. They're not really doing the formal conclave yet.
No, but it's the start of the process of the funeral, grieving, and all that. Yeah. I'm having to listen. I don't have my hearing aids in. I have to use these. And because of that, when he talks, I have to lip read him. And y'all.
You have my permission. So go ahead.
I said I had to lip read you because I didn't have my hearing aids. And she goes, "Oh, don't ever stack them like that, baby." Because if they get stuck, it's better to offset. Once they stick, they stick. Diane said Diane said that I had permission to lip read you.
You have my permission.
I said, Diane said.
Well, yeah.
We have her permission to lip read. No, we're not lip reading.
Have you ever seen screaming goats?
No. Well, I have a screaming goat, but it died and somebody was going to fix it and it's sitting in his bag.
Have you ever seen fainting goats?
Oh, yeah. My friend has fainting goats.
I love goats.
I love those little fainting goats, those little boogers.
I love the little spiders, jumping spiders. Oh,
the jumping spiders are
hysterical. They're so hysterical online.
Kelly Mouth says there's so much ceremony involved with everything in Catholicism. I love seeing what they do when the Pope has passed. You know, I'm not Catholic. I understand that there's a lot of Oh, wait, we've been in 31 minutes. We have been in Verdict Watch.
31 minutes.
I'm sorry. It's okay. It's just when it goes that way. I got to get him off anyway. I'm getting a little claustrophobic with him. He was playing with my ring, and anyway, I really agree. I do love the pomp and circumstances of ceremonials. I do. That's the one thing. Like I do miss. I loved being in choirs. I loved playing handbells in church. I was one of those people who had like 15 of the small handbells in front of me. And I had 3 in a hand. I was ding, 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 ding. I was one of those crazy. They called me the handbell. Anyway, I didn't want just 2 handbells, man. Give me 20. I actually did an entire handbell piece by myself. Lined them all up and played a song all by myself.
Kind of like glasses.
Yeah, but let me tell you, handbells, because I pick up 2 of them in this hand and 3, and I go ding, 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 and put them down. And then I go down here and come back and pick up. It was insane. It was insane. I loved it. It was wonderful.
No, I'd want glasses.
On the other ritual that is done is breaking of the the Pope's ring. Yes, they will break that ring, destroy the seal so it cannot be used. That's done pretty much immediately. The moment his last breath has happened, even before they, they pronounce him, boom, it's done.
Yeah. Just
Pygmy goats. That's what they are. They're pygmy goats. We love little pygmy goats. But honey, I've seen some miniature Highlanders that I gone nuts for. And if I
Yes.
had land, I want me miniature Highlanders.
My daughter used to have chickens and we named them. She had about 6 and we named them, but the only name that stuck was Maisie. So we wound up calling all of the chickens Maisies. She had Maisies. Now when I see chickens, it's Maisies.
Maisies. Well, I'm going to miss maybe I'll use the zapper on the witnesses and Karen Reed's when I don't think they're telling me the truth. I still enjoy that.
Oh, yeah. What is that? This is something I got. Oh, yeah. What are you? Oh, I know what you are. I done had you today.
Well, I'm going to sit here when she's found guilty and go.
And did you expect them not to, Lori?
What?
I would be like, and did you expect them not to find you guilty, Lori? They done found you guilty 3 times.
Yeah, actually 4 times. She's found guilty of unaliving times 3 plus guilty of fraud, federal fraud. Yeah, so she's got 4 guilties on her boat. The other thing is that, tomorrow morning at 7:00 in the morning, we's going to be here 8:00 in the morning because they're going to start at 9.
Wow.
I'll try and be here by 7:30 in the morning, getting dressed and getting makeup. I hope to have everything preloaded tonight before I go home. It depends. I guess we may not cook those things tonight. Just put them in the refrigerator.
Well, I will probably have you up on a side over here. Simply
I'm going to be on sidebar.
Sidebar.
You are going to
Sidebar.
Me? Really?
Yes, I'm going to have to side by you because I will be schooling me.
Okay, here's Vice President Vance. I don't care if you like him or not. I think it's
Conclusion of Resurrection Sunday,
he was, I think, the last official person to meet, one of the last, if not the last, to meet.
Practicing Christians, the holiest of days for us, with the knowledge that with acceptance of Jesus Christ as our Lord and Savior, his death, his sacrifice for our sins, for the mercy and forgiveness that we do not deserve, but we certainly receive. Talk to us about that symbolism.
Yeah, it's, the Pope was going through his Good Friday, in the hospital for 38 days, and then he came out and it looked like it's sort of like a resurrection physically. But he's 88 years old. And part of the realism of Christianity is we know Good Friday, Easter Sunday, they all go together. So for us, for him to die on Easter Monday, sort of like we celebrated the resurrection of Christ, now we entrust the soul of the Pope, who is the vicar of Christ, to God's hands and say, give him eternal life. It's a fulfillment of our theology. Death is not something we fear, it's something we get ready for.
So it was a recovery, but he just left his body behind.
Well, the soul goes into the hands of God exactly for judgment.
So, so obviously, famously, the Pope came to visit the United States back in 2015. Tell us about your memories of that.
Yes, I was in a parish near the
Oh, I gotta.
UN at the time, St. Holy Family Church, right on 47th Street. So we had all our CCD kids, the catechism students, out on the steps of Trump World Tower, because that's where the Pope came right by. And we waved to the Pope, and he saw us, and it was nice. He was in a little Fiat.
How did he know it was Trump Tower?
Everybody knows Trump Tower.
There you go. He must be much
he came
smaller.
by and he went to the UN, and it's kind of touching because he's going to speak to world leaders, but there were all these kids, First Communion and confirmation students, waving to the Pope. So we had a great time then. And then I followed that trip pretty closely. I was doing some commentary for Fox and others. And the Pope, I think, was shocked how great a reception he got. it's kind of known that the Pope and America didn't have the best relationship. You're a little skeptical of capitalism, and he didn't think the American way of life necessarily should be imitated. But once he got to New York, I don't know if you remember the crowds in Central Park and down Fifth Avenue and at St. Patrick's.
Not good.
So, no, America's a land of faith, and I think that really impressed the Pope.
Yeah, it's amazing, too, is like with all the different opportunities to explore communism, socialism, he said capitalism was the problem. And also, he was kind of tight with the Russian Orthodox Church, which basically sold their soul to Vladimir Putin, which is an interesting situation. But I remember...
I still remember when the Pope got shot.
Him?
Was that Paul? John Paul got shot in a motorcade.
Huh. Where I interpreted that?
That's why they came out with the Pope Mobile.
Yeah, that's why they came out with the Pope Mobile. I love my honey, but he forgets I can't hear crap when I have these ears in because they're like music ears. They are music ears. They fill my ear. All I can hear is me or what's coming through the computer. I can't hear a thing he's saying. So I got to lip read the man.
Look at me. When I interpreted in the Catholic Church in Phoenix, that was a basilica. Why? Because Pope John Paul had come there. Yeah, John Paul had come there and had done a service.
Well, that was probably the same year that he came to San Antonio.
I'm
And
sure.
we had the big towers, scaffolding, and they hung all this material, this purple. It was an elaborate stage. And my house was 1 block from the entrance. And we were on our way home from church that day. And we were my dad and my brother and I were just looking at everything. And it was super windy. And my dad goes, those things are going to fall. They don't have the wind slits. And they did. They fell. When the towers, I mean, they had to rebottle that stage. Maybe I should look that up. But they did. They had to redo the entire stage because it fell just hours before he was due. And let me tell you, San Antonio had never been any cleaner. If he was on if any part, it didn't matter where you went in San Antonio. If you were on the route that the Pope was going to see,
it was spotless,
immaculate, spotless.
Sure.
Not even a bubblegum wrapper on the side of the road. They even sprayed the grass green in some areas.
Yeah.
I was all like, you what? I mean, San Antonio would look like a brand new shiny penny.
I'll bet. Yeah.
Yeah, let's see. It was interesting. It was like, why didn't you? I Googled you. Why didn't you do what I asked you to do? Do what I asked you to do, man. Let's look for images. Here it is. 1987. Look at it. That was the disaster. Okay, let me blow it up. I got to blow it up. No, I don't want your email. So that was Pope John Paul. I'm sharing. Hold on. This is Pope John Paul. When he came through, he saw the Alamo. Dismiss. He's the one that I remember the most.
Yeah.
But look at what happened in just hours. The original mass site for Pope John II in San Antonio seen on October 10th after it was destroyed by high winds. Look at the crowd, and I literally lived a block away. This is what they had done. My house is literally a block off of this right here.
And they did all of this.
And all of these towers right here, they put that up, but they didn't have the slits in it big enough for the wind to go through it. And you would think the engineer would have thought about that crap back in 1987. I was 16 years old.
It was a day or two ago for me.
Where in the heck is that sound coming from? Well, I don't know where that came from.
What?
They went on to another program instead of staying on there. So this is the day, and they did get it cleaned up in time for him, but it was scary. They were working on it until about a minute before he showed up. But yeah, I remember that. And then people were trying to park in our driveway. All the people in our neighborhood were we literally took our cars and parallel parked our cars in front of our driveways. Because there were so many people, it was massive. We're talking, what, 50,000, 60,000 easily in San Antonio. And look how they used to view him. But the mirror, they were charging $10 for that back in 1987. That's like $50 right now. But Alamo Plaza, I remember all this. I remember. So I'm trying to find a picture of the stage. See, he's out in the sun. This is what it looked like at the end. That's what they came up with within hours.
Well, better than nothing, I guess.
Well, at least he was in the shade here. See these little houses back here? That's where I lived.
That's where I live.
And this was in September, and it was so hot. See these houses? Let's see if I can find those are the apartments. My house. Let's see, that would have been my house was off over here, just off to the side. But yeah, I remember the neighborhood was really upset. They did not look at him. He was so hot, and he was in all that regalia. Oh my gosh! I mean, it was so hot. But look at that stage they built. All of these chairs were for all the nuns and the priest.
Yeah,
they were so reserved. But there was I can't even tell you how big that. Probably they said I would equate it to about 20 football fields at least, where they had the seating and then the rest people were standing. They had the news media on these. They built these 5-story wooden tall platforms for the cameras, and they left it. And we used to go up there for years after this. But yeah, it was a very interesting. Oh, I remember him. It was a very interesting. Not bad. I just remember him. He's deceased. But anyway, that's still in San Antonio. I think they saved that. The mariachis. But that is what fell. This cloth, I guess they thought because you can see through, but the colored sections, I don't know, the wind just knocked them down. I mean, that was huge. Oh, here's the grounds before they put everything up. Oh, there it is. Never mind. There it is right there. That's where it was. And this is Petranco, the name of the street. And my house is right there. And this was so huge. Now, what was horrible is you see all this land over here. Let me click on it so you can see all this land over here. People were crowded all the way over here and all the way. I mean, they were on property. They were over. I mean, they spilled into the fields out here. This is all built up right now. None of this is bare right now. All of this is like San Antonio has grown so much. But yeah, all of this back here was full of people. I couldn't believe how many people came out. So anyway, they were working on that entire structure literally until minutes until he came in. But I will tell you, it was a sight to be seen.
I'll bet.
Oh, Pope John Paul, he is a saint. And but gosh, I can't believe it's been that long ago, 1987. Oh, I was 16. Jeez, where's time gone?
The Langoliers ate it up.
The what?
The Langoliers ate it up. Have you ever seen that movie?
Nope.
How do you spell basilica? Basicila?
Me no know. Me no know. Me no have any idea. You're asking the student that you tutor who's dyslexic as hell to spell basilica. Just speak it into your phone. It'll spell it for you.
Silicapal. There it is.
Did they end for the day, guys? Are they Basilica. Haley Mouse, you are so awesome, honey.
Thank you, Haley Mouse. It says yes. Pope John Paul II visited St. Mary's Basilica in Phoenix, Arizona on September 14th, 87.
Yep,
In
he did his American tour.
He knelt in prayer in the center aisle and spoke to the crowd. Wow, from the balcony. It was part of his American tour.
Mm-hmm.
That's a beautiful church if you've never looked at it.
Oh, I haven't, but I'd like to go.
It's lovely.
Isn't it lovely? Isn't it? Oh, I don't want the stupid. I don't want the stupid. Why does it keep giving me the dang
I don't know.
What's today's date?
Today is the 21st.
Are we done for the day? Are we done for the day, guys? Do I need to stop my clock? Because
I don't know.
I don't. It stopped.
I didn't know it was the oldest Catholic church in Phoenix. Wow.
Wait, it stopped. Did they go home? It ended.
I guess it's finished for today.
They need to come back and tell us.
They expect you to read their minds.
No, the whole clock stopped.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Don't know.
Yeah. The live feed stopped. It stopped at 42:18. Let me go to another channel.
Wow.
Let me just Google her. Anybody know? Why do you guys do this and play music? Now I just got a copyright strike. It stopped too. Jury went home for the night.
Okay.
Okay, so we're going to be on jury watch tomorrow.
Tomorrow. Well, I'll have a sidebar with you.
Okay. Well, I think they're done for the day. We will sidebar you tomorrow for the Karen Reed. I am going to sign when I can. I know that there's going to be deaf people popping in and out. The ones that I know are going to be popping in and out, I have asked them to please notify me when you're going to pop in. That way I can do some interpreting, and then if need be, Miss Diane can pop in. Miss Diane, I'm going to let you go, and then I'm going to say goodbye to everybody. So if you will kindly say goodbye to everybody.
Bye, everybody. I kind of like what Chewbacca says. See what happens when I stay on here too long.
All right. Bye. We are going to call it a day. I thought they said until 7 p.m. in Texas. I guess not. And they are going to come back. I got lipstick on my thing. I know we love Diane. We are going to come back tomorrow. Well, we're going to be back here for tomorrow for Miss Karen Reed. That gives me time to set up tonight for Karen Reed. I got to get some things set up for Karen Reed. So we're going to get all set up for Miss Karen Reed and be happy with that. I want to give all my mods a huge thank you and shout out. I thank you. I appreciate you. You are my princesses. If I'm the queen, you're my princesses. No, you're all queens in my heart. And I thank you so much. We are going to do the giveaways real quick. And then we are going to get going because I got to set up my lives for tomorrow. And then maybe my honey and I can actually do something tonight together. Something spend some time together. We need our time. I'm not used to having that choice to spend time with my honey. I usually just go home to the monkey. I go home to the monkey butt. Hold on, guys. We got to give the giveaway. Tomorrow is Karen Reed. I'm going to be saying some prayers for that woman tonight. Okay. Are y'all ready? Let me get back to here. Here. All right. Good luck, everybody. Who is going to? Oh, Jesse. Woohoo. We had so many watching today. I'm going to do 2 per 1. All right, my mods who are note takers, be ready for tomorrow. And hey Val, you got it. Yes. Okay, let me get the next one loaded. Okay, let's go. Oh, don't want to do that. Come on. Quit. I need as many mods on hand tomorrow if possible. Val, you won again. Yes. You got another entry. But I really need all mods on hand tomorrow if possible until we figure out how we're going to get this done. Yeah, honey. Oh, 2,800. You got in too. Okay, next one right here. The iShared giveaway, y'all. If you want to get more entries, share the video. I will validate the winner to make sure that I believe all of you, though. Jesse, you won. Woohoo! Awesome mundo. Yay. All right, everybody. Thank you so much for joining me. As congrats to everybody who won an extra drawing. I see my hubby's arm. Honey, your arm. No. I see you in the background. You can lean in and say hello to everybody. Oh, they can't see you. See, you got to get in here. Hi, that's my honey. Okay. So congratulations, everybody. Tomorrow is going to be very serious. We're going to be Karen reading it. I got to go get my snacks. I got to go get everything lined up. I got to clean up my studio and get ready for 3 weeks of, God only knows what. No, actually, it's probably, I say 3 weeks. It's going to be 8 weeks, roughly. They last time went 13 weeks. So we'll see what they do. Everybody says, hello, Gerald. Okay, guys. I appreciate you. Everybody get sleep. It's going to be an early morning and a long day tomorrow. We will be in a verdict watch. I will only break into the Karen Reed trial if a verdict comes in tomorrow, and then we'll get back into court. With that, we love you. We appreciate everybody on Facebook, YouTube, Twitch, X, and Instagram. Thank you for following us. Y'all have a great night. Get some good sleep because tomorrow is the day. We're finally here. Take care, everybody, and I will keep everybody posted in Discord about Toxic and how she is doing. Oh, wait. I got to end the poll. I forgot. I got to end the poll. The poll stated what? Innocent out of 24 votes. 95% were guilty. 4% was innocent. 1% was innocent. But that's okay. Thank you so very much for your input on the poll. We appreciate it. All right, guys. Good night. Sleep tight. Thanks for watching. Please comment, like, share, and most importantly, subscribe. I hope you have an awesome day. Till next time, take care.